but to an extent, he's presented our at our RIA meetup a couple
Nice.
times, and we
Okay.
we co-sponsor it, co-host it.
Okay.
And then we've done a couple podcasts together. So yeah, we're cool.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, for a 29-year-old to be running, nearly $1 million a year business 4 years throughout the ups and downs and the dips, throughout many iterations of his business, I think it's really, really cool. So I think it was really neat to see him demonstrate how he builds his business out. Um, and really just kind of show the nuts and bolts, which is really what he did yesterday.
Awesome. Yeah, he's got a ton of value to deliver. He
Yeah.
loves teaching too. Like I could see him as like a great, college professor or something like that.
Yeah, if he was intelligent. Unfortunately, he makes a lot of money and he's not that smart. So, yeah, that's the love you, Jonah. I hope he sees this. I gotta clip that out for him. No, I
Fake
mean
it
it's
till you make it.
heck, it's how you make it, right? Now, here's the thing, right? And Benson, you've been around the block, man. I think this is what's really, really interesting about business in general. And, for the sake of our conversation, the real estate business is it's very easy to hit a roadblock. Like life is full of roadblocks. And I know, and I hope I'm not putting too much of his business out there, but Jonah's gone through iterations of his business. He's hired people. He's gone into different partnerships that worked out, then they didn't work out. And he's hired people, then he's lost people, right? Hiring people is, if you've ever hired people, hiring people is not easy. Um, but here he sits, 29 years old, weathering those storms and still doing nearly $1 million a year, making millions of dollars in his career. And I think that's just it's just a sign that if Jonah can do it, if I can do it, if Benson can do it, like anybody can do it. So yeah, it was really, really cool. It was really cool to hear a story.
That's awesome.
Also, Benson, I got to tell you, man, I've gotten a lot of really, really good feedback from people about just your portion of this. People who have messaged me who had not used Privy in years and were really, really excited to jump back into it. I got a couple of messages from people who've already jumped in and they're starting doing it. They're going to go along with you today as you go through what you're going to go through. And then just people that didn't know that this existed, right? It's really cool to see the resources that are out there that make life easier. So super excited about today, man. And again, I know I've said this before, but I'm super appreciative of you hopping in here and walking us through this stuff.
No, it's my pleasure. I love doing it, man. It's fun.
Yeah, it's really cool. Well, I don't know how much time you have today. We're set up, guys, on YouTube. Thank you for everybody who's hanging out, who's joining us. We are on day 3 of the Season of Success Challenge. First week has been focused a lot more on training and some of the fundamentals to get started. We're a little bit more this week focused on direct to agent, but that's going to evolve starting today, going into next week. We're gonna talk about the other business models, but you're going to see a lot more action oriented, meaning like we're going to be making seller calls. We're going to be reviewing calls from students in the communities. We're going to listen to what they said, how they could have said that better. We're going to actually call some of their sellers. I'm going to be calling sellers and agents myself. I'm going to be calling deals for them. We're doing the hands-on part of the business. So I appreciate you guys that have been watching on YouTube. I appreciate everybody that sent me a message with all the things that they've learned. So I'm excited for all of you guys as well. That being said, Benson, what's on the agenda for today, man? What should be people be ready to take notes on?
So we talked about the importance of market selection and thinking ahead, you know, putting some several steps in place before you just jump to action. Are you actually in a viable market? Do you have the ingredients to assemble a deal in where you live or whichever market you've chosen? Um, it showed you how to accomplish that using data, right? And then we talked about, like doing market research, learning what a deal is. A deal in Santa Fe is different than a deal in Denver or different than a deal in San Francisco or Florida. So making sure that you understand what a deal is so that you can inform yourself on what the activity is, and that's going to improve the the possibility of you getting offers accepted because you're going to be in the sweet spot where your competition's playing. And today what we're going to talk about is, we're going to drill down into a market and we're going to talk about a couple deals. So I'm going to show you guys how to save those searches. Did I save searches yesterday?
I think you did save a couple when it came to buyers. I missed the getting portion of it. But yeah, I think you just saved a
Yeah, I
couple.
did, didn't I? So we'll talk about analyzing deals and looking at the comparative market analysis and looking at the comps and understanding how to change the comps around if you need to. But right out of the box, we do have a comping algorithm that's running an analysis of every single property in the US for you to save you a bunch of time, and also, using the best data that's available. So wherever we have this blue on the map, we've got that direct to MLS data so that you're using the best data to analyze deals. And this is a numbers game, you guys. So if you're using bad comp data, or if you're just bouncing around the internet and pulling out properties from different websites, you're going to come up with numbers that just don't make sense. So whenever possible, try to use the best data that's available in analyzing properties, because if you're $5,000, $10,000 off in one direction or another, that could literally mean the difference between you winning a bid or getting into a deal you shouldn't be in. And we just don't want to take those chances. So we'll go back to what I did yesterday. We're going to click this fix and flip button. It's going to plot on the map where all the investor activity is located nationwide. And then we're going to choose a different market this time that has high investor activity, so you guys can get a sense of what some of these different markets look like. And one of the hottest markets in the whole US is the Florida market. So let's drill down on Florida. And then we'll notice again right away that some of these markets are hotter than others. So, some people live in southern Florida. Like, you're not going to get as much activity down in the Fort Lauderdale and Miami areas as you would in like the St. Pete, Tampa area. So let's drill down on that market. And then right in the St. Pete, Tampa market, we see some hot areas. So right in here, closer to Tampa itself is where we're going to see the activity. And it happens to be in this Seminole Heights area. So a lot of the hottest areas are in areas that people say are kind of sketchy, right? That's just kind of the nature of the business, is where are the properties that need repairs? It's going to be older neighborhoods. It's going to be homes that were built in the, well, it depends on the area, but 50s, 60s, somewhere like in St. Louis, it was stuff that was built in like the 20s. So you're going to be in areas where there's older homes that need updates and repairs. So let's zoom in here. And then eventually, once we get close enough, these will break up into each individual home. And you can see here all of this fix and flip activity. One of the things that I get out of this that some people don't recognize is that it actually proves to me that people are out there doing deals. Sometimes we're making the calls, and we're writing the offers, and we're not getting anything under contract, and it can be pretty discouraging. But when I look at this map, I'm like, man, look at all these people making money. Like, I want a piece of this. Excuse me. So for me, this is like FOMO, like fear of missing out. Like, if I'm having a bad day and I'm like, man, is this really worth it? Well, I can look at this house right here. They just went, it was just flipped. Look how beautiful this thing is. Got great curb appeal. Spent a little bit of money on landscaping. And I come down here to the before and after, I can start to get a sense of what the numbers look like. Now, one of the first thing I noticed about this one is they purchased this off market, because right here, there's not an MLS ID and there's a street view. That's something good to learn, because in some markets, you'll notice that a lot of stuff is direct to seller and there's less on market. In some markets, you're going to see a lot more on market and less direct to seller. But check this out. What's crazy about this is they actually got this at 74% of the after repair value. A lot of times people think when people are going direct to seller, they're getting like these really, really deep discounts. And in this case, that wasn't the case. Like, they ended up having, paid a lot higher percentage of ARV. I would love to work with a fix and flipper who's willing to go higher, who's more realistic about their numbers, because it'd be easier for me to find them deals. But they ended up grossing about 113,000. But after all is said and done, and they spent money on renovation, did they really put a lot of money in their pocket? Probably not a ton. But the reno came out good. And people do renovations for all different reasons. They sold this one so it wasn't a burr, unless they sold it to like one of their other companies. Like, maybe they did like a transfer of ownership, but there was a pretty big margin here. Timeline's 113 days under construction. So they did, some pretty decent work on it. Listed it too high because it was 108 days on market. So 221 days from the day they bought it to the day they put the check in the bank. And then if I'm looking to find the flipper on that, then we're going to see right here, Mod About You LLC. Oh, that's cute.
It's
Um,
very, very creative.
yes. So, so there's an example, right? So market research, figuring out where the percentage of ARV is, flipping the switch and starting to look for deals. So there's two basic ways you can look for deals, right? There's on market and there's off market. If I'm going to look for off market, I want to be in this area, right? That's wherever all the deals are located, all the comps that we need to prove ARV are in this area. So I can come in, I can pull a list of different like motivated seller type lists, absentee owners, pre-foreclosures, vacancies, zombie properties. Some of the stuff we don't have that if you're interested, we don't have is like probates, bankruptcies, and divorces. Those are three of the ones that we don't currently pull in. We likely will down the road. We just haven't gone down that path because we haven't had a lot of demand for it. But this here will generate tons of leads for you, right? And a lead is just that, it's a lead. It isn't a deal until you can actually start negotiating, which is why I like doing on market, because who's more motivated to sell their house than somebody who actually puts it on the MLS? These people haven't gone that far and they don't even know what price is. So when you do have a conversation with a direct to seller, you first have to get them on the phone, which can take 7 to 12 touches. And then also it's, having that negotiation, first convincing them that they should even consider an offer and potentially sell their house, and then getting them to a price where the price makes sense, where you can get it at a good enough discount to make the numbers work, but also they have to feel like a win where they're taking enough away from that deal, or you're solving a problem for them that maybe they're just, their credit's getting destroyed, or they're just paying a mortgage on a house that's not bringing any rent, or whatever it is. You're solving a problem for them. So that's that win-win. That's challenging. With on market, they want to sell it, what price they want to sell it for. And if you're using our filter, you know that it's going to be at the right discount. So let's run that filter here. So I'm going to click find similar active deals. Preview's going to go in and it's going to run comps on all the properties that are in this area. And then it's going to show us homes that have a list price, comparing that to the sold prices of the comps in the area. And it's going to show us those margins. Now, out of the box, that margin, we set it to 75% or less, which means there's a 25% equity there. And so let's say that we did our research and we realized that we need to be lower than 64% of the ARV in this area because maybe we talked to a buyer and a buyer told us they want to be at 64% or lower. Or we did our market research and we found that sweet spot and we found that it was about 64%. Whatever the reason, you can adjust it up or down. And by the way, you can have multiple searches saved. You can have a search in Tampa that's at 64%. You might have one in St. Louis that's at 52%. You might have one in Los Angeles that's at 74%, right? You can have all those multiple lines in the water, and you can have properties that match those specific criterias all across the different percentage of ARV spectrum. We can change the purchase price. Let's say we get qualified for a loan and it's 590 or less. And I'm going to rerun the search. And now it's finding those opportunities based off of this specific criteria. So let me just back out one notch there. So you can see those on the map. So, one thing I want to point out here is that not every property that we flag is going to make sense financially. But we will only flag it if there's a data point that says that it could match. But we got to look at it with our own two eyes. This house here, I'm looking at it and it looks like they did put some new posts up. And now I'm looking at the interior and it's like a, low end reno, right? They spent some money here, but this is like real cookie cutter basic. But the reason why this thing was flagged is because there were two data points here that have prices that are over the margin that I set. And so I sent it to 65%. So these two properties, based off of these sales prices, came in at 58 and 62% of ARV. So that's why this house was flagged. So sometimes you look at a house and you think, man, there's nothing else that we can do here to add value. So we're just going to hide it, right? So you can hide any property if it just doesn't make sense, or we can add it to a folder. Do three little lines here. Just click that, hide it, and that'll remove it from the list. This one here was also flagged as a potential deal. And when I look at this one, it does look like it's a little bit older, dated. It's not in horrible shape, but it looks like there might be some places to add value. But there's been some renovations to this. It's been updated at some point. Let's look at the comps in this one. This one has 3 comps. It says it might be worth doing. And at least one of the comps that we've brought into the comp set was flipped. Now it hasn't sold yet. Pay attention to the status here. Red is sold, active is under contract. It's the same as these up here. So you might have an under contract comp, active, sold, but these 3, when we ran the numbers, showed percentage of ARVs lower than 65%, which is what I set in the filter, right? Now there are other comps here that don't support the percentage of ARV. So these 3, if I come in here, there's going to be one blue one. See, this is a blue section. This one right here on Pelithox is going to be blue in the sold section. So right here it's blue. So we know it's in both sections, but everything that's red here, 15 other ones, are also comps, but those prices don't support the percentage of ARV. And we can see here the calculation. So this sold for 325. It sold for less than this. So the percentage of ARV is going to be higher than 100% because we have to divide the sales price into the price of this. And that's why this is greater. So there's a lot more data in this neighborhood that says that this thing's not a deal than is. And that's totally okay. And some of these things were flipped. So what that might make us realize, like, okay, well, is this thing even worth going for? And are the comps that are blue, why are those blue? Is it some anomaly? We don't know, but that's where you really have to start digging in. Now, what I notice about this one on Helifox, it sold it was built in 2020. Our subject property is 2005. Now, out of the box, we don't eliminate houses based off of year built, but you can in the filter. So you can come in here in the filter, and if this is 2025, we might do 10 years plus or minus. So maybe do 1995 to 2015. And we can adjust it. We can also adjust the delta on the square feet. Maybe we're not finding enough data. We decide that, okay, let's go to 20% plus or minus on the square feet. So the square feet on this house is 1454. We'll take it from 15 to 20%, and that's going to add another 5% on either end for the tolerance. We could adjust the stories. Let's say we've all seen those neighborhoods where there's like a new subdivision and they sell 90% of the lots, but then there's like 1 or 2 lots that just don't get sold. So they're just, barren. They're just unfinished. And so those lots sometimes can be like that for decades. And then they eventually come in and build a new house. And let's say all the houses in the neighborhood were ranches. And then 20 years from now, somebody comes in and builds a new house and they build a 2-story. Well, if you're going to run comps in that 2-story with our algorithm, it might show no comps because the stories are different. So you can change the number of stories that are included in the comp set to try to bring in more data that you can use to analyze it. We use an 8-month time period for the solds. In some markets, going back a full 8 months might be too far back. So you could adjust that. You can adjust, how many months you want in that range. You can also sort any of these columns. So if I wanted to sort by sold date to see the ones that sold most recently, I can do that. I just click the sold, and now it's the most recent sold comp was in October, and the oldest one is back in four. So I might hide some of these. Let's say I don't want to go back into this range. I can just come in and click hide, and I'm able to hide those from the CMA. And any changes you make to the CMA automatically save into it. You don't have to click save down here. Now, if I change the filter here, I do have to save that. But let's also say we want to adjust the comp radius. Now, it doesn't make a lot of sense here because this comp radius is actually pretty good because you got this major road, major road. But if I wanted to, I could adjust this to say 1 mile. I'm going to click save, and it's going to make all those changes. And you can see here that, the comp radius went out and now it crosses those roads. But that was just, a sample I wanted to show you something that you can do. And we also changed the delta for the square feet, year built range as well. And it got rid of some of those year builts that were just too high or too low. So you can really massage the data and niche it, but we set it at out of the box, right, to save you time, because comping is really more of an art than it is a science. And we've built all the philosophy of comping for appraisal into the comping algorithm so you don't have to think about it. I mean, you could really get in the weeds. I've seen people comp a property out for an entire day because they can't find the comps. And typically when you can't find a lot of comparables, it means you're not looking in the right areas. Because if you're looking in rural areas, where houses are further apart and there's a lot more, the comps are more heterogeneous, right? They're not this similar, then it's going to be really hard to comp, right? So that's why high investor activity areas are the easiest to comp in. And also because they're around city centers, but you're going to find more homes that are fix and flip that you can use to establish after repair value. Then if I were to go and share this comparative market analysis now with somebody, maybe I'm going to share it with my lender, or I'm going to share it with a business partner, or I'm going to send it to my agent. When they open up this comparative market analysis, it's only going to show the comps that I've left here. So if I was really trying to make a case, say for like my lender, that the property was worth a certain percentage of ARV, I might hide all the comps that don't support that and just use the specific comps that are supporting the percentage of ARV that I'm shooting for. So you can really, really tailor this down. So at the end of the day, this one here, I wouldn't write an offer on this one. I don't know if there's enough work you could do to it for it to be viable. But let's look at another one here. This house here, the floor is ripped up. Someone did their own DIY bathroom. All the doors, paint, trim needs to be replaced, the flooring. This house would be a good flip, right? It looks like, just looking at the photos, this is something you could flip and make some money as long as the numbers make sense. Now, right in the remarks, they put investor special. And I will say, if you want in your filter, you can use keywords. There's a keyword filter down here. If I wanted to put investor in there, then it will look in the remarks section for those keywords, and you might be able to isolate some opportunities. But I'm not a big believer in using keywords, honestly, because you're really dependent on the agent to put the right words in there. So if it doesn't need, let's say it was an investor special and the agent he got lazy and they didn't want to put that in there, you would miss out on a property that needed work. Or maybe they say investor special and the price is just ridiculous. They're pricing for like, 4 months in the future, just trying to get some people. And you may spend time looking at a property that says investor special in it, but it's not. The pricing is way off. So that's why this comping algorithm is so powerful, is because it doesn't take in anything but the data. It's only looking at the sales price and the price of the comps. So I wanted to show you that you could use that, but let's dig a little bit more into this one. Now, earlier, remember I mentioned that you could pull lists. Well, the list filter, that quick filter, we're still looking at those filters when we pull properties. It says property here is an absentee owner. So absentee owner, they're a retired landlord and they own it free and clear. There's three different levels of motivation here on top of the fact that we know it's on the market and it's also priced appropriately. And in this blue tag right here is called privy preferred. So earlier I mentioned the easiest way to find a deal is to find that unrenovated house that's in the same neighborhood as homes that are being fix and flipped. What this tells us, this privy preferred, is that this house has a higher chance of being a deal because it has renovated comps. And that actually goes to what you asked yesterday, Dan, about is there like some sort of a ranking? This is a level that we use to say, okay, this one's worth more to you to spend time looking at than one that doesn't have this
Okay,
tag.
so what we're looking for is that little blue badge, right?
The blue badge helps.
Okay.
So it means we have at least one comp here that we're flipped, and we've got one, two, three, four,
Oh,
five,
wow.
6 comps that were flipped.
Do you have a base criteria that qualifies a property for the badge?
Yeah, they need at least one flipped comp.
At least one flip top. Gotcha. So somebody's going through this. They're going through a market, right? Let's make this digestible, guys. You get privy. You're out here. You're looking for opportunities. You find your market. You decide what market you're going to go to. Now you're drilling into that market. You're going through and you're looking for opportunities. And then you see 10, 15, 20 houses in a given neighborhood or area. And then you see maybe 3 to 5 of them have a badge. Could that, Benson, be a good starting point for them to be able to say, okay, let me start with the badges? Doesn't mean if it's that's not a good deal if it doesn't have a badge, but at least there's some validation from the system. This could be a good opportunity.
100%, right? We've all got limited time.
Yep.
And so that's what I do. When I'm typically looking at my list for the day, I look at these first because it's speed to lead,
Yep.
right? So if I only know I have 30 minutes to look at my properties before my next appointment, I'm going to look at the ones that are badged first
Yep.
because they've got number one, the percentages make sense. It isn't just the badge. We've run the numbers and the percentage of ARV is lower than my filter. And another layer of validation is that it's got a flipped comp, which is what we're looking for when we're trying to determine ARV. We got to think about, put ourselves in the shoes of whoever we're trying to prove this to, right? If we're a wholesaler, we're trying to prove to our buyers that this is has a percentage of ARV and we can prove it, right? So if you've got a bunch of flip comps and you're marketing this deal and you send it to your buyer, they're going to have less of a reason to argue with you on ARV when the data is just so clear.
Yep.
But if you don't have flipped comps as part of your comp set and you're trying to say, oh, this thing is worth a certain value, and they're like, well, I don't see that. Where are you
Yep.
getting this data from? And reputation is everything, especially when it's such a small community. If you're going out there and you're trying to sell a value that where there's no real data that says that's true, that might be the last time you ever get to talk to that buyer before they lose you lose your credibility.
Yep. Now, here's one thing that I would say, guys. You got to realize there's a couple of things that you need to really remember, take note on as we're doing this, because this is some of the places people get stuck. All right, what do we mean? Well, step one, okay, we want to be thorough and sure we're finding good data. But hold on, we got to do it quickly and not spend too much time comping and looking through deals. Well, where's the balance? We can talk about that in more detail because I'm definitely more of a let me just make the phone call and go from there, right? But when you're dealing with agents, there is a value to take a couple of minutes and understand if you're calling on a specific property, why you're interested in calling in the first place. So let's say you go and you do that. Well, if I want to be thorough, what's my goal? How do I be thorough but also not waste time? This is a great way to do that. You come in here, you say, all right, I'm going to say, how do I want to start my day? I want to start my day strong. Let me develop a practice. I'm going to my neighborhoods. I'm going to spend 15 minutes and I'm going to see if I can find 5 to 10 properties that have the badge. And I'm starting my day off with a phone call, right? And maybe that's a way that you start. Again, we can talk about practices for that, but I think that becomes helpful. Now let's go to the second part that Benson said. Guys, you're dealing with agents. You're also dealing with buyers once you get a property under contract. Your name will either become recognized as a viable investor that knows what they're doing, or a newbie wholesaler that has no clue what they're talking about. Which one do you want to be? Now, there's going to be some of you who are going to hear that, and all of a sudden you get that feeling down here, and you're like, "Oh, wait, I don't qualify. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm not. I don't like. Let me go to real estate school." Okay, that's fine, but like this is the power of tools. This is the power of communities. You can get that shortcut, if you will, to cut through the front of the line. Well, how do you do that? Well, in this particular circumstance, you can say, "Hey, this is how I would present this, right? I am going to be launching this from scratch. I am probably going to be picking Orlando. Fun fact. Why? Thinking about moving back to Orlando. I lived there for a long time. So now I can call out there and I can say, hey guys, I'm an investor. I am thinking about getting started in this area. I am looking for investment opportunities. Also looking to make some relationships for some agents so I can make sure I'm getting the ground running. I found a property right here. Talk to me about this. What's going on? Okay, we go through the process. I decide whether or not it's worth making an offer. That's how I'm starting that agent conversation. We'll go into that in more detail. Okay, let's assume I get this property under contract. To Benson's point, and I'm trying to send this to a buyer to see if there's some interest out here. What's with this property that I get under contract? The lesson that Benson's putting out here today is you don't want to lose credibility. So if your name is associated with good deals, people are going to trust you more. But what do you do when you don't have a name yet? How do you make sure you're on the right path when maybe you're not proficient in the numbers perfectly yet? You don't know the market the way you would really like to know the market. Well, a great way is to say, hey, Bob the buyer, I'm going to be coming across some opportunities. Are you? It looks like you've done some active flips in this area. Are you active looking for investors or actively looking for investments when I come across them? Yeah, sure, great. Here's what I'm going to do. When I find an opportunity, Bob, the builder, the buyer, I'm going to just send you the opportunities I come across with the CMAs that I put together that justify it. Would you be okay to take a look at that and tell me if I'm on the right track for your buy box or not? Now, even if my numbers are wrong, Benson, would you agree that if I take that approach with the buyer, not knowing what I'm doing, not having a real proficient skill in comping or running numbers yet, but I follow the system, I let the system build the CMA, and I have a conversation. Hey, I'm going to present this. Give me your thoughts. I send it to the buyer, even if the numbers are wrong. Do you think that the buyer is going to be more likely to say, no, I appreciate this is very well put together. Let's shoot for this next time?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're going to be open, especially if it's a data-driven approach.
Yep.
Right? And if you're providing them with a bunch of information they don't have to go find on their own, you're halfway there, even if you're, not 100% confident in the numbers, but you still want to give them something, right? You don't just want to be like, okay, here's a property, and you don't send them any estimation of after repair value, or you don't send them any comps, right? So you want to send them something.
Hmm.
But if you're not confident in giving them an actual ARV, give them a range. It's like, so here's the range of after repair values I'm finding, right? So like this one right here, there is a range here, 360 to 345, but ours is a 3.1. This is a 4.2. Um, One of the things you have to understand and be able to do when you're comping is to what's called make adjustments. So making adjustments means you adjust the after repair value on a property that has different characteristics than your subject. And in this case, what you do is because this has an extra bedroom and an extra bathroom, and if we determine that we can't add another bedroom and bathroom to this house, we have to subtract the value of those two items out of this number. So let's say, for example, our starting point is 345. And let's say we determine that a bedroom is worth 25 grand. So we're going to subtract 25,000. And then we determine that a bathroom's worth 15 grand. So now we're going to subtract $15,000 from this. So now our adjusted after repair value for this house that we're looking at is 305,000. Now we don't have a $85,000 difference. We've got a $40,000 difference. 45,000. So we could send this to a buyer and say, hey, based off of the two most recent flips that happened in the same neighborhood, for three ones, the ARV is between 260 and $405,000. And here's the two comps that show that. And now you didn't have to like get laser like, oh, here's exactly what it's worth, but you're giving them enough to where they can do some of their own due diligence and then they figure out where it lands. Virginia, what's your question?
Don't you have to look at the year built though for them? Because those were built much more recently than the subject property.
You absolutely do. Yeah. Eliminate any comps that don't make sense on a year built scenario. So earlier I showed you how you can adjust this. So you can do the year built range right here, or you can eliminate those on a one by one. So any comp that doesn't make sense, you just come in here and hide it.
Yeah, let me say this, guys, and I'm going to say this. Benson may love me or hate me for saying this, but I'm saying it anyways because this is how I roll. Let me be really, really clear, y'all. And I've heard this a lot over the years being in this game from people using Privy, from people using pick a software, pick a tool, pick a resource. Here's what they do. Pick a course, pick a community. Here's what people do, right? Hear me, guys. What they do is they go and they buy the thing. They buy the community, they buy the software, they buy the resource. And then the resource doesn't do everything for them perfectly. And then what happens? Oh, well, I bought it and it didn't do this and it didn't do that. Guys, let me be really, really clear. I don't know of any software on the planet that's going to do everything for you. That's not their job. Their job is not to replace you. Their job is not to eliminate your work. Their job is to make your work easier. Their job is to simplify the steps. Anybody who uses Chat GPT knows this. Chat GPT is amazing. Chat GPT is overwhelmingly imperfect, as is every software. No software is perfect. Benson's put together a fantastic software, but guess what? If you are waiting for a software to do your entire job for you, I would argue you're approaching this with the wrong mindset, right? So let's give an example go back to the Dispo thing. You may send this to a buyer that's in a specific neighborhood who's lived there for 20 years. He's flipped 25% of the houses in the respected 5-mile radius, right? Well, that guy may look at this and say, oh, just so you know, that particular block has a unique thing because there's 3 historic houses on that block, and that actually changes the numbers. Well, guess what? That's the information you have when you're very entrenched in a neighborhood. A software may not catch those details, and it's not supposed to. This software is processing millions upon millions of data sets across the entire country. Guys, it's going to give you solid templates and resources to get make your job easier and give you a head start. But you can't use it as an excuse to be lazy and not do your part, right? Recognize the difference. Don't think that any of these resources are going to do it for you because that's not their role. That's not what they're supposed to do. Would you agree with that, Benson?
Oh yeah. Yeah. And it's better to have like a broad net first and then tailor it down. It looks like this neighborhood in Tampa, like a lot of neighborhoods, everything's just really the same. Like everything was built in the same time frame. Everything looks the same. Everything was the same price range. Everything was the same year built. But there's different stuff here. So like if you got really specific on year built in some areas, you'll have no comps. So you have to start to loosen those up. So it depends. Your approach could be different, but to your point, Daniel, yeah, you can get really, really specific on things. But you're always gonna have to use your set of eyes to reinforce and validate what you see in all cases. So yeah, the point's well taken. But Virginia, you're absolutely right. You do have to take into consideration your belt. Um, in sometimes you want to look at like garages, like some people tell you, well, you have to use a house that has another garage. Well, what if there isn't one? Right? So you have to start to be able to understand what a comp is and also how to be more liberal with your comp criteria to bring in data, because even an appraiser sometimes will have to use a house that you just wouldn't think they would use because there's no other data. And there's other ways to look too, right? So you can go further back in time. I think Jamil says, time travel is what he calls it. You can go further back in time to get comps rather than loosen like the criteria around year built or the property characteristics. But it's just something you want to play with, right? And every market's different. Like in some markets, you might say, like, hey, listen, you never go outside the subdivision. In other markets, they're like, yeah, you can go outside the subdivision as long as it's built with the same time frame. And those are the things you want to start to learn about your local market. And as you get more experienced, but also talking with other investors in that market, talking with agents to figure out what best practices is, because just like Daniel said, the algorithm isn't going to know those local market subtleties, right? The local market realities, and that's where experts, people that have niched in those markets, agents that have worked in those areas for a long time, will be able to show you and start to share some of that information with you.
Yep. So guys, hear that.
Yeah.
Like, hear this, guys. Your job is not to be perfect before you make the phone calls. It's not to become the pro. That's not how you become a pro. You become a pro by making the phone calls. So then now here's the dichotomy. Okay, well, if I don't know what I'm doing, I'm going to make the phone calls and I'm going to sound silly. If I go and I get ready, I'm not making the calls. How do I become successful? Here's the answer. What you do is you go and you find a good resource that gives you the best information you can possibly find. Then you go and you call that person and you say, hey, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to provide you with something. I'm new to this particular area. I'm actually really interested in working with this. Give me an idea of what your thoughts on my analysis is for the neighborhood. I'd love to find you more opportunities. Tell me if this is what you look for or not. And they'll come back and they'll let you know. Now what you've done is you've established a relationship. You've demonstrated your work ethic. You've demonstrated the level and quality of the work that you provide. You've demonstrated your willingness to learn. Most people who are good people love helping people, especially if helping them brings them opportunities. So now you're establishing a good relationship. There's so many dominoes that you're knocking down by getting out of your way and just saying, look, I don't need to be perfect before I get started. I just need the resources and the willingness to do the thing. And I think that's going to make a huge difference.
Yep. Absolutely. So look at these, and then if you determine it doesn't make sense, then you can hide this. Or if you look at a property and you realize that maybe like one of the comps, Virginia, was just too new. Well, if you eliminate that comp, what happens? Is there still data that says it's worth looking at? And it might be yes, but then you look even further and say, okay, well, I eliminated all the comps that were too new or too far away or whatever it is. Then at that point you could say, okay, well, what are the comps that says it's a deal? And then you look at those prices, and if those ones aren't blue, but they're still sold and they're in the area, then you might think, okay, well, shoot, the new ARV for this property is really 250. Well, what do I have to get it at for it to make sense at 250? So you just pull out your handy calculator here, take 250, and we knew we wanted to be at 65%, right? So come in at 65% of that, and we're like, okay, well, maybe that's not the one. Let's see. Let's actually look at the data here. So look at some comps here, and let's just put it lower. Let's say it's a 230. Maybe we realize it's actually 230. So 230 times 0.65. So 49,000. So now if we have to offer $10,000 less for the numbers to make sense on this one. And then if you're going to wholesale it, we need some room for you too. Right? So maybe we want a $5,000 assignment fee. So I'm going to come in at 140 on this to leave a little room for negotiation and a $5,000 assignment fee for me. That's how you would approach that. So you make sure you have a little handy calculator. This calculator right here is just one that's on my computer. Every computer has one. I pin it to the bottom here so I can have easy access to it. Good question though. Cool. So does anybody have any questions about comping? So we build the CMA for every house that matches the search results. You can type in the address of any property up here. And actually, one other thing I want to show you too, this is pretty cool. Let's say you source a list, maybe you got a probate list, right? And we don't have probates, right? But maybe you get it from your attorney friend or from PropStream or something. You can come in the lists right here, and there's an upload button. So you can upload any property that you have. All you need is the property address to Privy, and Privy will build a comparative market analysis, pull comps, and analyze thousands of properties for you in seconds. And all you got to do is just upload it. And it just has to match the sample file here. In the sample file, CSV, you can download it, but it's just street, city, state, zip. Really simple. It just has to be in a CSV format, not EXE or one of those other spreadsheet formats, CSV. And then you just choose the file off your computer, upload it. It will build a new folder for you over here on the left. It builds a new folder, and then it will add all those properties in there, and then it will build that comparative market analysis. And it does that all for you in seconds.
Is it possible for to also, as an alternative, could I just go and find that address in here and then run it that way as well?
Oh yeah, that's what this search bar is for. So you just type the address of the search of the address you want to comp on a one-off basis. That upload feature was for multiple properties, like lists of properties
Nice,
to
nice,
comp
nice.
out
Okay.
all at once. But yeah, if you have a property address, you can type it in. Do you have an address, a house that you're analyzing right now, Dan?
I do not. Who has one? Guys, let's do one. Matter of fact, let's do this one. Rodolfo, you in here, bro?
What's up?
You want to run that Tampa property, the one that we're trying to dispo right now?
Yeah, let's do it.
Get a CMA. Can you toss the address in here real quick?
Yeah, what's the address?
It's 3704 Berger, Berger Road,
Let's.
Lutz. Yeah.
Ooh, fancy. Oh, this is the one you were talking about before, that it's going to be difficult. It's a higher price property, smaller buyer
Yep.
pool.
Yeah, we put it on Investor Lift, and have, I think, literally zero feedback on it. No responses, no interest.
But look at this. There's no comps based off the algorithm, right?
Yep.
So when we look at, so there aren't properties that match this criteria. We click all, that actually removes the comping algorithm, and it's going to show us everything in that area. There's actually 11 sold properties, but they weren't similar enough to the subject. And the biggest difference is the square feet. Like, you have the biggest house in the neighborhood. It's 7,000 square feet. And here's all the other sales that happened in the last 8 months.
So
So
the
for-
highest sale price is $1 million. No, yeah, $1 million. Looks like there's $1 million one. Saddleback.
Yeah, but look at the square feet.
Yeah,
It's half as much.
which lends credence to what's your contract price, Rodolfo?
We have it at 1.25.
Right. So I mean, half his price. I mean, again, this
So
is what Benson's talking about, right? Like, you want to get stuff where there's a lot of information around you, because if not, even buyers will get nervous, because buyers are going to run the same information as we are, and if they can't get comps, they're going to be concerned of whether or not they can move it as well. Go ahead, Rodolfo.
now, so on the map, more towards the east, there is some. So when I didn't see any comps, I open up my range, and a little bit more towards the east, there is a couple of properties that are a little bit more similar to the subject property, and they're within the millions. So that's what I did. Matt also helped me to comp this one, and that's how we came like around. We thought that maybe two, but obviously it seems like we're off. So like
Yeah, I
you
mean,
have the
I just did the same
2.7,
thing. So
1.4.
I just expanded the search, way out east here, like you said. The other thing you want to be conscious of is water, right? This one isn't on the water, doesn't look like, is it?
Oh, no.
So there's up top here, there's this aerial view. So there's a subject property. And then be careful about the comps that you use, the ones that have higher prices that justify a higher value. Right?
They're all
Like
on
this
water.
one here, this one's probably on the water, right? Yeah, you can see it's on the water.
And I think it's a newer build too.
Same size though, right? So there's one similarity. But
Mhm.
even if you like, I don't know what the deduction in this particular neighborhood would be for waterfront versus not waterfront. But even still, even if you took 400 grand off, right, and you put the ARV at 2.3, similar price point, newer build. Let's say even if you put it at 2 million, you're taking $700,000 off for that. Like I could see the argument. This is again, this is guys, this is where you need to have where competition serves you.
Mhm. Yeah, it certainly does. That's a tough one, man. I mean, anytime you get it up into these luxury type homes, it's going to be a lot more difficult to dispo. And then if you're in a high, this is a lower investor activity area. Like I'm looking at all these properties here, and I don't see one that looks like it was flipped. Oh, wait, here's one. Valley Ranch. I didn't scroll down far enough. Yeah. So they bought it for 515, sold it for 885. Yeah, that's a challenging one, Rodolfo. I don't know. But let me give you this CMA. This might be helpful for you. I'll put it in the chat for you.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I'll add this also, Rodolfo, to the investor lift thing, and maybe what we can do, bro. Maybe today, if we have time. If not today, tomorrow, we can just call some buyers on this and just demonstrate. Like maybe if we do it here live, we can just talk to the buyers, get a feel for what they are looking for in this area, and just get on the ground opinions of what's going on with this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually because I spoke to a realtor, um, and I think she deals like with high-end buyers. Like she told me that she had a baseball player that was looking for a property, uh, and didn't get any feedback. So I was actually thinking of just dropping this to 1.35, seeing
Did
if
you
we
say
can move it.
baseball player or baseball player?
Baseball player.
Now you got to use your words, bro. Base,
Baseball.
enunciate, pumpkin. I'm just kidding. Love you. Um,
Baseball.
Baseball. See? Yeah, let's run it, man. Maybe we can call and see if we can figure it out. I mean, we can lower it, but even still, right? Like we gotta figure out where people want to be. The way I look at this is where I think sales becomes a big thing. If you don't understand the objection, you can't assume that everything's a price objection. Otherwise, you're shooting yourself in the foot. So I want to make sure that we understand that if we before we drop the price, that price is actually the objection. And if not, we can figure that out. I think that the agent looking for a celebrity, whatever, but I don't know. It's not Lutz, it's Lutz. Is it really pronounced Lutz? Um, I don't know how far this is from like a Tampa metro, but there's people with money in Tampa for sure. So maybe this is a cash buyer situation that is a homestead.
Yeah, I mean that's I don't think. I mean the thing is like roof is like 4 years old, AC is like 4 years old. So yeah,
Okay.
The other
This is
angle here might be if you find somebody who was looking at a business where maybe they're going to do like a pad split or senior living facility where they can come in and they can sell these rooms on a bed by bed basis.
That's true too.
Yeah, senior living could be good. Don't sound. Why you sound so depressed, Rodolfo? Are you
No,
just
no, no. I
you
was.
just you,
It's that's why I like to operate in my backyard because I know, like the whole thing that you were just saying about, this street and like that's why I like to deal West Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade. Like I'm out of my element here. This was a deal that was brought to me. I negotiated it. We got it on the price, on the contract, and this is like I'm kind of a little bit like out of my comfort zone because I don't know what's what, and if so it's that's why I do my backyard.
so let's talk about that for a second, Benson. I know you've covered market selection. What's your opinion on this? Somebody's going out here, they're finding a market. What are the pros and cons of the market that they live in? If they, for whatever reason, can't pick the market that they live in, what do they do? What are some good rules of thumb when selecting a market? For context, Rodolfo lives in Miami. He works Miami. Miami's a notoriously difficult market to work. Yet
Yeah.
Rodolfo is making a ton of money in Miami. Why? Because he has learned what works for him. He knows the market, he knows the neighborhood, he knows what streets are good, what streets aren't. So, what's your thoughts on this? Somebody's in here. Why should they pick their market? Why shouldn't they? If they can't, what should be their decision making process?
I mean, that really goes back to day one. I mean, that's what we covered on day one
Yep,
was,
yep.
looking at investor activity and then getting honest with yourself about the challenges that you're going to have if you decide to just look where you live, right? Like now this, let me get back to the heat map here. Again, three check boxes I look at. One, is there high investor activity? Two, do I have the best data available? So I'm going to choose a blue area that has direct to MLS data that I can access without being, licensed. Again, I'm trying to make it easier on myself. And then three is boots on the ground. So if my boots on the ground is me, that's great. But if it's not me, then I need someone who can be my boots, right? So I like to use agents, but it could be someone from the community here. Maybe you partner up with someone who's in the community who can go look at properties for you and walk a property, take extra photos, make sure that there isn't anything weird about the neighborhood, and there are things that you can see with your own eyes that are helpful, which is why boots on the ground helps, but it isn't necessary. That's why it's last on my checklist. So you look at your market, you click fix and flip, right? You're wholesaling. We need buyers. If there's low investor activity in that market, then just save yourself the headache. Honestly, like don't waste 6 months trying to force a round peg into a square hole. This is what a lot of people end up doing. And that might be all the time they have. I've talked to so many people, Dan, about people who fail and they're doing all the right things. We're in a shitty market. And they
Yep.
just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And pretty soon they run out of cash, they run out of runway. Their husband or their wife says, come on, you're wasting time here. Like, just go get a
Yep.
job. But it wasn't anything they did. They just were in the wrong market.
Yeah,
So
here's the thing, right? Like, let's go back to the gold rush times. I don't know a huge amount about the gold rush, but what I can tell you right now is I'm pretty positive there were a lot of people who went out to find gold, and they did all the right things. They went out to California, they bought the shovels, they bought the tools, they did all the things, and then they went out there and they started digging and digging and digging and digging. And I'm sure there's some of them that left with nothing. But what we can know for a fact is that is probably very, very possible that there is many people who were digging, and if they would have went 10 feet to the left, they could have changed their lives because they were doing all the right things. They were just doing it in the wrong spot. Now, to their credit, they didn't really have any way to know that. It's in the ground. But it's 2024 now, and what we do, you can have a better insight to know what you're doing. This is why good resources matter. Because if you can start looking at things like what Benson is talking about here, you can get away from the guesswork. You don't have to just go buy a shovel or buy a dialer and get a cold caller and just say, hey, let me go and just start calling random houses. You can get really, really specific and say, well, where's the gold? Well, the cool thing is this tells us where the gold is. The gold is over here where you see 1665, 1037, 1269, 1078. This is where the gold is. How do we know? Because all of the other people that are digging for gold are right here.
Yep. And it's the evidence of the gold too. I'm glad you used that analogy. I've used that analogy dozens of times, Dan. My
Oh, really?
favorite, one of my favorite shows on Discovery is Gold Rush. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. It's a freaking awesome show. Virginia's seen it. She likes it. And what they do before they start spending all their resources digging up the dirt and, clearing it out, is they do what's called an assay. And so they go in and they drill core samples, right? They go down, dozens and dozens of feet, and they pull out the core samples. And if there's no evidence that there's gold in that area, they don't dig. This is basically your core samples here. This shows you where the evidence of the gold is. So even if you live in the Oklahoma City area, like, don't go and pull lists of quote unquote motivated sellers in Union City. You're just wasting your time. Go dig for gold where there's evidence of gold. And the evidence of the gold is other investors that are doing deals.
Yep. Now, guys, we said this on Tuesday, right? To repeat this, if you go to these rural markets, you're going to have easier conversations and you're going to have a higher likelihood of the people saying yes and signing your contract. But you don't get paid for signing contracts. You get paid for closing deals. And if you can't do that second half of the business, you're going to be doing exactly what Benson described. You're going to be going and spinning your wheels, and you're going to feel like you're trying to do all this stuff, and your family going to get mad at you, and what the hell are you doing with your time? But if you go to these harder markets, yeah, but it's hard. Everybody hangs up on me. They say the F word. The F word. Yeah, I get it. But guess what? That's because they're here to do business. You want comps, you need competition. And that's what Benson made that point Tuesday. Jeremy, what's going on, Pumpkin? Jeremy Davis, if you guys don't know him, very attractive young fellow out of
Benson. How you doing, buddy?
What's going on?
Nothing much, man. I haven't seen you since Tampa. How things been?
Wow. Been very well.
Awesome. I just popped in here to see this train wreck. No, I'm just kidding. You guys are doing great. I love this.
Jeremy, answer this question for me, bro. Right? You work in arguably one of the top most competitive markets, have for years, right? Salt Lake City, Utah. Very competitive, very small niche market to a large degree, right? Everybody knows everybody out there. Give me your thoughts, your philosophy on this, right? Like, do you agree or disagree? Should people be out here working in the sticks so they can get easy contracts, or is it worth bearing the BS that comes with getting punched in the face because that's where the checks are made?
Daniel, all right. So you're making me basically divulge that the truth of this business is it's really fucking hard, right? And if you want to make good money and you want to get the margins that your company needs to survive and reinvest back into your business for more marketing, you can't be in the sticks. You can't be in the rurals. Like, that's one of the hardest parts about Salt Lake is, specifically speaking, if you go outside of just the general boundaries of the main counties, you are now in farmland. That's another reason why I see some people asking about, should you focus on one market or nationwide? I would personally, I'd focus on a market that has a good amount of urban sprawl, meaning like the Carolinas or Florida or the Tennessee, things like that, where if you go an hour outside of one city, you're an hour closer to the next major city, which means that you now have two buyer pools if you're in between those two major cities. So for me, being in Salt Lake has almost been a curse and a blessing. Blessing meaning that my assignment fees are huge, but curse meaning that the competition here is so hard. Cost to market here is so hard. Like, cost per lead on Google is about $750 for each lead. So imagine just lighting $750 on fire for somebody that has their house listed on the market with an agent and they're just going to your website to see if you can help buy their house. Like, that hurts. But if you can get the deal, it's worth it. So hope that helps, Daniel.
It does help. Leave it to Jeremy to say all of the quiet stuff out loud. But that's what we're doing here, right? This is the point, to say the quiet part out loud, because too many people have been beating their head up against the wall for 6 months because nobody said the hard part. And I think that's important. What's your average assignment fee out there in the years you've been doing this, Jeremy?
Well, when I was doing heavy wholesale, my average assignment fee was about 55,000. I've got many 75,000s. I've got a bunch of over 100,000s, but 55,000 was my average. But then now that I've moved more towards flipping and renovations, I've got 2 deals that are under contract right now that are, we renovated over the past few months, and I'm going to be netting a little over $300,000 from 2 2 fix and flips. So that's going to close December and January. So if you're good at negotiating deals, if you've got skills that Daniel has, and hopefully that Daniel's helping you guys get better at talking to sellers, that's another thing. Not to say talking to on-market deals is a bad thing, but if you want the big spreads, you got to go off market. You got to go direct to seller. That's the only way you're going to get those big, big deals. And reason being, just to kind of like reveal the curtain once again, is that if you are talking to an agent and you give that agent an offer that's a home run deal for you, that agent's job is to be the gatekeeper between you and that seller, between you and that client. And they are literally going to either shut it down, or if they see their client saying yes to that deal for you, they're just going to go, hey, can I buy the deal instead? And so we've seen that so many times, and it drives me nuts. And so rather than teaching an agent how to actually get the deal better than I can, I just go direct to seller. And so, yeah, hope that makes sense again.
It does. And there's nuance to this, guys, right? And this is one of the things, because I'm building all 3 of these businesses over the next couple of weeks. I want to show the difference between, there are pros and cons to these things. There's ups and downs, right? To Jeremy's point, he just named all of the things, the good, bad, and the ugly. He's making $55, $75, $100,000 per deal. Now he's doing 2 deals, going to make $300,000. Again, any one given deal is more than a lot of people in this country make for an entire year. But it comes with pros and cons, right? So this is what I want to dispel, the myths of the nuance between all of this stuff, so we can make the right decision. Benson, you've been doing this for a long time. You're a licensed agent. What are your thoughts, man? What are your thoughts on what Jeremy's perspective is on this?
Yeah, it's true. And that's why early on I said, especially for people that are starting, it makes sense to have multiple sources of deal flow. Like, figure out what you're good at. This is one of the things you're good at teaching people, Dan, is sales process. But some people struggle with sales and negotiations, right? So, but they still want to wholesale. So, there's a place for them too. And then the people that are really good at negotiating, that you learn over time, then maybe a more focused direct to seller approach makes sense than doing stuff off market. I'm sorry, doing stuff on market. So yeah, multiple different deal sources out there. It really just depends on what's going on with you and how much bandwidth you have, right? Because the direct to seller is all in the follow-up, right, Jeremy? Like, you're following up 10 times to get somebody on the phone to even have a conversation with you. And when you say that $750 cost of lead, does that take into account the follow-up process and all the other costs? How do you average that?
When I pivoted away from wholesaling, and by the way, I'll still wholesale if I get a deal that just doesn't fit my buy box. But when we pivoted away, we were at about between $750 to $900 cost per lead. Cost per click, I think, was somewhere around $180. So every time they just went to our website just to click it, that was $180 that we spent. And so I think our cost per lead was right around $750. Our cost per contract was about $18,000. And our cost per deal, so it went from contract to close, was about $22,000. And that is really hard to sustain if you think about margins, guys. If you run an acquisition team and you got dispo agents and stuff like that, you got to be at about a 3x margin, right? So if I'm spending $20,000, I better hope that I get a $60,000 assignment that's able to pay my team and reinvest back into the business. And we were finding that one reason that the cost per contract and the cost per deal went up so rapidly and went up so high, because here in Salt Lake, the vast majority of the leads that were going to our website were people that had listed on the market. They were on market deals. They didn't have equity. They were struggling trying to sell. They're like, hey, my agent is not selling our house fast enough. I saw that my company's cash quick buyers. You guys buy for cash quick. So can you make an offer? And I'm like, no, I can't make an offer for a cash offer. Like, we can talk about creative, but then now we're going down the creative route and assigning a creative deal. I've got mixed feelings about that. It's, if you're assigning it to somebody that you don't know, will they perform? Are they damaging the seller? That's another way of looking at it. But I mean, I'll finish with this, Benson, and Daniel. It's kind of like this. If you are a teenager and you are looking to get affection, I'm a boy teenager. Okay, I'm a guy, and I want to get affection from somebody. The easiest way to get affection is to go into a brothel, but it's not real. That's the same as going on market. When you're going on market, you are talking to agents that are there because they actually want to talk to you. They're there. They're getting paid to have that conversation with you. So for a lot of newer investors, having a conversation with an agent it's nicer, it's easier. It's not a baseball bat to the face like it is with direct to seller. And that's where a lot of investors that are doing direct to seller will eventually pivot away from it entirely because they just can't take that baseball bat to the face over and over and over again. But if you do effective marketing, and that again, what Daniel does is one side of the coin. It is one side being negotiation and sales skills, and the other side being effective marketing, where you know how to target sellers that are able to sell at a discounted price. Those are the two key components to having a successful real estate business. And so, yeah, like I said, for me, I don't need the affection of a brothel. I actually want to go, and test my luck. And I'd rather walk into a library and see if I can find a woman that I want to marry. If that makes any sense, going down that weird analogy.
Just so you guys know, this is probably the most Jeremy Davis analogy that one could give. If you didn't know Jeremy Davis before, you just got Jeremy Davis in a nutshell.
Yeah.
So here's what I'll say, guys, right? Remember what I've said over these last couple of days. Fun fact, I'm in the process of trying to put together this website right now that's going to give you guys takeaways so that you guys can take the things that you're learning here and like you can have them as a frame of reference. Why? Because this business, I said this at the first day, this is the easiest, most complicated business on the planet. Why? Well, just listen to what the hell Jeremy just said, right? There are a lot of ways to do this business. I'm focusing on 3 of them. And the reason I'm focusing on 3 of them is because these are 3 of the most, in my opinion, viable approaches to run this business. All of them have their pros and cons. What you guys, if you don't realize it, what Jeremy just said, he was describing the direct to seller approach. That's the approach we've talked about least. Jeremy, if you wouldn't mind, when we get to the direct to seller day, if you maybe you can come back in, go and deep dive a little bit.
I would love to. I think, guys, that getting your business started with direct to agent is a great way of getting started. Again, it's getting your feet wet. It's having easier conversations where if out of 10 agents that I call, 9 of the conversations will be a pleasant conversation, when it's the exact opposite with direct to seller. Right.
Yep.
And it's a lot more difficult. And imagine a seller that, they want to sell their house for $400,000 and you need to offer them 50% of that. It is not an easy conversation. So you've got to become really, really good at sales. It's not just about underwriting the numbers. It's not about just like saying, hey, here's my offer. It's about uncovering their pain. It's about finding a resolution to the problems they're facing. And when you have an on-market deal, there are less problems that you are having to solve. They are already there to sell their property. They already have a goal in mind. They want to list their property. They're not stuck there with a foreclosure, pending. They're not stuck there with a probate where mom just died. They're not stuck there with tenants that are not paying the rent, right? There's a lot of problems that when direct to seller, not only do you have to know how to negotiate and also uncover that pain, but you also have to have the skill sets to fix those problems, right? And one of the deals that I'm doing right now that's I think it's like a $200,000 profit once we're all said and done after all renovations. That one was a family that came to me with 24 hours before their house was going to auction, and their arrears were $118,000, and their property was wrapped up in a bankruptcy, which meant that I could not get a lender to come in with $118,000 because the property title would not convey for another 5 months down the road. So I luckily had to find a private money partner that trusted me as the operator, that not only do I structure it as a lease option and all that kind of stuff, but eventually we got title and everything's good to go. But there's a lot of moving parts there, guys. And don't get overwhelmed that you have to know all this in the beginning or all this right away. This is working in groups like this, like the screen I'm seeing right now with all these people. This is why you're in a community. This is why you're there to lean on other people. And if you know someone that's done pre-foreclosures that have stopped 24 hours beforehand with $120,000 in arrears, then that's a friend you can lean on for advice to do it yourself in the future. So, yeah.
Guys, and here's to summarize all of this. Here's what I think is super important. Jeremy's talking about direct seller and he's talking about sales. You guys, if you were here on Tuesday, you heard Rodolfo tell the story. I've told this a couple of times. Rodolfo falls into that category. Rodolfo is direct to seller. Rodolfo is cold calling direct to seller. He's cold calling probates in a very, very difficult market. Rodolfo's got a lot of cards stacked up against him under that regard. But he was doing his business for 18 months and was not making money. He was doing his business for 18 months and he was struggling. He joined this community. Within 3 months, he made $300,000 in 1 month. Why? Because he said it here. he needed to learn the sales piece because knowing how to communicate, he was a pro when it came to understanding probates. He has one of the best lawyers in the state of Florida for processing probates, but having a good lawyer doesn't close deals. Being able to convey that you're the person that they need to work with is what closes deals. Now that translates throughout any type of model, right? So we're gonna have Jeremy back to talk about the direct to seller strategy because there's a lot of opportunity there. But there's also, depending on how you do it, there's going to be some costs that's associated with it, right? This is why I'm showing all of the different methods. So when we're talking about direct to agent, which has kind of been the large focus this week, you realize that there is a good way to get in the door. Some of you, a lot of us that are in, like, we got a bunch of people on YouTube, we got people over here. You guys may not have 25, 15, $10,000 a month to start for marketing so you can get your PPC or PPL leads to start coming in. And if you don't, right, and if you do and you don't have the sales skills, you're just burning that money in the first place, right? But if you don't have that and you need to get started, well, how do you get started easy? This is where the JV, which is what we're going to get into a little bit more next week, and the direct to agent really help, because what you need to get started here is the willingness to do the work. That's it. You just need the willingness to do the work. And it helps if you get some resources, right? It helps if you get a tool like Privy. It helps if you join a community, because those remove the little barriers, right? That's gonna what you're probably doing there is you're condensing time. You're taking it from a 6 month journey to maybe a 30 to 60 day journey. If you're in the right communities, you have the right resources. So Benson, I don't know how much time you have, man. And if you don't, I can do this myself. But I'm interested. Somebody, Aramis had put it in the chat and then he deleted it on YouTube. But I wouldn't mind maybe just going through and just giving a call to a lead real quickly.
I do have to jump.
Okay.
However, I could do it a different day, maybe next week.
We can take that. What I want to do is I'll demonstrate. Yeah, we can take, and it'll be a brief thing. We'll go through the process, show it step by step. And my job is just going to be, I'm going to call the agents and I'm going to do the things and then demonstrate this is how these conversations look like.
I love it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that for sure.
Perfect. Benson, any closing thoughts before you jump off?
I'm glad Jeremy jumped in to show the dichotomy of, what it means to do off market versus direct to agent or on market deals, which I think are falling in the same bucket in this conversation, at least. That there's definitely a way of finding opportunities, running your comps, and leveraging a tool like Privy is certainly something you can do. You don't have to have Privy to do this business, but it makes it a lot easier, right? And most of us aren't doing this full time, so we need all the leverage we can get, all the advantages that we can get. And Dan, you had a really good, I don't know if it was an analogy, but an example earlier about making sure you're spending time doing the important things and not bogging yourself down with a bunch of administrative things like running comps and doing all of this searching and bounce around on different sites. So we can optimize that for you so that you can spend that important time, making the calls, negotiating, and then doing the things that are going to make you cash. But Privy will help with all the different strategies that Dan's talking about. So whether you choose to start off with direct to seller, or you're going to have a hybrid approach where you're having direct to seller, direct to agent, JV opportunities, even with the JV situation, you're still gonna have to analyze properties and run your comps and making sure the numbers make sense, because you don't want to get into a bad JV deal. Because again, your name matters. And so if you don't know the numbers, you're going to make a mistake. And then that market selection, you guys, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it is so important to make sure. And actually I want to address Giovanna's question about single market or nationwide. You're going to make it more difficult on yourself if you go nationwide out of the gates. Pick up 1 or 2 markets that are high investor activity, because you might be able to find a bunch of leads nationwide, but the problem is going to be the disposition, putting those into the hands of buyers, because buyers, the biggest part of most people, and they figure this out down the line, is the disposition part becomes really heavy with maintaining those relationships. To start, it's going to be probably more difficult to get leads, and then you're going to have a problem dispositioning. But as your business grows, it's going to be easier for you to get leads, and then you're going to spend the majority of your time maintaining relationships with buyers, going deep with them, really understanding their buy box, making sure that they trust you and your numbers, and that can take some time. And it's harder to do on a nationwide basis than if you have one or two markets that you're entrenched in.
Yeah, I agree. I started out nationwide, done a lot of nationwide, and it can be difficult. It's gotten more difficult actually since with the market shifts that have happened over the years. Um, and my focus for this particular, really for the first time since I've been doing this, um, I am really going to probably focus down. Now, because I'm JVing, there's going to be an element where I am going to be working multiple markets, and that's going to be a part of it. And we're going to talk about that. So, Giovanni, you'll see an element of how JVing, doing some nationwide stuff is going to look, pros and cons of that, right? But I'm also, I think, especially for the direct to agent, I think I'm going to really, really niche down. I may just do Orlando. I may just a couple of markets in Florida, but I'm really going to niche down and focus on that just to demonstrate the difference between each one because there's pros and cons. But I really think that there is something about specializing and really just knowing your market and really, really driving in so that you can develop the brand, you can develop a reputation and familiarity with the market that you're doing business in.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. There's pros and cons of all of it. Just weigh it. But the key to all of this is just take action, right? And that's why you guys are here. So I know you're not scared of taking action. This is one of the first steps, but really just dial in with Dan over the next couple of weeks, and you guys will get some deals done. I don't question that. And
yeah,
then
Travis in YouTube, he was asking about the hottest markets in the States. I don't know if you have privy, Travis. We've covered it the last couple of days. Benson has been showing us kind of the nuances of it. One of the benefits of privy is it goes in there and it shows you exactly that. It shows you the exact numbers in each market and how many deals have been done over the last 12 months. So you don't have to wonder what the best market is or Google it. You can literally just go into the software and you can actually see this is the best market. There's the state that I want to do business in. All right, that's very clear. There's been 5,000 deals done here. There's been 500 done here. Where do I want to go? So that's one of the benefits. Go ahead, Privy. Benson, sorry.
Yep. Yeah, so you guys, I put the links again in the chat for you. This special that we're offering is going to end at the end of the year. I know this is only a 2-week or 3-week challenge, but the prices are going to change dramatically next year. So then this is for nationwide access. So next year we're launching new pricing that's going to have a state by state pricing structure, but this is the lowest that we'll ever offer the nationwide access, which gives you the flexibility of maneuvering into different markets. So take that, use that promo code DQ, and it'll give you $4.99 for the year or $75 a month.
That's crazy. Okay, so this ends this year, and you're okay. The price is changing drastically. That's good to know.
Yes, sir. Well, you guys, thanks again for having me. Really appreciate everybody with the questions and the engagement, and reach out if you have any questions. Dan, thanks again for the opportunity, brother. I appreciate you. Glad to see you up and going again. And also let me know too, like I'm happy to help you out with your business as you're launching this stuff. If you need help with you or your team and training or system setup, anything like that, I'm happy to spend some time with you or your team.
I love that. I appreciate you, man. You're always out here go giving and really just such a value out here, brother. I'm really, really excited about the software. Learned a lot this week, right? Really just kind of seeing the options. So I'm excited to jump into this and see what happens. I appreciate you, Benson. Seriously.
Oh, thank you. All right, everybody. Have a great week. Take care. We'll see you later.
Brother. All right, guys. So can you lock in the annual price if you already have privy? That is a good question that I should have asked before he left. Josh, I can text him and find out. All right, guys. I'm excited. Who's excited? Who's not excited? Interested to see who's excited and who's not excited. It's going to be really, really cool. That price is crazy. Really excited to kind of see how that plays out.
And you get that price locked in.
Yeah, so when the price changes, you're locked in. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, really, really good. So guys, if you guys are looking at it, yeah, Josh, I got you. I'll let you know. Just stay plugged in here, and I will let you know what that looks like. All right, guys. So for the rest of the day, for a summary, for those who haven't been here, purpose of the challenge: 3 businesses, direct to agent, direct to seller, and JV. This month is it's like 50% off if you go for the annual, Desiree. So the majority of what we're doing right now is surrounding direct to agent. That's kind of been the focus this week. Peter, what's going on, man? How you doing, bro? Um, that's what we've been focusing on this week. So we are wrapping up the week. We did a lot more training this week. Going into the next weeks, we probably will do less training and get more into the action because at the end of the day, guys, you guys aren't old school tried and tested. What's going on? Looking at JV in the chat. So yeah, normal price is more than that, Mitch. Sorry, guys. So the purpose of this challenge, we're gonna do some education because you guys want to have the resources, you want to know what you're doing, you want to know how to make the right decisions so you can get into it. But it all comes down to the action and actually doing the thing. Next week, we are going to be getting into a lot more action, just making the phone calls, right? Benson may hop back in and walk me through just actually making the calls. This is where I'm going to start making the calls, going to start having the conversations. People in the community are going to start having the conversations. So for the rest of the day, we're going to get that ball rolling. Now, there's going to be some more training that we're going to be doing, right? We're going to do some underwriting training so that you guys can have kind of an underwriting checklist. Benson demonstrated some really cool resources so you can underwrite deals using Privy, so you can get CMAs using Privy. But there's going to be some of you who don't have Privy. So what are you guys going to do? We want to give you guys some resources so you can know how to underwrite using the best information that you can find on the internet, maybe even for free. So we're going to talk about that, give you guys an underwriting checklist so that way, whatever your model is, you can know what you're supposed to be doing, have a good jump start package to be able to say, okay, here's my model, here's what I picked, here's my to-do list for any given day, and here's how I'm getting on the road to making money. Today, we're going to kind of start working through some deals so you can see some of the work side of things. That being said, yesterday, if you guys were here, we talked to a couple of different people who are already actively working deals. So I want to work with those people today. We want to work through their deals and kind of start seeing what doing deals looks like. We're going to get into some of the nuance of that. Guys, this is where we start seeing the not so pretty part of the business, the work side, the not fun side, the running numbers, the making the phone calls. This is where this happens. This is where I think a lot of us get stuck. That's why we're focusing on this. So next week, we'll probably get into more of the underwriting training. We'll get more and more into the other things. Hopefully, guys, this website will be up and running soon, or at least some of the takeaways, so that you guys will be able to have some workbooks that you can work from while we're doing this. That being said, let's get started for today. So I know Giovanna had some deals. I know Virginia, you had some deals. I think a couple other people, Jack had some deals that we were going to work through. If we have some time, maybe we'll call some buyers for Rodolfo's deal, and we'll just kind of show you guys the work side of things. Make sure you guys, those of you in YouTube, those of you guys in here, ask the questions. Make sure you're involved so that way we can get your questions answered so you can prep yourself. My biggest takeaway for you guys is this. Final point before we get into the business. Guys, my big takeaway is number one, if you guys remember on Tuesday, what was the takeaway? First of all, step one, this sounds silly for a lot of you. I hope you guys have established your why, right? Did anybody do that? Tell the truth. How many of you guys remember back on Tuesday and day one when I gave you guys like the checklist of what you needed to do? First, number one, do you have a why? If not, what is it? Number two, are you interested or are you committed? And then we went from there. We talked about, okay, number three, do you have the skills? What skills do you need? And we talked about the thing. How many of you guys did that? Jack said he did it. I'm interested to see. My guess is probably not many people did it. I got a couple head nods. Couple head nods. Is that like, yeah, maybe, yeah, kind of, yeah, I pondered the possibility of considering, started it, and then what happened was. Giovanna, is that a yes, you did it, or a yes, what happened was? Both. Do you want to say?
I went through the questions in my head and I answered them. I didn't write them down, but
Okay. All right,
they're
that's a
they're in
start.
here and in here.
But you have answers. You know what you're doing and you're on track. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you, are you I don't you can keep your why to yourself. You can share your why if you want. That's up to you. But my next question is, are you interested or are you committed?
I'm committed. My I answer my why. I mean, just the sort of vaguely when I, but I just in terms of like possibilities of like what can open up with more doors in terms of like why and like the reasons. I feel on the spot a little bit.
I love it. Let's go.
Yeah, and I mean, a big reason financial independence to be able to do what you want to do, to be able to like help my parents, like give back to my parents. My parents have worked really hard for like what we have, and I that's like a piece of it for myself as well. Um, and yeah, I have it's crazy because I kind of caught a glimpse of that this past week. I shared it in the community call, but um this past week my brother, he's into like trading. And a couple of years ago, actually, how I started in real estate was I partnered with local investors as like a student, and we worked on a flip. And like the proceeds of that, I ended up investing with my brother and what he was doing with like stocks and stuff. And so there was a pretty big amount. Like I put in like 24K. So instead of paying back like the stuff what I had invested in like education, I put it in with like my brother, and he put in like basically another half, and like over time like we lost it all, like we got clapped. And so yeah, so over time like we went from our account being like 50 down to like 6 like K in our joint account. And so like over time my brother has kind of been rebuilding that, like learning on his own. We have our account and then he has his own, and like after a long time, this past Monday, there's this big play that he did. So we were like at 6, and over time, like literally on Monday, was it? Yeah. Uh, Monday, or it was like Friday, something like that. My brother did a big play, and we ended up making back basically what we had initially started with, just
Wow.
like one day after with like one play, which was crazy. And so it's really wild to hear my brother's been getting like better over time, and just to have that money back now. Like today I like started paying off a whole bunch of like debt and stuff, and just like catching like a glimpse of that has been crazy. That
That's
I thought maybe in like 2 more years I would see that back with him. And so just like catching a glimpse of that has been really changed my financial situation, and I have more, like I said, possibilities just like of what I can do. And so just catching a glimpse of that has been wild and has just made me want to work even harder. And so
I love
yeah, it's
that.
just been yeah, it's just happened literally this week.
Um,
So
that's huge, Giovanna. I'm very, very excited for you because I think that's the cycle, right? Like I think a lot of times we get into this, and it's anything, right? Anything in life that we do, if it's an opportunity-based thing. But if we're talking about real estate, a lot of us get into this because we're like, okay, cool, I'm going to be real estate investor and I'm going to make millions of dollars because Jonah can do it. Why can't I? Jeremy did it. Why can't I? And we go, and then it's kind of like that trade you and your brother did, right? You put in 50K, and next thing you know, you got like 5 grand left. Like, what happened to all my money? But here's the funny thing about investing, whether you're in the markets or really in anything else. And this is a actual saying. If you're an investor in the markets, you don't actually lose until you sell, right? Because as long as you're in the trade, you can always come back, right? Unless you get like margin call, which is a different conversation. But philosophically, the message is the same. As long as you're in the trade, you can still come back. Well, how many of you guys are here in real estate that feel like you've lost? Maybe you started out and you had X amount of money, or maybe you had X amount of time or X amount of enthusiasm, and then the market didn't do what you wanted it to do. And maybe it wasn't the real estate market. Maybe it was the market of your actions. Maybe it was your mindset. Whatever it is, something stopped you. And now you didn't come into this game with the same energy, the same investment that you used to have. Well, the benefit to that is even though it may be difficult and it may not be what you wanted, if you're hearing this Zoom or you're here watching on this YouTube right now, or maybe you're watching the replay, as long as you're in the trade, you can still come back. And this for me tells me maybe you're still in the trade. So what do? Well, you educate yourself just like Giovanna's brother did. You did what Giovanna's brother did. You educate yourself, you prepare yourself, you get better, you look for good opportunities, and you capitalize on the opportunities. That's what you do. Now, let me ask you a question, Giovanna. Did your brother know for a fact that that trade that made him like 50 grand in 3 days, did he know for a fact it was going to work out?
Yeah, I mean, he knew it was gonna, and he was explaining it a little more in detail today because he's been really doing that. Um, but he knew that it was gonna go up, but he didn't expect it to go up the way that it did. It was like he was explaining to me it was like a once in a lifetime raise of like a stock. I'm not explaining it right, but like he knew it was gonna go up, but not to the amount that it did. He didn't see that, so it just was a blessing.
Yeah. So here's the thing. What does this mean? That means that even if he didn't know for sure, he had a strong reason to believe, but he didn't know for sure. But he didn't let the doubt or the fact that he didn't know how it was going to play out stop him. He still said, you know what? It doesn't matter how this plays out. I believe something good's going to come from this, but I'm not going to let my insecurities or my lack of knowing what's going to happen stop me. I'm going to make the play and see what happens. And it played out, right? That's what you guys needed to do while you're here. We don't know how this is going to play out. There's no promise. I can't guarantee you're going to make $55,000 on a deal like Jeremy did, or 300,000 like Rodolfo, or almost $1 million a year like Jonah or anybody else. I can't promise you're going to do what these people are doing. What I can promise is that the best way to position yourself to win is to be in the room, don't give up, take the risk, even though you don't know how it's going to play out, and then show up regardless of what happens. You guys are still in the trade, which means that you understand this principle. So I'm excited to see how this plays out. And the rest of these couple weeks are going to be really, really good indicators of a couple of things. One, are you still in the game? Two, are you actively growing in the game, or are you just staying stagnant, hoping that something else outside of you changes? And three, are you willing to do the work? And that's what I'm excited about. It's going to be really, really fun to see. You ready, Giovanna?
Yeah, no, I am.
Okay. So the first question was, what's your why? The second question is, are you interested or are you committed? We got Giovanna's answer. So I'm excited to see how this plays out for you, Giovanna. Appreciate you.
Yeah, no, thank you, DQ. Yeah, I'm
100%.
excited. And I could have dealt, there's a lot of whys and a lot of reasons why. I guess it's a little tough to be put on the spot, but I'm really excited. And yeah, I mean, like you said, it's like we're in the trade. And it's about like the work you put in, like how committed you are to taking like the action. So,
Yep. I love that. Peter says, my why is time and financial freedom to bless people around me, especially those in my church, my parents, and bad debt removal. I love it. Guys, if you guys feel comfortable sharing it, feel free to throw your whys in the chat. I hope you have one. If you don't have a why, I suggest you get one, because when things get difficult, which they usually do, you're going to want to remember why you did this. Jeremy's why is really short, which I actually expected from him. I've heard that about him. He has a short why.
My why is easy. It's a really easy why.
What's your why? Just that one, that's it?
Why?
That's it. Why? Um, Jack says his why is too long to put in the chat. Jack, then tell us your why, bro. While you tell us that, let me ask you guys this. Do you guys remember? Type in the chat if you remember the difference between being interested and being committed. What's the difference between being interested and being committed? I want to see who puts it in the chat and gets it right. YouTube, what you got? Let's see what you got, y'all. What's the difference between being interested and being committed? Jackie C, what's your why, pumpkin?
So I actually took a lot of time to think about this one, and even last night I went to a sub two meetup, and I was talking to people, and they just gave me more stuff to think about my not just my why, but like no, not it was just my why, but like it really got me thinking, um, and it's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly, but I think a collection of all of what I'm gonna say attributes to my why, and it's what gives me the energy to wake up and actually continue to do this, even though it's been God knows how long since I've started to take action and not seen anything in my bank account besides a couple rent payments, you know. So first, and I really did think about this, but first and foremost, I owe it to my family and especially my mom and my parents for all the shit that I've put them through. And Lord knows it's a lot. So I mean, I really do feel like I owe it. It's not just, you know, oh, I want to make money. That's, you know, I'll get there. But um I feel like it's a debt that I have to repay. You know,
Yeah,
I feel
your
it's my
mom texted me and she was telling me that about you, so I think
oh
you're on track.
word.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we
Yeah.
text. It's cool.
Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Word. That's cool, man.
It's
Nah, that's
respectful.
cool.
It's respectful texting, Jack.
Right. Right. Um, anyways, before that rude interruption. Um, you know, I feel like it's my responsibility with my God-given talents and abilities to take control of my life and put them in a place where money will just not be an issue. You know, whether it's health issues, government issues, unforeseen issues, whatever it is, I just cannot like sleep at night until I know that that is not going to affect my family, whether it's my family, my if I have when I have kids, you know, so that's like the main reason. And then, you know, we can get into I like money and I want to do a couple donuts and a Lamborghini as a token of respect to myself for the hard work,
As you should.
as I should.
Very, very huge, man. I like that. I think that's good. It gives you something to focus on, right? Because to your point, you've been doing this for a little while. Has it been a simple walk in the park? Did everything just fall into your lap and deals start closing and it started raining deeds because you said yes?
Hell no. A complete opposite.
Okay. So I know the answer to this, but just for the sake of being clear, which one are you? Interested or you committed?
And I'm fully committed.
I love that. All right. We have your goals. We know what you're looking to accomplish. I'm excited to see how things start playing out for you, bro. You've been busting your backside to do well in this business, and I don't think that's going to diminish. I think that's going to continue to increase. Here's my question to you, bro. Like, based on what you've seen so far, are you are you starting to get some changes and maybe your thoughts on how you're going to approach this business? Are you doing what you were doing before? Like, where are you at right now, as far as that's concerned?
Um, More confused.
Interesting. Tell me why.
Yeah, you know, you're selling this agent. I wanted to ask you, you're selling this agent thing so crazy. Like, are you gonna sell the direct to seller the same with the same effort that you're selling this direct to
I'm
agent?
I'm not selling anything, right? I'm just
I don't
simply
know.
telling it. And I'm telling it for here's what I'm doing, right? And I want you to ask me the same question once we get into JV and once we get into the direct to seller. I want you to come back and I want you to talk to me about this and ask the same question. So hold this question. Here's why. What did I say from the very beginning that my goal of this was? To dispel the myths, to talk about the shit that happens in between that nobody talks about, right? We have all heard, oh, I spent $2,500, I got zero down, and I got a 2.5% interest rate, right? And now everybody's out here going and trying to get that, but nobody's talking about the fact that that's possible, but that's also like the 1%, right? This is not typical, but we don't know that. And so what happens is, say me in the chat, and I know there's a lot of you in here, and I'm sure there's a lot of you on YouTube who have been around this business for more than a little while. And I want your guys' honest opinion. Do not lie to me here. If you disagree with me, please tell me you disagree with me. I want the honest feedback from the people here, right? Here's my question, y'all. How many of you guys, in the time that you have been in real estate, have heard information that you got really excited about, that you thought was really, really interesting? You decided to go and pursue that information, and then all of a sudden, it didn't work out the way it was pitched. Not only did it not work out the way it was pitched, it was like 1,000 times harder. And you tried it for like a year and then it never happened. Like I'm getting a lot of like the faces are telling me everything I need to see. Look at Jeremy's face. It's so cute. It's a lot of me's, y'all. David, let's hear your opinion, bro. Give me some examples. You don't have to name specifics. You don't have to name names, but if you can generalize for me, talk to me, man. Like give me an example of what you mean.
I mean, it's just kind of like chasing this shiny object, right? Like you listen to a bunch of people that are great salesmen and you start chasing, you going down that route and then you're just kind of like, oh man, this looks so easy. They present things to make it look super, super easy. But no one ever talks about the work and the grind that you have to go through. It's like, it's easy, but it's hard, right? And everybody says that, but until you actually experience it, it's humbling. And it also kind of tests your grit, right? In regards to, are you able to push through? Should you be an entrepreneur? And it's something I battle with constantly and consistently. And I'm sure all of us have gone through that battle as well. Like, is this the right move that you're doing? But it's like going to the gym. Like I've handled my fitness for the last 7 years. So I'm the fittest I am of my life at 42. But I correlate that with business wise. It's like, I just keep showing up every single day. It's the consistency you put into it, because working out ain't easy either. And staying in shape isn't easy, and neither is entrepreneurship. So just trying to correlate that mindset with my fitness along with my business at the same time.
Yeah. Let me ask you your honest opinion, right? Because I think you make a really, really good point. And I'm asking for feedback right now. I want you to tell me your honest opinion about this. So when I decided I want to do this challenge, one of my goals is I just want to show the hard part. I want to show the BS that nobody wants to talk about, and I want to just fill those gaps. Am I doing an okay job of conveying the truth here, or is there something I should be more transparent about? Because I want to make sure I'm giving people as real of the deal as I can possibly give them here.
It's like, I think once you kind of start dialing and start showing people like what that grind looks like, like what that follow-up looks like, what the failure looks like, what those calls like where you fumble, like if you live on YouTube University, you're going to keep living in this universe of just imagination in a way, right? Because everybody's posting all the great stuff they do, all the layups. Like even Pace, it's a great example. Those are kind of like warmed up leads for him to call in a certain way, right? They're really cold calls, and sometimes they are. But it's like when you watching somebody that's really good at something not fail, but stumble, is just a subtle reminder for all of us that are trying to grow our business at the same time. So once we get into that action standpoint of like, you're doing what we're doing, right? And then it helps us understand better where we can fix ourselves and improve ourselves in those fumbles as well. So it's not like you're invincible to those things.
That's it. And honestly, I appreciate that, David, because that really is one of my focuses. And I've mentioned this before, that when I decided I was going to be rebuilding my real estate businesses, there's a lot of value in me just doing that quietly by myself. Why? Because there is going to be bad calls that will probably happen. There is going to be hurdles that will probably present themselves. And I remember I've told this story when I did my big competition earlier this year. I had some really, really big names involved in this competition. And it was funny because I won't name any names. One of those bigger names was actually really nervous after they committed to do the competition, right? And they were nervous. And here's why they're nervous, guys. Here's why they were nervous. They said, here's my concern. I do this well, and I know how to do it. My concern is that I mess up. And that one mistake all of a sudden starts discrediting my reputation in front of everybody. And here's the thing. That's a fair concern. Why? Because respectfully, people are fickle, right? I love y'all, but y'all are shady sometimes, right? And I'm just saying y'all, not the people in the Zoom, because not you guys, not the people in YouTube, not you guys. Y'all as a humanity, people get shady as hell, right? Say me, the royal y'all. Exactly, okay? The royal y'all. How many of you guys have ever been in a situation where you had people that you thought had your back? They were your homies. Those were your friends. Those were your people, right? They had your back. Everything was cool. They showed up. and then you went through a hard time. And magically, those people just kind of dwindled away. They went to the witness protection program. All of a sudden, the text didn't work no more. Phone didn't work no more. Now you starting to hear stories in the background about you didn't even know existed. Who's ever been there? Who's ever heard that story? Who's ever had that experience? Right? Couple of us. Maybe some of you guys know. Rodolfo's never had that happen. There's nothing ever bad to say about Rodolfo. Al, we say bad shit to your face all the time. Like literally nobody in this Zoom likes you, bro. So maybe that's why.
But not in front, not behind my back.
But not behind your back.
Point.
So you have not. Okay, that's fair.
I'm always giving it to him.
That's it. From the front. That's how he likes it.
Oh, damn.
Sorry, yo. Sorry, guys. But no, here's my point, guys. This really happens, right? You guys, look, I've been around Zooms and stuff for years in this industry. You guys think there aren't people who don't speak to me the same way they used to in January because I fell off of the radar a little bit? You guys don't think I've gotten phone calls about interesting stories that are being said about me? You guys think that's not happened to me, right? You guys think I don't have friends that maybe aren't as friendly as they used to be? I fully expected that, and I'm fully good with it. Some of y'all are listening right now, and you have heard the stories. I'm good with it. I don't care. Because if the most you know about me is something you heard from somebody else, that tells me you don't know me. And if you don't know me, your opinion about me is not my problem. That's a you problem. And if you're going to let that mess with you and your opinion about how you interact with me, go crazy. I am not worried about that. Really, I'm not. I promise you. Nor should you be. Because people are fair weather fans. That's the way life works. And unfortunately, that's the way people work sometimes. Now, I wish people would do better. I wish people wouldn't grade. People would be quick to say, oh, I don't, you gotta see the good in people. You gotta do all this. But then they're real quick to grade you by your one mistake, right? You could do great things. There was somebody who said this. It was like a billion, maybe it was Ross Perot or something like that. I don't remember who it was. They said you could do amazing things for 50 years. You make one mistake and that's all people remember. Right? I'm butchering that quote, but that's a paraphrase of that quote. And that's just the way people are, right? This is why I'm being as transparent as possible throughout this challenge. I am. And if y'all don't like me, I don't care. I love y'all anyways. And if you guys are out here and you're doing business and you're letting the fact that somebody didn't like you or somebody said something about you or somebody didn't support you or somebody didn't get your back, who cares? Move on. Yeah, but that person was somebody that I love and they were supposed to support me. I get that. That's tough. Move on. Because wallowing in that isn't helping you. It's proving their negativity. Why would you want to co-sign something you didn't want to believe in the first place? Don't do that, right? Other people's opinion of you is not your problem. But a lot of you guys let other people's opinions of you, not only do you let it be your problem, but you let it stop you from accomplishing your goals in your life. Desiree, I'm sure there's lots of people that don't like me. I got a big mouth, so that happens when you talk a lot. But this is what it is, guys, right? So when we're going through this, to go back to the point that David made, when that person who was in the competition was like, yeah, I'm concerned that people will look at me differently because I made a mistake. That's an unfortunate reality that they're fair in having a concern about, because people will look at somebody and be like, oh, I thought they were dope, but look at them, they messed up. Shut up, you sound stupid, right? Grow up. The true sign of a person is not their inability to make mistakes. It's their ability to make mistakes and persevere. And that's why I'm doing this challenge the way I'm doing it, right? There is a solid possibility I may say something really, really stupid. That's good, because I want you to hear what you do when you say something stupid, how you recover when you say something stupid. You guys need to hear what it's like when you're having a good conversation, you're in a zone, you're doing all the things, you're going through it, you have 3 good conversations, and then the 4th conversation, somebody's like, yo, you're stupid, your mom's ugly, go F yourself. How are you supposed to call somebody after that? I'm going to tell you how you call somebody after that. You pick up the freaking phone and you dial the number and you pretend that didn't happen. You don't pretend, you just don't take that conversation with you into the next call. And these are the nuances that we're going to bring. And I would guess that a lot of you guys who got stuck in this business, right? Let's go back to the original question before we move on. Joel says, how do you find more real people and good people in your opinion? You want my honest answer to that, Joe? Joe, do you want my honest answer to that question? How do you find real people and good people in your opinion? You want my opinion to that? My opinion to that is don't wait to find those people before you decide to do the right thing in life. This is a sad answer, but my personal opinion, based on my experience, is do the right thing because it's the right thing, even if nobody gets your back, even if you have to go it alone, even if nobody around you supports you. Do that. Why? Somebody might hear that and say, yo, that's a little bit of a bleak outlook on humanity, bro. Maybe, but here's my opinion. Other people's actions should not dictate your character. So that means that if you say, I want to start on this journey, I want to succeed in this thing, I want to grow, I want to become successful in X, and then you let somebody else come in and impact your ability to accomplish that, you've now let a third party impact your life. And that's an easy thing to do. But what I would argue is that the benefit of being able to feel strong enough to walk your own journey puts you in the position that your legs are strong enough underneath you that it doesn't matter who supports you or who doesn't, you're going to do what you were going to do anyways. And that's a strength that few people have, in my experience. The ability to just say, I'm going to walk my own path. And even if nobody is in agreement with my path, I'm going to walk it anyways. I'm good with that. And I don't mean, yeah, I'm good with that. F everybody. I got a chip on my shoulder my whole life. That's not healthy. I mean, hey, it's all right. You don't have to get my back. I love you anyways, but I'm going to do my thing. I'll be over here if you need something, right? That's the approach. I think that when people live their entire life building success based off of a chip on their shoulder, what they realize is that their victory is empty because their victory wasn't founded in anything but spite. And that's just not true victory, in my personal opinion. But when you can build that victory on the ability to say, you know what, I just want to be the best version of myself regardless. I'm not mad at you if you don't support me. I love you anyways, but I'm not worried about your support. I'm worried about my growth. I'm worried about my progress. And I think when you do that, it develops an individuality, Joel, that you're willing to do what you need to do regardless. That is hard, not easy. But nothing worth doing usually is easy, right? Strength requires resistance. And I think that's one of life's biggest forms of resistance is pushing through, even if you're pushing through all yourself. But here's the light at the end of that tunnel, Joel. Here's what I think happens. I think if you're willing to go through the season of isolation that sometimes comes with having to walk your own path, even if everybody that used to be in your life doesn't agree with your path or doesn't support the fact that you failed on that path or stumbled on that path, that's okay. Because guess what? There is something magical, for lack of a better word, that comes when you actually learn to be confident and comfortable in your own skin and you're true in your own authenticity and you've made it through the storms all by yourself. There's a frequency that starts to come from you where people start recognizing, hold on, that person moves different. She ain't like other people I know. He ain't like the other dudes I've run with. There's something about this person that they're resilient in a way I haven't seen. And lo and behold, your willingness to go through the season of isolation was the very thing that brought you the people that resonated at the authenticity you were looking for. It's not that those people weren't available for you. It's just that the version of you that was looking for the people you needed wasn't ready for the people you were looking for. You had to become the person that those people would be attracted to. And maybe you're just not that person yet. And the reason you're not the person that your tribe is attracted to is because you're afraid to walk off alone and go through the wilderness for a little bit. Right. And so what you do is you settle for less than what's best for you because you're afraid to go through that season of isolation to get the best that's waiting. Right. So that's my opinion of that. It's a little bit deep. That's just my experience. That's just my perspective, Joe. But I think that's what really comes down to. Right. If you always are waiting for somebody to get your back, I think that's tough. I don't think that's the right variable. But the worst part is we're communal creatures. We need people to get our backs. Right. That's helpful for us. And so, yeah. Hopefully that helps, man. But I think if you walk on the right journey, the cool thing about joining communities like this is you're giving yourself a little bit of a cheat code, right? Nobody in this community is perfect, to my knowledge. Maybe Al. Al's pretty close. Jack's hair is pretty perfect. So I don't know. Maybe you like combine them. Kate is up there, right? So like if we get all of these people in here, we Frankenstein them together, we probably have like a couple of perfect people. But the cool thing about communities like this is you find good people, right? You can start to find your tribe. And maybe if they're not your perfect tribe, but they are versions of you because they're all on the same journey of discovering themselves. And you get somebody that can encourage you when you want to quit. Appreciate you, Joe. Hopefully that helped. That was a long answer, but hopefully that helped. All right, Jack. So you ready? You got your why. You're committed. Anybody else? Any final? Oh, Peggy, what you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, everything you said is so, like, you're just one of the most authentic guys I know in this business. And so, you're definitely conveying the realness of it, which I hugely appreciate because when I first started in real estate and I was having failure after failure and falling on my face and trying to figure shit out, and, it felt really lonely because everybody always posts their highlight reels. And I was like, and I just started making posts like, dude, life's hard. Real estate's hard,
Yep.
and I felt like I was the only person out there. But the more I got to know you, I was like, DQ is really real, right? Like you are the most like not only authentic and real person that I know in real estate, but you're also very genuine. And you're genuine. That's real, right? You're also a very giving and caring person. And you really want to see people succeed. So, like if there's people out there that are thinking about joining a community and they're thinking about this community or that community and they don't know who they should be following and who should be their guru, they're missing out if they're not joining your community. Wow. Big time. Because there's nobody I know out there leadership wise, and I know quite a few that are as giving and as authentic and as transparent as you are. So wow. I just want to say that.
That means a lot, Peggy. I really, really appreciate that. A lot. More than you realize, I promise. More than you realize. And Peggy's been around the block. This is what it is, guys. I think it's just raw authenticity. And I think what most of us are, the thing that's stopping us from being that is the fear of reprisal. What are people going to think? Who cares? I promise you, when you're faking it, people are thinking stuff behind your back anyways. If they're going to be thinking about you, at least let them be thinking the real thing, right? I would much rather you not like me because of who I really am than you don't like me because of who I'm pretending to be. Imagine me losing friends because they didn't like someone that I'm really not, because I'm out here faking my way through life. That's stupid. If you're not going to like me, at least you're going to not like the real me. You know what I mean? So, yo, Al, my insults are top tier, bro. So don't disrespect me like that. I feel like I got top tier insults.
No, that's what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
No, like if you're gonna come at me, at least say something that's right. You know
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Al,
like
what about
if someone came to me and said, "Hey, Al, you're like you bald as fuck," then I'm like, bro, could have chosen. Yeah, you could have chosen like anything else.
Yeah, that's true. You have a decent hairline. That's a stupid insult. I respect that.
Yeah, so that was my point.
All right, Al, let me ask you the question, bro. I already know the answer, but I'm gonna ask you for the sake of asking, right? Do you even have a why? I've never asked you your why. Do you have a why you're doing this?
I feel like I've had ones, like I try to have ones, but I never got to either I don't have one or I never got to the real one.
Colombian,
I think about it right now.
Colombian girls are, I guess, a why when you're in your 20s in Colombia, but I don't know if that's the why you should bank on. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
I don't know if it's a why as much as it's a why not.
Okay. All right. Maybe look, you're 25 years old living your best life. I can't say that there's nothing right. Jack, right? He's settling down. You guys are similar age ranges, right? But you guys are just living different lives. He got a lady in the household. He doesn't have any plateware. He eats from his hands. He has a family that apparently he was completely shitty to, so now he's got to make up for some shady shit he did. We don't have to ask questions about that. I'll show y'all the text from his mom later. But like you just got a casual middle finger. It's how we get down in here, y'all. It's like, if there's not a middle finger thrown, you have not communicated effectively. But Al, like, look, the reality is we make jokes a lot, but you're 25 years old. You lived in multiple countries. You don't even live in the country that you're from. You travel all over the world. You make money. I mean, probably as passively as you can as far as wholesaling is concerned, right? I've seen a lot of people wholesale. You do it fairly passively, considering all of the ways that you do it. Maybe that's enough for this season of your life, that you just kind of get to live the lifestyle you want while you figure out what your next why is. Do you think maybe that's the case?
Like maybe it is. I'm not supposed to stay here though. I know that.
Legally, you're not supposed to stay there.
Yeah, that was that as well, but like a like a more profound level.
Yes, yeah. As the purpose, from a purpose standpoint, you're not supposed to stay there. Do you know where you think you're supposed to end up yet? Or are you still turning that page in your journey?
I mean, I feel like I have high standards for myself, but so if I don't level up, then I'm gonna get bored. But on the other hand, it's not like a fire that's in my body. It's, you know what I mean? So it's kind of in between. Yeah, like it's a tough subject to talk about. Like I haven't figured this out.
Very interesting. This is good, guys. This is why talking about this is important, because it's easy to find yourself meandering and you just kind of like living a life you don't know why. Now, Al's 25 years old. One could argue that a lot of 25-year-olds don't really know what they want in life. I don't know that I was very defined on my entire life's goals at 25. I was real heavy in ministry that time, so I probably had maybe a little bit more focus than some. Kate, did you have did you know what your life's journey was at 25?
Well, I had 2.5 children at 25.
Oh, you were a statistic.
Yeah. So
interesting. Okay.
I had that going on.
Did you have a white picket fence?
No, we had a wooden fence.
Okay, that's close.
We bought our first house at I was 22. Kyle was almost 23.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah, I mean, my why has definitely changed from then till now. So, like, I would not 25-year-old Kate and 36-year-old Kate have very different whys. They're aligned. I mean, my family is obviously still a why, but
Sure.
It's not the same why.
That makes a lot of sense to me. That's actually, well, Virginia, let's ask you. You're just past 25, correct? Just a little bit past. What about you, Virginia, right? The more iterations and seasons of life you go through, right? You learn that what's important to you changes, what drives you changes. Like what's been that story for you, and like what's your why now? You're muted, by the way.
Well, I don't really want to discuss it.
You don't want to? Okay, that's fair. Let me ask you this. Do you feel comfortable answering whether or not over time has your motivations, have they changed throughout your life, or has it always been the same thing?
Yeah. No, it's changed.
Okay. So that's important, guys. Like, don't feel like you have to have it all figured out. I think that's one kind of weird thing that society's thrown on us. We live in a society that doesn't actually prepare us very, very well for life, but then simultaneously they expect you to know exactly what you want to do with your life by the time you're 13. Like, this is stupid. Like, I don't understand this. Like, hey, you need to have your entire life planned out. You need to exactly know what your career is going to be for the rest of your life, because you need to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars into a college degree that you need to know you want by the time you're 16 and a half, 17 years old. Like, why does this even make sense? Like, why are we doing this, right? Oh, by the way, we haven't prepared you about anything you're going to be encountering in life, but please make this lifelong decision today. Guys, it's going to change. And it's okay for it to change. And it's okay for you to not know, to Al's point. Any final things before we jump into? Anybody want to share a why that they have, or a motivation that they have, or if maybe they're not sure what they want to do on this journey as we get started with this?
I'll say something, DQ.
Nice. What you got, man?
I think my why has changed also since I, had 2 kids. So it definitely alters your why. Before, it's like very money driven. Even when I had kids, I was very money driven. But I realized over the last year when I moved my family away from my hometown, I lived in Virginia for 40 years and I moved to California the last 2 years. So taking away my network, taking away my deep roots from where I came from, was a huge change for me. And it really made me realize like what you mentioned earlier, like who's there for you when you're kind of like down in the rut. Some of my friends still are, of course, but when you move 2,000 miles away from your best friends, a little harder to contact and just kind of hang out, right? So a lot of self-growth for myself, but I think my why is altered into becoming just like providing myself options, right? Like before I was like, oh, I want to make this amount of money. I want to do this. I want to buy that. I want to buy this. And I was like, the focus is incorrect. And I realized shifting what I've been doing and then acquiring skills in that process, and the skills that I've earned and have acquired has allowed me to bear the weight that's going to come for me in the future. Like I just put my faith in my religion. So it's like, if I lean into that, it's like I just wasn't ready for what I was supposed to have before. And now that I've acquired the skills, my why, what drives me on a daily basis is the options. I got to look at my kids and I want to give them as many options as I possibly can. And whether it's like toys or whether it's like where we live and things like that, it's the options and the hard work and the skills that I acquire will be able to provide that for me. So my why is options for my family.
Well, that's huge. There's a saying out there that goes something along the lines of success comes when preparation meets opportunity.
Yep. 100%.
And I think that's a lot of us, right? A lot of you guys have been or are currently presented with opportunities, but you're not prepared for them. And as a result, you can't see the opportunity that's right in your face. Or you see it, but you can't realize it. And that's one of the things I really want to make sure that we're doing, because I want to make sure that we're prepared for when the opportunity presents itself, we can capitalize on it. And one could argue that throughout the time when you're in rooms like this or in communities like this, that it's the balancing act of one version of that. Or do you have the opportunity, but you're not prepared? Or maybe you're over preparing, but you're not finding the right opportunities. And what's the algorithm for that? Like, how do you fix that? And I think these are fixable things. And this is really a big part of what I want to dispel here, right? Kate says the same thing, David, that her shift has been similar as well. Guys, we're all on journeys, right? Like this human journey is not a simple one. If any of you guys have the cheat code to live a really, really simple life, please share it in the chat, because that is not, David, would you take it? If somebody had the cheat code, would you take it?
Yeah, man. I was kind of related to like changing the lens of how you view life, right? Like, I've matured since I moved away from like all my friends and family. But it's allowed me to look through a different lens and connect with different people and vibrate at a different frequency to attract the right people that I want to attract, or just be in the right rooms at the right times. Like, I wasn't ready for this, what you presented and what you present on your Zooms like 2 years ago, and I thought I was.
Wow.
Like, I hear things differently. I perceive things differently. And it's because I had to take a couple steps back from what like my ego a little bit, because I ran my own martial arts school. So I had an ego of being an entrepreneur and how to connect with people, how to do sales. But I thought I knew a lot, but little did I realize I had to humble myself to acquire more skills, to look through a different lens. It's almost like upgrading your iPhone on a yearly basis, right? Like you can't use an iPhone 4 like you use the iPhone 16 now. And if we're constantly updating ourselves and upgrading ourselves, like that's what business is all about, man. And if you're constantly upgrading and being in the right people with the right programs or the right people, this thing can really take off. But just shifting that understanding and being receptive to being humble and learning at the same time, and just looking through those different lenses, I think it adds a lot of value to everybody.
I love that. So you've been in the community for a little bit, a couple weeks now, going to like maybe right around a month. What, based on what we've been doing here, what are some goals that you have or that you're developing just throughout this challenge? Like, what would you like to accomplish? What do you want your trajectory to be like ending this year, going into next year?
Momentum. I think just having momentum. I've been more conscious about my calls when I make my calls now, just paying attention to a lot of different things. I do a bunch of different things on the phones, but I want to have some momentum that I want to carry into 2025. Not in like a certain number. I did definitely want to close some deals, but I think having a level of momentum and just building confidence and running into 2025 with some confidence instead of feeling exactly where I was at the beginning of this year.
Okay. Do you know, or are you still working out the models that you're going to deploy to accomplish this?
No, I'm kind of, I need to put more of 100% of my effort into that model, right? Like sometimes I kind of jump, kind of like Jack, how Jack feels when you present DTA, you're like, ooh, DTA sounds very attractive. And I've done DTA before, but yesterday, the way that Jonah talked about it, it's like, oh man, it sounds real easy. But again, like I mentioned earlier, it's not that easy. It's all in the grind. So I'm trying to stick to direct to seller and just close the deals here, and building my pipeline. So I think part of the momentum is just having a healthy pipeline entering 2025.
I love that. Very, very good. So Jack, that's a perfect segue, David. Jack, back to your point, right? So when we talk about like what am I presenting, this is what I'm presenting, man. Like this part of it, because this is actually the make or break in my opinion and in my experience right here. So I'm not hard selling direct to agent. I just feel like my goal is to appropriately present direct to agent in the light that it's glazed over oftentimes when it's presented. I'm not just presenting the wins, right? Obviously, Jonah was probably the best I've done at presenting a win for direct to agent, I think, because the guy's doing pretty comfortably in doing it. But it's also the work and it's the different approaches. Because we have a lot of people in here who do not have that story. They're out here, they're buying softwares, they're spending money, they're doing all these different things, and they're not getting any deals. They're just talking to all these on-market listings saying, hey, can I present a creative? Hi, can I give you a creative offer? Like, dude, you're the 17th creative offer today. Like, just send me your offer and I'll, or just leave me alone. Right? This is where we're at. So there's pros and cons. So next week, what I think we'll probably end up doing is talking about JV. And I'm going to show the pros and cons of JV. And then we're going to talk about direct to seller. My prediction is that the majority of people are going to be doing JV or direct to agent. I say 20, 30% are going to go direct to seller. That's my prediction here. I could be wrong. Why? Because direct to seller is a little bit more organized and structured. Direct to agent is a little bit more of an entry level approach. In my opinion, some people may view this differently. And I think that that's kind of what we're going to see play out. I think JV is going to be a bigger part of most people's businesses because I think that whether you do direct to agent or direct to seller, you can still JV. I will probably do direct to agent and JV my direct to agent deals. I'm thinking about, and I'll decide this probably over the next week or so. And guys, why do I not have this fully planned in advance? One, because that's just not my personality type. I'm more of a let's just figure it out as we go, right? Kate smirks. But there's actually intentionality behind this. The other reason I'm not doing that is because I really want to demonstrate this real time. I don't want to like have thought out all of the stuff in advance and then go and show you how it works when none of you guys are going to be doing that. Most of the people who are here watching this are going to be just figuring it out as they go as well. So that's literally what I want to do. I want to intentionally just figure it out as I go so you can see what the decision-making process looks like. So after yesterday, I really started thinking about this, right? Look, so Joel says DTA JV is on his plan. His name starts with a J, so that makes sense. But what I'm thinking about doing, guys, and I'm not sure, I'll decide over the next week or so, is I'm thinking about doing direct to agent two ways. I may not. What I'll probably do is direct to agent, go to Privy, maybe go to Zillow, make some phone calls, develop relationships, do some follow-up. Then what I may do is find some people who are working and don't really have some, opportunities. They're not sure where they want to be. Maybe they can do some of the follow-up and then we can do some JV stuff. They can follow up on the agents I reach out to until we get opportunities. I can try that. But then the other way I can try it is doing the texting. So I may actually even use two different CRM accounts. One of them, I'm doing direct to agent with JV. One of them, I'm doing direct to agent using the text campaign. So the texts do the follow-up for me. And then just do the pros and cons of what works better, how much is the cost associated with it, all of that. I'm not sure, but that's what I'm thinking I may do because I just want to demonstrate all of the things. So yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking. I think most people will end up in JV. Very close second will be direct to agent, and then third will be direct to seller. That's what I'm thinking. So, Jack, you're not sure? You're still on the fence?
No, I kind of have an idea. Because my goals are, I have two goals. One is the wholesaling and another is acquiring a property. I am still going to stick with sending out my LOIs and following up with those agents. But for
Okay.
my wholesaling, I want to do I've already been networking with crazy amounts of wholesalers and they're sending me deals every day now. And then I want to call my pre-foreclosures. So like I want to do 3 hours of calling pre-foreclosures. And then at night, I want to send out my LOIs, follow up with those in the morning. And then I have people hitting my phone doing the JV. So like right now, I kind of feel like I'm on the path to doing all three. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I don't know if I should focus on one when like I feel comfortable doing it the way I'm doing it. But I don't have any deals. So who am I to say?
Who are you to say? Well, let's see. Let's see how the next week or so plays out. Let's see if this is a choose your own journey quest, right? So let's see what journey you choose.
All right. I do have a J name.
You do have a J name. I mean, the signs are there, is all I'm saying. All right, Jack. Speaking of, you got a couple deals, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, question mark. That was a yes question mark.
I don't know if I'm gonna do the other one, but the agent one I still think is on the board.
Okay. Talk me through each.
So the agent one, the one that you said that I just didn't sound convincing enough to the
Yep.
agent.
Uh-huh.
There's that one that you wanted to call without any association with me whatsoever. And then the other one was from a wholesaler. I was gonna take it down. I was gonna do a whole renovation, almost like a burr, but I talked myself out of that. I brought it to another investor who's been helping me through this process, and he kind of swayed me in a different direction because it's going to be a full-on renovation, and then it's going to involve refinancing and then holding the property. He recommended that for my first pad split that I just stick with something that's straight Morby method instead of doing a whole burr. Especially not doing any flips ever, not doing any large renovations ever. So that's why I got talked out of that one and thought out of that one. Oh, and then the short sale.
Are you completely done with that one? Like you're done. You're written off?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Joe, we're working on that right now. Josh, appreciate you, man. Okay, so do you want to just call that first agent?
Do I want to call?
Yeah, I'll call him.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, get the information to me. I'm gonna call her. I'm actually gonna call her as if we work together.
Why?
Why not?
Okay.
Don't be scared. You scared? Say you're scared, bro.
Yo, I'm not scared. You just
sound
going
a little
back on your
scared.
word.
You
That's
sound a
all.
little scared. I didn't say I wasn't gonna call. I said I wasn't sure if we should, and I've decided. All right, do me a favor. I'm gonna go grab a cold water because the water I have is warm, and I don't like drinking warm water. Explain everybody the situation here that we're getting into for those who may be watching, and then we'll call this lady.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, this was a deal that I sent out an LOI to, and my LOI is a Morby method offer. So in the LOI, it's a 55% down payment using a DSCR loan, and then the seller would finance the remaining 45% in a second position loan. I just blast them out when a search pops up hitting my criteria, because I already know that it would work, and especially if I get a Morby method offer, it would really work. So this one, the agent showed some interest in the offer, so that prompted me to call him up and see if there was something that I could do between me and the seller. When I got on the phone, the deal switched from a seller finance Morby method offer, or not offer, but seller finance Morby method to a subject to transaction, because this agent wasn't very experienced with any sort of creative financing. So I was like, okay, cool. What's the monthly payment if it's going to be a subject to? And she was very, very apprehensive to giving me that information. And I said, if I want to underwrite this deal, like I got to know that information. That's going to be part of my monthly numbers. So whatever, that didn't work out very well. Next phone call, the deal changed again. It's now the seller is looking to have the property in his trust, and he's providing his own terms to a buyer. The reason he's doing that is because he wants a buyer to get better terms with him than going to a bank, thereby not letting me keep the deed until I pay it off completely. So, with all that confusion, I'm not very confident anymore. I don't know what's going on, and I guess it seeped through into my phone calls. I even brought on a partner, but that didn't go very well either. So here's partner number 2, the bald dude.
Sounds like you got to get something in quickly before they change their minds again.
Yeah, basically.
The lead you emailed me about?
That one is the one I said bye to.
Okay.
Not enough spread, and just not the right time.
Hey Jack, that guy that wants to be the bank, is that lead in California?
No, it's in Florida.
Okay, because I ran into that exact same scenario for a property in California.
Yeah, and I get the reason why they would do it, but it like the guy is trying to seller finance when he still owes like a ridiculous amount on the mortgage. So it was just kind of confusing.
All right, question for you. You mentioned 3 different creative approaches.
Uh-huh.
How were these presented? How did these come up in conversation?
Every time we would get on the phone, she would come at me and say, "Oh, by the way, it's actually not a subject to transaction. He's actually doing this." And every time we would get on the phone, she would have a new thing that she's just figuring out. Because originally it was seller finance, then it went to subject to, then it went to this land trust crap. I sent you the info.
Okay, give me 1 second. We're gonna call him here in a second. Yeah, Peter, pull up your info, bro. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Okay. All right. I'm gonna give this lady a call. This is the agent, right? Yak.
Yeah.
And you're saying that the seller's the one that presented all of these changes?
No, I think the seller is honestly smart, and then the agent was just not understanding any of it. And so whenever she would go back to ask questions to the seller, it would change.
I bet.
Hey, this is Pam Gravenhorst.
Hey, Pam. My name is Daniel. I'm giving you a call. I was actually talking to somebody on my team. His name's Jack. I guess you guys have been speaking about the Conrad Court property out there in Winter Park.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. So I was kind of just reviewing different deals that we're considering offers on today. This one came across the desk. It was interesting because it sounds like there's been some nuance and some changes to it. I figured I'd just give you a call directly and see if, in fact, there's a deal here, and if there is, what that could look like.
Okay. Sounds great.
Okay, so does this property ring a bell? Are you familiar with kind of the because it sounds like the seller is making some creative approaches. I think he's trying to run it through a trust. It sounds like there's some interesting elements here.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that we're trying to do some creative things to help buyers so that their interest rates aren't so high.
Okay.
So, yeah, it will. Are you an investor? Are you looking to purchase it? I think this is an investor, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Yeah. So if I've talked to so many people,
Oh,
so
I'm sure-
I'm
I'm sure.
thinking that, yeah, you wanted to look at the mortgage statement and offer, I can't remember, but just so you know, I think I told Jack that this is one of those ones where that he will be the first borrower on this still until the balloon is paid off.
Okay.
There's not going to be kind of second or anything like that. He won't ever be in second position. So are you where, because it seems like if I remember correctly, this was one where there was going to be a finance deal.
Yeah, well, that's the part I think you and I both are maybe a little bit confused on, right? So the way Jack had presented it to me, and it's possible that he misunderstood, was that it initially was sounding like there was going to be kind of a dual step creative offer. We were going to do some refinancing to maybe be able to put some cash into the seller's pocket, and we were just going to take over the loan. Because I understand there's an underlying mortgage, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And Jack wanted to know how much was left on the mortgage and but none of that really matters because the mortgage will be in place. The seller, this is what the seller is looking for.
Okay.
He is looking for 15% down, so that's 75,000 to get the 4.99 interest rate for 5 years. Now, of course, all that's negotiable. So if y'all want to put down less, then of course you're not going to get the 4.99%. And then you'll pay off the balloon after 5 years. And it will be put in a trust. You will not be getting the deed to this property. It's kind of like the car, the way this is called a wrap loan. So you won't get the deed until the loan is paid in full. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it does. And that sounds pretty standard depending on the approach that you're taking. Can I ask some honest questions here? Just some things that are okay.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
So in my experience, right, and it sounds like you've been doing this for a long time, is my guess, right?
Well, I've been doing real estate. This is like I'm learning a lot through this seller financing and the way that they're doing it.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. So this is our primary focus, creative financing. This is usually our go-to. So I'm pretty versed with this. One thing, here's what's interesting to me, and I'm going to give you my opinion and just feel free to correct me where I'm wrong. Usually, in my experience, there is only a couple reasons a seller is willing to get this creative on a deal. One, this is their active business model, and they just prefer to do business this way. Or two, there's just the deal's a little bit tight, and to move the deal, you got to get creative.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, I can tell you exactly what he wants to do.
Okay.
The reason he is doing this is because he considered renting it out.
Okay.
But renting it out is too much. Like he's not going to make any money after he's going to be paying into it. So he is doing this to make a profit. He's going to make upfront money. He's going to make money in the middle for the 5 years, and then he's going to make it the lump sum when it's paid off. That's why we're doing it this way.
Got it.
Because it was better. It was better than renting it out.
Okay. Where's the apprehension in sharing the underlying loan details? Because if we're taking over that responsibility, even if the responsibility of that loan is wrapped in his seller finance terms, which is fine, but usually most sellers don't have a problem sharing the underlying mortgage responsibilities. And it sounds like there's some apprehension in doing that.
Well, he's not really sharing he's not really giving you like if you default, it's going to go on his credit.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why we take just full transparency, Pam. Like I have never, ever worked a creative deal like this where we don't have underlying mortgage information. It's just proper due diligence to make sure that we're running the numbers. Like we just need to understand what the underlying numbers are and how that
Well,
works.
let me ask you, what underlying numbers do you need? Is my question. What, when you say you need underlying numbers, what is that? I guess I'm trying to understand too.
So when
What
we
numbers
underwrite,
do you need?
yeah, so when we're underwriting a deal, here's the steps. And some of this you may not care about, but for the sake of transparency, I'm a straight shooter. So we look at it and I factor a couple things. Number one, what's the underlying responsibilities, the underlying mortgage? Is there a first and a second? Is there just a first? What are the terms of the first? What are the terms of that? Is that an adjustable rate mortgage? Is it a fixed mortgage? If it's an adjustable rate mortgage, is there a time period before it adjusts again? What are the restrictions on that? I need to understand that so I'm making an informed decision. If the bank has terms I don't understand and I sign an agreement to pay those terms and I don't truly know what they are because the seller hid them from me, I'm exposing myself to a situation that I may not be prepared for, right? That makes sense, right?
No, because the seller is the one that's going to be solely responsible for the mortgage that's already put into place.
Yeah.
He's the one responsible until you pay it the balloon off and you do your own financing.
Yeah, to a certain degree, right? But let's say I'm going and I'm investing $2, $3, $500,000 in a property. When I take this property, usually our goal is to value add the property. We're investing money into the property. So let's say hypothetically, because a good investor needs to be able to protect themselves against all eventualities. So let's say hypothetically, I'm not implying that your seller is doing this, but for the sake of being thorough, I go and I take on a situation like this and the seller says, you don't need to know my mortgage terms because if you don't pay it, it's my responsibility. Well, all you're concerned about is your liability. You're not concerned about mine. And that means that this is an unbalanced deal because a fair deal considers the liability of all parties. So let's say hypothetically 3 years in, the adjustable rate mortgage starts changing. I wasn't notified that adjustable rate mortgage, the rate changed. Now my payment goes up $300 a month. Now I'm not cash flowing the way I used to. The seller, I'm making my payments on time to the seller, which is your client in this particular situation. And he didn't convey to me that this went. Now, 6 months later, he's saying, yeah, rate changed. Sorry. Thanks for making your payments, but I'm actually in pre-foreclosure now. These things have happened, Pam, full transparency. This is why we like to understand the agreements that we're making before we make them.
Yeah, I guess I could see where you're thinking it would go into foreclosure, not knowing that, but that wouldn't, it's first, you can't change the agreement that you have. That's for 5 years, however long we negotiate, however long you want it. So that's in writing. So, and I'm not real sure. I think these are great questions and I'll definitely ask the transaction company that is actually, and the investor that actually, is the one who we refer people to, and it's with our brokerage. So yes, but these are, I can understand what you're saying. So I'll definitely ask the questions and let you know.
Okay. So I have clarity. You're working with an investor and it sounds like he has,
no, hold on. Just so you know, this is he is an investor, but he is not investing in this property. He does the creative financing and he's got the legal team behind to set up the paperwork. So, and this is how he owns lots of properties and this is how he sells his properties. So, and he's have you ever heard of John Chen?
John Chen?
Yeah.
Sounds a little bit familiar.
Yeah, he's amazing. You should do research on it, but I can definitely find out and I can, because I'd love to jump on a call with you, and Christine is his transaction coordinator who is definitely, as very savvy to all of this seller financing. So
yeah,
we can definitely jump on a call.
Now, to be clear, is he attempting to wrap this deal? Is that what the goal is here? Would be?
Yes.
Okay, so we'd be the wrap buyers.
It's a wrap loan.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a wrap loan. Oh, here. Yeah. So this is a wrap loan. Yeah, I thought I said that in the beginning. Sorry if I didn't.
No, well, that makes sense as to why you guys are a little bit apprehensive to sharing this. You guys are just trying to wrap the deal. There's no reason for you guys to understand that. This makes a little bit more sense to me. So full transparency, Pam, we're genuinely serious about this. I work with a lot of investors myself. I do deals with Jack, if it's this is a purchase, right? We're not trying to wholesale this or anything like that. And we have a whole exit strategy in line for it, but he was just getting a little bit lost in the weeds. I think I understand now. This has been a great conversation. So we're genuinely serious. If we can make the terms make sense and get clarity, I'll let you decide what the next steps are. If you want to talk to the TC, figure out what the options are. Because if we can go into a little bit more detail on the terms and make sure that this pencils for us, I'd be happy to see what next steps are.
Well, yeah, well, definitely the terms, we can do that. But I guess she's like, I understand now why you want to see the mortgage statement, because you don't want to, you want to see, I know it's not an adjustable, but I guess in the paperwork, it's going to state that if something were to happen and he defaults, which I can see, I know this guy and I know he wouldn't, but
Sure.
I understand you would want something in, but I'm sure there's got to be something in the paperwork. So that's really my question. And once I speak to her, but this is what they are. We have gotten so much interest in this. They really don't want to jump on the phone with anyone until you send over your terms. Like, what are you even considering writing as an offer?
That makes sense. Yeah, this is the catch-22. And full transparency, Pam, I'll default to you, right? And this is the tough part because we're investors, they're investors. So there's a little bit of like it's kind of like a who's going to draw first type situation. We are very serious. My apprehensive is from a time standpoint, they don't want to get on calls with tire kickers. From our standpoint,
Right.
we don't want to submit offers on deals that don't make sense for our portfolio. So it's kind of
well, and that's what I think. And honestly, I think this is not really an investor. Like, it seems like y'all are investing it. It's not going to be a property you're living in. This is something that the seller himself is trying to make money up front, in the middle, and at the end, like I said. So it's really not going to behoove you, because what he needs monthly to even make it make sense for him is not going to be like, if you're planning on renting this out, to rent out, you're only going to get between 2,500 and 2,700.
Yeah,
So,
we have a
and
different
he's wanting more
exit
than
for
that a month.
Yeah, we have a different
What?
exit. We have a different exit for it that would work for a property like this, just kind of based on the location. Because my understanding,
Okay.
this isn't far from Full Sail, right?
Full sale what?
The college up there.
I think I don't know. I'll have to look that up, but it's on it's a great area. It's College Park. You're wanting to rent out the rooms, because I've had lots of people talk about that.
That's an option.
Rent out the rooms
That's an
to
option.
nurses,
Yeah, I mean, I
definitely
think
do the co-op thing.
yeah, that's one of the options I think could work for this. I think the bus line is good. I lived in Orlando for 13 years, right? So I'm
I have to see if it's. Yeah. Oh, where do you live here now?
not anymore. We're probably moving back next year.
Oh, where do y'all live currently?
I live in New Mexico.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, other side of the country. But I still have a bunch of friends out there. I have most of my family's in Orlando. I was just out there last year.
Oh, okay. Well, good. How's New Mexico? How's the weather out there?
So this is one of my favorite parts about out here, because we get all 4 seasons. It's so depressing to me to wear shorts on Christmas Day. That doesn't make any sense to my brain.
Yes.
Yeah, so I like it. It snows, but then when it snows, the snow's gone by the end of by lunchtime. So you never have to. You get to enjoy the snow morning, but then you never have to shovel anything.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm looking at where Full Sail is. Full Sail is off Forsyth and University, so it's really not that close to here. I'll have to do how far it is. Did you look that up? How many
I didn't.
miles
I
and
just know
minutes it
that
is?
College Park, Winter Park. Now you're getting into where there's going to be young people who kind of like.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, you could actually, this would be a great, what some people, for nurses, for the co-op thing. It's walking distance to downtown College Park. It's right there. Like, it's very centrally located for Winter Park and College Park. It's on the cusp of both. So,
Perfect.
okay. Well, yeah. So if, I'll talk to, Christine, kind of tell her some of your concerns and see what she says, and she'll give me answers.
Okay. Yeah, this is my cell phone. If you want to maybe shoot me a text, give me a call. We can definitely chat on this. I'll rerun some numbers on my side to make sure that you guys aren't wasting your time. We're not wasting our time. I respect your guys' position, right? Hopefully you understand ours as well. But if we can make this make sense, fantastic. And then if not, out of curiosity, Pam, like, you are doing a lot of business out there. Do you run across? It sounds like this is your first time. You don't come across these creative types of deals very often.
Well, I didn't know about it until recently, or one of somebody else in our office. And John Chin comes in and does lots of seminars for investors. And he's actually very brilliant. And when I found out about this, because this home, he says, if you've got someone the house has been sitting for a while and they're thinking about renting, then this might be your option. And after looking at numbers with my seller and him, we decided this was the way to go, because renting out to people, it's especially, it's just, they tear your house up, and he wasn't going to be making any money. He doesn't want to be, if do you do your property managing too?
No, I have other. No, that because I don't want to lose my mind.
Actually, John Chin does have a property management company that he does.
Really?
So that's why we also, yeah.
We have to know
So
the
he's-
same people, because I know, like, I don't know if you're familiar with like the Pace Morbies of the world or anybody in that capacity. Let me see. I'm looking at John Chin. I'm looking on Instagram to see. Does he have kind of like a beard and he's got kind of gray hair?
No.
Okay.
No.
Different guy.
Yeah. Younger guy. Yeah. I'll send you, I think I've got his website I can send to you.
Yeah, I would love to check it out, because full transparency, Pam, my plan is I'm really strongly considering starting to do more work in Orlando, because I'm thinking about moving back out there next year. And a lot of what we do in business comes with agent relationships like this. So like, what's your model? Like, what kind of deals do you normally focus on, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, usually residential,
Okay.
listing and selling.
Do you ever do like pocket
So-
listings, cash deals that just don't work for MLS?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, we've done a couple of those where we've done them where it's off market.
Okay.
But nothing, like not that much. Usually it's very traditional what I do, but I am learning different ways, and we've got a commercial in our office now that we're learning about, and I do lots. I've referred out some commercial. Do y'all do commercial?
Not as much commercial, no.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you, if you do come back here, you definitely should connect with John Chin. He's definitely very privy to financing and investing, and so.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to. If you could send me his information, like, full transparency, man, I've worked with thousands of investors across the country. I've been really fortunate to have some really good relationships, and so this is kind of how we got into stuff like this.
Yeah, and if this one doesn't work, they have a lot of others that are seller financing too that Christine can share with you what they have, and it may, some of those may work for you if this one doesn't. But
okay.
Yeah. So okay. Well, yeah. So what's your first name again?
It's Daniel.
Tim?
Daniel.
Okay, Daniel. Okay. I will definitely save you your number here, and I will let you know once I speak to Christine.
Okay, perfect. And any information you got on John, I'll take it.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
then let's talk whenever you get some information. Let's see if we can schedule a follow-up.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, Jack, how you feeling, bro?
I don't know.
Wait, hold on. I can't hear you. Hold on. Are you talking? Is it me or?
No, I said I don't know.
Okay. Why? Fill me in.
I didn't realize. Well, she did. She said the same stuff, but I think this time she was more clear. She was more clear, and I understood it a bit more. Maybe it's just hearing it the second time. I mean, I'm not gonna buy a wrap, and I don't think
Why not?
that, because the way that the offers that I put out, the owner's in second position.
Because the DSCR?
Yeah.
Okay.
This guy's not gonna do that.
No, he's not.
So
Okay, that makes sense.
what did you think?
I mean, I think so. I'm going to answer that question, but forget about the deal specifically. Talk to me about the call overall. What do you think about the call? Was it similar to the conversation that you had? Was it different? Talk to me about that.
No, and you definitely sounded better, obviously, but it was in some regards similar. There's some obvious moments. I think people in here noticed it too, where you broke through and you definitely got to a different side of her. It wasn't for long, but I mean, you definitely, it's just the way that you position yourself, you know, it definitely affected her. Whether she really showed it or not, I don't know, but I could tell that it was just a different conversation, a different level of conversation.
Yeah. Well, that's the goal, right? You got to make sure that you're presenting yourself differently, right? And you got to stand out from the very beginning. She's like, "Oh, you're an investor, right?" And she didn't seem very impressed by that fact. She didn't seem inherently negative about the fact, but there was a connotation. There was an undertone there. So now I have to figure out what that means in your head. What that probably means is the fact that she gets a lot of these calls. Okay, it's whatever, but it's probably not a good fit. So that means that's a good thing, because this is an agent who gets a lot of investor calls, doesn't inherently have a good or a bad opinion of them. The opinion is neutral. Your decision is whether or not you make her opinion about you positive or negative. She starts from neutral. It's your job to determine the outcome. My goal was at the end to make her want to keep talking to me. And she did something at the end that I tell you guys all the time is a really, really good sign. Did you catch it?
Yeah, Tim.
Tim. She wanted to make sure my name was Tim. But that's a good thing, right? Guys, don't get offended when somebody doesn't remember your name or remembers your name wrong. If you get asked the question, what was your name again at the end, that is usually a sign that you did something good. They want to remember you. They want to follow up with you. She literally said, "I'm going to save your number." Right? So let's back up. Let's be goal oriented, guys. Let's be purpose driven. Let's talk about building a business and not just chasing deals. Okay. Well, we started talking about a deal. Jack, do you think there's a decent chance that I now have an agent in my Rolodex my goal is to start doing direct to agent business in Orlando. Did I just get my first agent that I could potentially do deals with in Orlando from my first phone call?
1000%, man.
Now she's talking to a TC for me. She's connecting me with one of the biggest creative investors in Orlando, potentially. I don't know. The reason I mentioned Pace's name is because I looked up at John Chen on Instagram, and the guy's first video was of Pace. Was a different guy, obviously. But that's why I asked, right? So she's going to send me this guy's information. She's going to connect me with the TC. She's telling me that they have a bunch of deals. Guys, this is literally what the goal of doing direct to agent is. This is how you develop a portfolio. You do this 5 times a day, 10 times a day. Honest opinion. Honest opinion. I am not trying to hard sell direct to agent. I've never built a direct to agent business. This is part of the reason about me doing this transparent. Like, not just a couple calls, not just working a couple deals. I'm talking about like building a full business. I may change my mind 6-8 weeks from now. I'm not sure that I will, because everybody that I know, the Jonas of the world, tell me, dude, once you do this, you're going to realize you've been stupid this whole time, right? We'll find out. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I do. Here's my question, Jack. If I do this every day and it sounds something similar to that 3, 4, 5 times a day, how hard is it going to be for me to not have a successful business in a year?
It would be damn near impossible.
Like, you don't have this many good conversations every single day and not do deals from it. I just don't know how you don't, right? Things could happen, but from where I'm sitting, this is how you set yourself up for success. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Thank you, Joel. I appreciate it. It's sexy because you're here. So yeah, this I think was a good takeaway, bro. Maybe this isn't the right deal, especially if your goal was a DSCR. That's fine. Here's the thing. You got to be open-minded, bro. You're telling me this doesn't work. Why? Why did you say this wouldn't work?
It doesn't work. It doesn't work for me right now.
Why?
Because the way that I'm looking to get a deal, I'm really relying on that. Like, this deal structure, there's not going to be really much that fits it, because I need those terms. I don't have, I need that kickback. I don't want to have a private money lender and now have another debt to service. I need these terms to be pretty much those terms. I anchor so I can give a higher down payment, higher interest rate, whatever, change around the balloon, but it's like the overall structure, it's got to be that. It's got to be that, just because that's the deal that I'm looking to acquire. That's the only way I can really acquire a deal right now in the time frame from now to the end of the year that would make sense to me.
Okay, so why can't you do that here?
What do you mean? Why can't I do it here? With
There
this
you go.
one?
This is where I think, yeah, with this one. Yeah, no, yes, with a different one. Yes, with this one.
Because it's
This is the stuff that me and your mom text about, by the way. This stuff right here. Jack.
Oh, my mom, man. I swear. You know what? You didn't move to Orlando.
It's respectfully, bro. I'm saying it respectfully.
Yeah, word.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I mean, I guess I can't say for sure, but it doesn't sound like this seller is going to be open to my terms.
Okay. And here you go. This is my point. You might be right. But this is where thinking independently and not being black and white comes in handy. This guy is a what? He's a creative investor. Everything he does is creative. This guy's had this thing listed on the market. I don't know for how long. Do you know days on market?
Nah, it's either new or 120 days.
How is it either new or 120 days?
Because, man, I don't know. I'm just throwing out shit.
God dang it, Jack. Can you do me a favor while I'm talking and find out how many days this has been on market?
Yeah.
Jack needs to consider the JV deal is better than nothing. Sure.
167.
167 days on market. How many months is that, Jack? It's almost 6 months. Let's just keep it simple. It's almost 6 months, bro. So 6 months on market. He's a creative investor. How much money is he making on this deal right now? Making $0. So that means if he's not making money on this deal, there's a large chance that he's what? You got this, Jack. You got this, bro. You got this, pumpkin.
What, losing money?
There you go. See? Don't let anybody discount you, bro. You got this. Okay, so this guy is potentially losing money on this deal every month. He's a what kind of investor?
Creative.
If this thing was listed 30 days ago, maybe you don't have something to talk about. But right now, he's got this thing up there for 6 months. It's not moving. Agent just said, I've never done this before. But then she simultaneously said he's probably looking for a homestead buyer. Cool, maybe. That is probably what he's looking for. But you know what he's not doing?
Selling the property.
He's not finding a homestead buyer. So what that might require is what? A creative solution. A solution that he's probably open to because he's a what?
Investor. Creative.
What kind of creative investor? Think outside the box, y'all. So if I'm looking at this situation and if you're confident that your numbers pencil, is it unrealistic to consider that you talk to this person, you schedule a conference call, and you say, hey, look, like, here's my offer. This is what you could do, right? And there's a million ways we could play it. But let's just say she won't get us on the phone with it. I think with the rapport that I have, it's possible I get them on the phone without an offer. It's possible. Let's assume it's not. Let's assume I can't do that. Let's assume we just need to submit an offer and we do that. Okay, here's my offer. But we need there's contingencies on this. I need to talk to him. I want you to know this is where we're thinking. Perfect. We schedule a call. Hey, John, Jack here, right? I'm direct to agent because guys with J's. That means you probably do this too. All the J guys make money doing this. Congratulations on being successful and having a J name. All right, this is your intro. It's a good intro, and it was less than 10 seconds. Okay, so now you're having this conversation with him, right? Say, John, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. You've had this out there for a long time. I think this is a good house, right? I do this, you do this. I understand the difficulties here. I have an offer for you. I know it's not what you wanted, but it gets the deal moved. Here's my full exit strategy. And then you just tell them what you're looking to do. I got it lined up. I got the lender lined up. I got a pre-approval. I'm good to go. I already have the whole process. I have the methodology. I take this off your hands. Here's the only caveat, man. It's going to require a DSCR. Is it possible, if you can present a viable plan of how you're going to cash flow this deal and the fact that you can get approved, you can bring him a closing date where he puts money in his pocket, upfront money. How much is he putting down? How much were you putting down with this DSCR approach?
55%. Yeah.
How much money is this dude putting in his pocket?
I don't know what his mortgage is.
It doesn't matter because he doesn't have to pay off the mortgage. He can keep all that money, bro. So this man's going to put, what's the purchase price on this?
270. Oh, 500 grand. He'd get 275.
He'd get 275 in his pocket right now. This guy wants a simple deal where he closes it. He can't get that. He's been doing this for almost 6 months and he's not doing it. But you're offering him $275,000 plus cash flow.
Money on the back end, no payments to the seller.
Okay, so then money on the back end. It doesn't matter. $275,000 and then another balloon in 5 years. Yes?
Yeah.
If you can demonstrate that you can pull this off, that you're not going to default on this, I see a decent amount of incentive to consider that deal. It's not what you wanted, but you also didn't want it to sit on the market for 6 months. So what do you do when it doesn't go the way you want? You figure it out. This guy's a successful investor. My guess is he's probably figured it out a couple times. How are you going to tell me that $275,000 in his pocket isn't a viable offer and possibly one of the better offers he's received?
Right. No, for sure. If I get to speak with him, I thought she was talking about the TC. I've already talked to her.
Yeah, Jack, this is what I mean by controlling the deal, bro. I'm not hoping I get on the phone with him. I am planning to get on the phone with him. I'm not chasing this person down. I will get on the phone with this guy if we're serious about having this deal because I'm doing business and people do business with people who do business.
Right, but the last part of the conversation was talking about getting on the phone with the TC. She never once mentioned getting on the phone with him.
Do you think I couldn't get on the phone with the seller if I want to get on the phone with the
I'm
seller?
not saying that. No.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Simple option is I don't know what your plan is. I have not underwritten this deal. I don't know how likely you are to succeed at pad splitting this or whatever your plan is. If this deal pencils, have you talked to a DSCR lender? Do you have an approval for this?
I can get one tomorrow.
Like an actual one or like a pre-approval that's pending?
No. I already have a lender that does these.
So, but a lender that does this is not the same thing as a lender that would say yes to this particular deal.
No. He's done these deals. Like,
yeah, these deals are not the same thing as this deal.
Okay.
This deal has to pencil. This house at this address with your exit strategy has to pencil.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking you. Do you have a yes on that?
Yes.
You
don't believe me.
And who believes Jack right now? Okay, let me ask. I could be wrong, Jack. I've been wrong before. 1 in the chat if you believe Jack. 2 in the chat if you're like,
no,
I just want to know. You got a 2.
I'm gonna wait and then I'm gonna prove you wrong.
Luke, stop riding the fence, bro. Pick a side, homie. Yeah, Jack. Here's my opinion to you, bro. We can proceed with this. I'm happy to continue to yeah, big facts, David. I'm happy to continue having this conversation with her. If you want, I can work with you and help you move this thing along. I don't think that's impossible. I think it's very possible to move this deal along. I think you need to get yourself approved for this thing. Talk to the DSCR lender, tell them the real story, get a pre-approval, make sure you're legit on this actual property. And if you are, then I think the next step is you come up with your exit, vet to make sure it's going to work. My assumption is that the DSCR lender is going to want to see that too. And then I think then we take this. Then we do the next step. If you got an actual pre-approval, I think that brings this to an appropriate next step. Right now you're hoping, not planning.
Right, I'm not hoping. I can get this to you by tomorrow. I'm being serious. I can get it for you by tomorrow. Pre-approval and a breakdown of the exit.
Okay. Do it.
Okay.
I like it. Let's go. Anybody else got any thoughts on the call? Comments on the call? Opinions on the call? Anybody? Be on learn.
I have a comment.
You have a what?
A comment. Sorry, it's kind of loud where I'm at.
No,
but
you're good. What's up?
Just simply that you were very straightforward with her. And I feel like a lot of times we're like afraid to do that, but actually it makes the conversation way more easier when you say, look, I'm just gonna be straight up, boom, 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 boom. And then it causes them to open up too.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with being real, right? That we have this idea that we have to like soft serve who we are or what we do. No, you don't. You got to be confident. It's the opposite. You got to be confident. Not aggressive necessarily, but confident. It's not the same thing. But I think if you approach it the right way, they believe you, right? If you don't believe you, they won't believe you. Most of you guys want to be believed, but you don't even believe in yourself. And that comes through in your conversations. And this is where you're struggling. So I appreciate that, guys. I do. So I'm excited about this. I think direct to seller, we're afraid to say the wrong thing. Yeah, exactly. Usually the people who are afraid to say the wrong things, their fear of saying the wrong thing is the reason they say the wrong things. Because the right thing to say is usually on the other side of not caring if you say the wrong thing. Unfortunately, it's just kind of the way it works. Okay, dope. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. If you guys have any comments over there, questions on these calls that we're going to be making or on these deals, guys, participate. You guys aren't necessarily in the community, but you're here as you're a part of this challenge. I want you guys to feel involved. I don't want you guys to just be spectators that see other people get traction in their business and then you guys get left behind. And next thing you know, you leave and you're like, well, it was cool, but I'm still waiting to figure out what I want to do. Don't do that. To the best of your ability, guys. If you are here and you're watching in these Zooms, participate best you can. Work along with us, even if you're not in the community. If you can get in the community, get in the community. If you don't know how, ask me how. I'll tell you how to get in the communities. But if you're not ready to do that, please participate from the YouTube. You can. We're going to give you resources. We're going to help you. It would be a huge loss for you guys to watch this and not participate along and make money with everybody else that's going to be doing the same if they follow through with the right things, right? We'll see. Yeah. We'll work on all of this stuff, Joe. We're going to be doing all the things, homie. That's the plan. All right. Anybody else? Final comments, questions, anything? All right, Peter. So you got this deal that you just sent over to me. What's the situation? Pregnant?
She is. She's the owner agent of the property.
Okay.
She owes $265 on the mortgage. She has 2 other properties to move into. Her husband, she's pregnant. Her due date is prior to months, and the issue with that is that it's supposedly in Florida that to get the DTI off of first loan takes 6 months, as what she's telling me. So that's why finance doesn't work for me. She understands seller finance. She understands that's probably the best deal, but because her due date is before that 6 months guide to take that off, she is unable to do seller finance. So I'm not exactly sure what to do. What solution to present her, if there are any solutions to present to her, if the 6 months can be, circumvented somehow more quickly, if there's a structure that, but she's ready and willing to sell this as long as we solve this problem for her.
Okay.
And 94 on the market.
Let me ask you a question, right? In your opinion, it sounds like you think that the big issue here is the DTI. Is that a correct assumption?
Yeah, because that's that's kind of what she's been bumping up again for a while now. She's an agent, she can sell it, and it's just not selling on the market. So
yeah, so I don't know that that's the first problem yet, right? That I could be wrong, but here's my question. The question that Thomas said that he got his agent pregnant. Congratulations, bro. Here's my question, Peter. This is the first thing that comes to my mind, and I'm really interested to hear your answer to this. Why did you offer creative to her in the first place?
No, she already knew it.
She already knew, but okay, but what do you mean she already? How did the conversation go the creative route? Why are you going creative versus any other option?
Because I ruled out cash, realtor, obviously she's a realtor. I ruled out keeping it as a rent, ruled out, holding on to it for 5 years. I ruled out all that stuff. And then when that wasn't an option, I was like, hey, there might be this other thing that we can do. When we got into that, she's like, oh yeah, that's a wrap. That's a this and that. I've had that presented to me several times. And I went over some of the nuances, some of the benefits with her, and she was all up to speed. So I think she's pretty educated on it. And so I was comfortable having that conversation with her on the first call. So, or it might have been the second call. So if she hadn't known, it would have been like, hey, I would have taken a little bit different approach.
Okay. Have you underwritten this to make sure that if you do even get a green light on the creative deal, that the deal pencils?
Yeah, on a wrap only, because we can sell a little bit more. She's willing to take, pretty much what's owed it. If if seller finance would work for her, and then kind of go from there.
Okay, so let's say we get her to say yes today. Who's buying the house?
I have a list of buyers in the area that I'll shoot it out to. Um,
So you're not wrapping it, you're wholesaling it.
Sub two and all that.
Did you hear me? You cut out for a second.
Cut out for a second.
Yeah, so you're not wrapping it then, you're wholesaling it.
Yeah, basically wholesaling it. Yeah, and then
Okay.
as a wrap to to the end buyer.
Out of curiosity, bro, do you mind if I ask, have you done a decent number of successfully selling deals like this?
I've done 3 or 4 wraps, so I'm pretty familiar with the process.
When you say you've done 3 or 4 wraps, you own the property and you found the right buyer?
No, sorry, I own one of the bill, but the other 3 were wholesaled. So
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, no, the reason why I'm asking is because that's hard, right? Like wholesaling a creative deal, step one is difficult. Step two, it creates issues, potential issues, and potential liabilities, which you have to solve for. Step three, finding buyers who understand that and are qualified to buy it are a different thing because once they buy it, they have to go and find a wrap buyer. And so I really like when somebody has a deal that they're gonna that's a good wrap. I really like to know what they're trying to do because if they're saying no, I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna find the wrap buyer, that makes sense to me. I can wrap my head around that because the only person that's liable to the seller is you.
yeah,
Okay,
that's what
so
I'm doing.
You're closing.
Yeah. Taking it past close of escrow thing, find buyer, everything.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're buying it, you're getting whatever funding you need to do, you're buying it, you're closing escrow, then you're just gonna find a wrap buyer, you're gonna make whatever you make on the wrap deal.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. I like to get clarity on that because I've worked with a lot of people who have tried to do it a different way, and I'm not to say that it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just really, really tricky. And I'm 95 times out of 100, you're not going to wholesale a deal that doesn't pencil to an investor that's going to have to find a wrap buyer. There's just not a lot of interest in that usually.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So for clarity here, if I talk to this lady and I'm able to overcome that DTI objection, you're in a position to make an offer and you're going to be closing on this thing yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And you're ready to close whenever she is?
Yes.
All right. Let's give her a call.
Heads up, she may scold you a little bit. I was call her back on Monday, but I've got like a bunch of these leads coming in, and it was just one of the ones I didn't have a solution for, and I should have called her touch base, but I didn't. So she might be like, "Hey, where were you on Monday?" or whatever. So you're not blindsided by that.
Okay.
Very professional of me, I know. Should at least call her and let her know, but
it happens, man.
Hello,
Hey, is this Madison?
this is her.
Hi, Madison. My name's Daniel. Following up, I think you had spoken with Peter on the team last week. He was talking with you a little bit about Wellington Avenue. We were looking to see if we could make an offer on that.
Yes, yes, sir.
Amazing. Okay. And it looks like you're still looking for options. Yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong. What Peter was able to fill me in on was that it sounds like he was interested in going the creative approach. Your concern was debt to income just because of some transitions that you're looking to make?
Yeah, honestly, we have to. Okay, so I'm pregnant and I am due in June.
Okay.
Give or take May, June.
Congrats.
And it takes up to like 6 months or so. Thank you so much. It takes up to 6 months for if you do a subject to come off your DTI. And we're wanting to use that FHA loan towards our new house that we need. So that's the only thing.
Okay. FHA can be a little bit unique. I don't know if you have like a direct rep that you can speak with as the lender, but I don't know if you've done this. We've done a number of deals like this where we submit what's called a DTI declaration form. And a lot of lenders, if we do, sometimes it's as much as 30 or 60 days of advance payments, and we can demonstrate that there has been X amount of payments that have been submitted. And normally we just do that through escrow. They'll consider that as sufficient to remove that from DTI.
Got it. Okay. Well, honestly, can you send all of this in an email just so I can show my husband so he can see it in writing as well? Because honestly, at the end of the day, I'm going to let him make the decision on what he wants to do. But yeah, I mean, if that works, I don't see why not.
Okay. For the sake of planning on our side, we're not really big on tire kicking. And my guess is if you're pregnant, I'm sure you got a lot more on your plate than just than dealing with that. Okay. So here's where we're at with it. I'm going to confirm with Peter to make sure that the numbers that we have match our exit strategy. If they do, and we can make sure that your bank will be okay with the DTI declaration form and they're willing to remove that. Now, in order to confirm that, you'll have to just ask them, right? Talk to your lender. Hey, I have this. I'm renting it. I'm selling it. I'm using it. Whatever. You can tell them however you want to approach that. If I submitted and then say how many days of escrowed payments do you require? If you can let us know that, then we can tell you if we're okay with that. And at that point, we're ready to submit an offer and move forward as quickly as we know you're okay with that.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I will call them tomorrow since it's like past 5 here.
Sure.
And then get back to you.
Fantastic. And once we know that, then we can happily submit everything. We could either, and if you want, if it makes you feel comfortable and you want to maybe hop on a 3-way call with your husband, I'm happy, whatever makes you guys comfortable, and we can just move forward that way.
That would be amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Of course. This is my cell. Shoot me a text. Give me a call when you get updates. We can move forward from there.
Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Bye.
Another example of how I need to get better at sales. I tried to explain that to her, and apparently I explained it as well as you did. So
yeah, I mean, again, not just what you say, it's how you say it, right? It's all in making sure that your message is delivered. So after that, how are you feeling, Peter? What do you think is going to be the next steps here?
So next steps is, wait to hear from her, gather the paperwork, and as soon as she's ready, I'll shoot it over to her and go live. If she wants to call you back in between, that's cool.
Okay.
Am I missing anything?
No. There was something I caught in this conversation that was interesting to me. Shauna, what up? What up? So anybody else have any opinions on this call? Anything about it that stood out to them? Anybody? Bueller? No. Going once? Going twice? All right. Here's my one little concern, and it's not necessarily a full concern. She was really quick to get me off the phone. Now, I don't know what that means, but my job is, if I'm profile building and I'm trying to understand who I'm talking to, I want to do my best to understand what's happening in the circumstance. So why are you trying to get off the phone with me? Well, there's only a couple of reasons. One, you're not really that interested, and so you're just trying to be nice and get me off the phone. She is a nice person, and so she sounds like she would be the type of person that would yes you to death. And so she will just say, yeah, no, of course, because she'd rather make you feel good and then just never answer your phone call than tell you the truth, because she's a nice person, and nice people will do that sometimes. They don't realize that that's actually not nice at all. It just makes them feel comfortable, right? But that being said, so that's option number one. Option number two, she was just really, really busy. Or maybe Nick's point, maybe she just had to pee. It's very possible that she just had to pee. In my opinion, Peter, I'm saying this for all of you guys, so you guys know how my brain processes conversations. In my opinion, it is more likely she's genuinely interested. She was just in a hurry and had to go. So I'm leading with that expectation that we'll probably hear from her in the next couple of days. We'll find out what her bank says, and then we'll go from there. But I can't be naive and not acknowledge the fact that there is a possibility she was yesing me. And I'm just gonna put that in my back pocket. Can't do anything with that right now. I just put it in my back pocket, and I'll know how to factor what I hear going forward. Right? I don't know how much you've heard of this because you're in the closes arena, but I talk about this a lot: fact finding versus profile building. And when I'm profile building, I put information in my pocket so I know how to navigate in the future. And I'm just putting that in my pocket. Okay, she was yesing me. She was probably just busy, but just in case she starts being a little bit aloof or a little bit evasive, I understand there's something going on there that I need to dig to find out the information on. I'm going to have to figure that out. Right now, I think we're good. My only other concern is if she doesn't know how to ask this question, or what's worse, if she gets just a naive person at a customer service call center who's like, I don't know what that is, then she's going to come back and say, oh, I can't do it. And the reality is they can do it. Her bank representative was just inexperienced or maybe just, lazy. So both of those are possible. So all of this stuff is stuff that this is how Daniel processes conversations in his brain. And all I'm saying is, okay, these are the things I may have to encounter. Be prepared mentally so that way when somebody calls me back, I'm not caught off guard and I'm not discouraged unnecessarily. But I do think that the things weigh in our favor, that she's going to call the bank and there's a possibility she's going to let us know an updated date tomorrow. And maybe we're submitting an offer over the weekend.
I bet. Awesome, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good stuff. Luke, what you got, dog?
I guess this is more of a mental question as well. So if I had that conversation and I profile, but I feel like I caught the kind of hurried thing, and I might have been more attuned to it if I was the one making the call. But are you always assuming positive intent, or are you kind of just pulling from a curiosity standpoint? Or, because like if I had that call and I'm like, well, I said the things, I felt like I had a good, connection there, but it did seem like a kind of hurried phone. Do you take that as a slight skill set and not like addressing it, or you just let it there and you just kind of like leave it, like you said, you put it in your back pocket? Like I would take that as like I just kind of like bombed the call versus like it was just a normal first call and then just kind of store it for next time.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think that your question is indicative of your struggle. What do I mean? That's an overthinker question. It's also an insecure question, not in a bad way, but just in a reality way, right? What do I mean?
Right.
This means that it's representative of the fact that we're overthinking all the possible variables, and then of all of the variables, we're assuming the worst one, right? And then that puts us in a situation where we start reacting to the worst. So I say that because it's important. But here's my answer to your question. My answer to your question is this. The way I do profile building is this. Step 1, always acknowledge that you can be wrong. Why? Because humans will always surprise you. If you ever want to get good at reading people and understanding humans, a fundamental prerequisite is acknowledging that you may never know everything, at least not in your current form, right? There's going to be a lot that you don't know. Always be prepared to be surprised. That's step 1. Why do I say that? Because that is not a slight against your skill. That's just an acknowledgement of the reality of how this skill works. The reason why I always start there is because if you go into this thinking that there's a point you're going to have it all figured out, you set yourself up for 2 failures. Failure number 1, you get arrogant and you stop actually reading people and you start actually just reading your own assumptions. And that's not helpful. That's actually really bad. You're doing the opposite of what you want to accomplish. Number 2 is you become unnecessarily hard on yourself, which is equally bad in a different direction, because you start saying, oh, well, I should have known this. And oh my God, I thought I was really good at this. And now I didn't. And now it's not how it works, bro. Like every single conversation I go into, I'm like, okay, here's what I think. Could be wrong, but here's what I think. And if I'm wrong, I don't pause for 1 second and beat myself up for being wrong. I simply say, okay, where do I go next? Course correct. Now I know. Put that lesson in my pocket so next time I know what else to look for. It's that simple for me. Ain't nothing else to dwell on there, right? This is human interaction. People will surprise you because people are always unique. There are generalities when it comes to humanity. There are consistencies, but people will always surprise you. And that's okay. That's not a you problem. That's just a human reality. So, step one, I always acknowledge that I could be wrong. Step two, everything about profile building, right? And if you guys are not familiar with what I'm talking about, we talked about this earlier. We talk about this a lot in my communities, and it's the difference between fact finding and profile building. When you guys are having conversations, many of us are taught or assume that the most important thing to do in a conversation is to fact find. Get the information so that way you know how to address their problem. But I would argue that that's the second most important thing. The first most important thing is profile building. What's profile building? Understanding the person that you're talking to. Because when you understand who you're talking to, you know how you need to direct the conversation. Because the facts are only as important as how the person processes those facts. And if you're not speaking their language because you understand who they are, you're going to miss opportunities that you should have caught. I won't go into that in more detail now for the sake of time, but I've covered this in full detail. I promise you it matters, guys. That being said, here's my point. When you're profile building, it can feel like a lot of assumptions, and to a certain degree it is. Right? But there's another word for assumptions that should make you feel a little bit better that can be interchangeable in this particular scenario. You know what it is? Deductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning. It's deductive reasoning, right? Okay, I get somebody. Yeah. They're really short. They're really abrupt. We actually have a video. I think it was for Eddie's call that we're getting ready to put out right now. When it comes out, you got to watch it because it shows me do this step by step. And I'm breaking down, this is what's going to happen. Here's my guess about this person. And then it turns out I was right. I didn't know anybody. I broke it down live and I paused and I was like, here's what I'm hearing. Here's what I think is going to happen. But when I did it, I said, I don't know. I could be wrong. And I break down what I heard that caused me to come to those conclusions. In that end, it's deductive reasoning. There are factual pieces of information that lead me to those conclusions. I'm not just willy-nilly guessing. I'm not just feeling it out. There's factual fundamentals that go into my assumption. But guess what? I still don't know for sure. That deductive reasoning is to a degree still an assumption. However, because it's based on facts about humanity, it turns out to be right oftentimes more than it's wrong if you're reading it through the proper lens. And in that video, you see how that plays out. So I say all that to say, well, yeah, it is a little bit of an assumption. So when you're profile building, the simple answer is you're going to go into the situation. First, give yourself permission to realize that humans will always surprise me. I don't have to know everything. Two, I'm going to read this and I'm going to do my best. If I'm wrong, I'm going to course correct. But all I can do is conclude what I want from the situation. That's it. And if I'm wrong, who cares? None of this is a slight against my skill set. I don't take this as a slight against my skill set. I take this as I'm doing my best to read the room. And if I'm wrong, that's cool. Now I just course correct for next time. But here's what makes this all powerful. I'm not going into the situation hoping it goes my way. I'm going into the situation intentionally doing my best to plan for it to go my way. And the more I do that, the more I sharpen that skill, the more that skill gets sharpened, the more consistent my results are. And the more those guesses, air quotes, turn out to be actual results. Make sense?
Love that. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Human interaction, guys. This is the stuff that nobody wants to talk about because it's boring or it's nuanced or I don't think it's boring. I think it's very interesting. A lot of you guys do too, which I think is cool. But I think that this really is, I think this really is something cool. And I think that if you learn how to do this, this is really where success or failure is in most of the deals. The people that are really good, here's what I'm going to tell you guys. Here's a little cheat code. Most of the people that you hear on the phone that you're like, oh my God, that was so good. They make it sound so simple. They always make it sound so simple. Oh my God, it was such a great call. They always have great calls. 99 times out of 100, the reason they do that is because they're doing this. They just probably don't know how they're doing this. They just organically know how to do it and they do it, right? It's a gift. I'm trying to turn this gift into a teachable skill because I think it's possible. So I think you guys can do this, even if it's not an inherent gift to you. Dope stuff. Yeah. So Peter, that's where we're at, man. Let's see if she follows up. I would recommend, if we don't hear back, follow up with her tomorrow afternoon, Saturday, see what she heard and go from there. This may roll into next week because she's pregnant. But Kate says she thinks she'll follow up. So let's see. Vamos a ver.
Thanks again, man. That's awesome.
100%, bro. All right, who's next? What we got? Yeah, that's exactly it, Joe. It just looks like they're smooth, but there is mechanics behind it. I'm just trying to help y'all teach the mechanics. Let's go, Giovanna. What you got? Let's run it.
Yeah, so this was from the conversation you had with his name's Philip last week. He hang on. Yeah, we were I think set to give him a call this week and see if there's anything that could be done or we can maybe come into an agreement with price. It didn't really seem like he was too, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly where he'll be at with what we're offering. It's a lot lower than what he wanted.
I remember talking to him. I remember very little about the conversation. Can you refresh my memory?
Yeah, so he has he's like an investor. He does fix and flips in his areas. This is 3 properties, 3 regular homes, 3 mobile manufactured homes. And he's either looking to sell all of them because he bought a piece of land up north in Florida, and he's looking to build a property there to move to live. Wants a slower pace of life. And so that was pretty much his situation there. He brought up creative financing in like my conversation with him. With your conversation, it didn't seem like he was too much in a hurry. When I talked to him, it felt like he might have been, or maybe like I didn't ask the next question to kind of uncover that if he was.
Yeah, what I remember is him. And correct me if I'm wrong, he was something along the lines of like, I don't really have to sell it. I'm either going to get what I want or I'll just keep it for longer. I feel like wasn't that something along the lines of what he said.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I got too. So I'm not exactly sure that.
Okay,
Where
for this
like
guy,
our
I don't know that this is a conversation issue. I think this is an offer issue. Did we run numbers and come up with an exit that makes the offer make sense?
So Matt was able to run through the different properties and give like an MAO for most of them. I mean, a number of these didn't have a look in the inside of the property, so that's one thing Matt said, that he didn't have an idea of condition for most, so he recommended verifying or like getting photos if possible. But he ran pretty conservative with the numbers, so I have the MEOs for each. I have like the total of what that would be if we were to buy them all. And I have like the price that he wanted for each. Like if we do want to
How
try
far are we
and
off on
shoot
the
an
MAO
offer.
versus the offers?
So for each property, it's almost like double what he's asking for, which is like almost like what ARV would be for like each.
And if I recall correctly,
So
he was not open to anything creative, right?
he not only understand creative like that, but he mentioned something about a creative option or offer that he was open to. He had like his own terms. Um, yeah, actually, I do have it here in my notes. He offered owner financing, $800, 30% down, 5-year balloon, whatever that means. But it sounded to me like if he could get rid of these properties when I had the conversation with him that he would, but it had to be at the, I guess, the right price. For me, it's like if he can make that move quicker, there's an advantage to him taking a lower amount. But I guess he does have the ability to maybe throughout this year fix them up
Yeah,
himself and
the
sell for
issue is
what he
I think
wants.
I'm starting to remember, didn't he say he had like $236,000 or something like that he needed to buy the land where he was going
No, he already bought the land.
or build the house?
Um,
I seem to remember the
maybe I don't
number is something in
remember.
the $200,000.
That might have been something. I don't remember that, but
We may have to go back and replay it to find out for sure. Here's my concern about this, right? Not every conversation is a deal. And what I'm hearing right now is that as a cash deal, we're 50% lower than where he wants to be.
yeah,
Creative deal. Sorry, go ahead.
He said as like a bundle when I was talking to him, he wanted 775, and then with all the MAOs like added up for each property, we're at 444,000 basically.
And he wanted how much?
So it's like 775.
So we're $300,000 off.
Right. But his
What do you-
numbers are all like the way that he's trying to sell his properties is almost all ARV, so
Yeah.
his numbers don't make sense.
I mean, they make sense to him.
Right.
And that's the thing, right? Like, what does it take to get somebody to realize that their numbers aren't going to work? Well, I mean, their situation is going to determine that. And if he's willing to stay where he's at, which it's coming back to me a little bit, if I'm remembering right, I think I remember him saying that if he was going to build, he bought the land. If he's going to build, he needs like 200 and something $1,000. And that's what it's going to take he already talked to the builder. That's what it's going to take to get things going or something like that. And if he doesn't, because I'm pretty sure I asked him what happens if you can't sell, he's like, well, I don't need to sell. I can just stay here, right? Like he just wanted to get rid of all these little houses so we can kind of start fresh where he's going. I think that's what he said. Okay, well, in that circumstance, there's no true motivation here. So there's no reason for him to take a nearly $500,000 haircut on the deal. And there's nothing about these from a creative offer that justify us coming into that, right? Because even if we could get him to agree to a creative deal, is there any money to be made on a creative deal here?
I don't know. I don't really know much about creative finance.
Yeah.
And Matt only underwrote it as like cash deals, so I don't know, they're older, they need work.
Yeah, my honest opinion, and I'm willing to call this guy back just to throw the offer out there. My honest opinion, Giovanna, is this just isn't a deal. It just doesn't pencil.
Yeah.
Later,
Yeah, I
Pegs.
feel like I feel like it's not gonna pencil out for him, and if that's a situation he doesn't need to, or he doesn't want to take a lower amount to kind of get his building started and get him going, then yeah, I don't see him taking, I guess, less when he can fix them up.
Yeah, exactly that. So what I can do is I can just give him a call and just let him know, hey, just so you know where we're at around I know this is not going to work for you. Here's where we're at with our numbers, just so you know, keep it in your back pocket and then just see what he says.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Do you want me to show you like how Matt ran the numbers, or like
If
just
you want, yeah.
each property individually?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay.
Steve, you got a haircut, dog? What are you doing? You shaved the dome, bro?
Trying to be more like you, bro.
Let's go. I'm here for the vibes. Wait, is this something you regularly do, or is this like a newfound thing for you, bro?
Nah, man. Finally pulled the trigger, leaned into it.
Let's go. All right. Did you like go full razor? Did you bick it?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't I couldn't pull the trigger that hard.
You got to do it, bro. Ain't nothing gonna change. What's the difference?
I don't know.
I researched this thoroughly.
Did you?
Yeah, nothing changes.
No, nothing changed.
Yeah,
It still grows back.
It still grows back. Yeah, it grows back. There's like this whole myth that it grows back. It definitely does not.
No, I did like a number one.
I like it. Step by step, bro. You in the
Yeah.
grown folks club, shiny head club.
Baby steps.
Virginia, wait, hold on. Hold on, Virginia. You're welcome to go and do what you like with your life. Didn't you have a bunch of leads lined up?
I did. I made a bunch of calls.
Okay, what happened?
I had some issues this morning because I was having trouble figuring out getting a way to record them because nothing was working. I tried like 5 different methods before I actually got something that worked.
Okay. Did you do the Zoom thing?
I did. It didn't really come out. I couldn't really hear it. So I don't know why, because I had done that before and it worked fine, but this time it didn't. I tried Camtasia and that usually works, but I was getting all kinds of interference. It was really, I mean, you can hear it, but it's really annoying because there's noise in the background. And then I looked at Loom. I looked into Loom, but that's the free one only gives you 5 minutes. And I figured that probably wouldn't be enough.
Okay.
And I tried the CRM that I have, and I hadn't purchased a phone number. So I had to purchase a phone number. And then I tried to make a call and it told me again, I have to purchase a phone number. So then I had to email support to find out what was going on. She fixed that. So I'll be able to use that in the future. And then the last one was Capture by TechSmith. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a screen capture. It's really good. I use it all the time but that worked. So I got a few on there. I have 3 possible pad splits that I'm going to send to Jack.
Okay.
I got a couple that were hedge funds, and they had it was actually 2 different agents, said exactly the same thing. Nobody ever lived in the house. They don't know anything about the condition or anything. So I was going to ask you to, see if you can develop an offer when you don't know the condition just from the pictures. But they've both been on the market for like 90 to 100 days, so it's not a big hurry.
Interesting. Those are very interesting.
I had one agent that said she doesn't accept offers if you haven't looked at the properties, and that's her policy. Is there any way to get around that, or you just say, okay, thank you, goodbye?
What do you think?
I don't know if there's any way to, I guess it's like next.
Interesting. There's usually ways around that.
Virginia. You want to talk? I can give you her name. You can talk to her at some point.
I'll talk to her.
It's like a challenge, right?
Why not?
And I think that's about it. A bunch of them didn't answer.
Okay. So you had what, like 30 leads that you had found?
Actually, I have 25.
25. You got these from Privy, right?
I did, yes.
Okay, so you went to Privy.
And 25. Well, actually, a couple of them were duplicates. So maybe 20. I called 10 of them. That's all the time I had because I spent like a couple hours trying to figure out how to get it to record.
If you just go live on Zoom and record, it works just fine.
Well, that's what I did. It didn't work though.
How?
It didn't pick up the sound of the phone.
Next thing you need to do is you need to just go into the virtual office Zoom. Boom, right there. Kate's reading my mind.
Well, now I can go back to the CRM because that's all figured out. And I can go into the virtual office. Well, that's another reason why I didn't want to do Zoom, because I can't record on Zoom and go into the virtual office because you can't do 2 Zooms at the same time.
You cannot do 2 Zooms at the same time.
So I can do the CRM, and I know how to do the CRM, and I know how to get the recording. So I think I have for tomorrow. I can do that, and I'll do it in the virtual office.
So 25 leads, 5 decent conversations.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
Guys, true or false? Is this not the exact numbers we said would play out yesterday?
Yep. I'm also trying to figure out how to get everything organized. That's another thing. I have the calls recorded, but I might have to go back and, one of the ladies was just so I couldn't possibly write everything down. So I'm glad I got the recording.
Okay.
But that was one of the, yeah.
Virginia, it sounds to me like you have a couple good possible deals. I'm not exaggerating. If they
Possibly.
sounded stupid, I would say they sound stupid. I hear 2 or 3 possibilities here. Okay,
Yeah,
what's
possibly.
the next step?
Well, the two with the hedge fund just said make an offer.
Okay.
One of them
Can
just
you
wants
send me
to.
those?
I can. You want me to send you the addresses?
Yeah, send them to me. Are you on WhatsApp? Do you have my number?
I am not on WhatsApp. No. I am for other stuff, but not for this.
You're not. You are for other stuff, but
Well,
not
I have
for-
other groups that I'm in that do WhatsApp. I'm on it for that, but I'm not for you.
That's rude.
I'm not big on WhatsApp.
No need to be hurtful, Virginia.
I was never asked.
Nah, Al or Luke, literally, that's my preferred communication method. I hate text. It's stupid.
That is the first I've ever heard of that, man.
Bro, you're making poor life choices, dog. That's where I'm at. You gotta hit me. I see those. I got WhatsApp open right here. Always. Travis, right? Just very aggressive. Virginia's very aggressive today. You talk to 5 agents, and all of a sudden, I don't want WhatsApp for you. All right, Virginia, do me a favor. Message me those on Facebook or Instagram or whatever. Let me not be aggressive. Wherever you feel comfortable.
In school.
School works.
Because that kind of keeps everything together.
Shauna, you're definitely in the hallway in the class, and this is the cool kids class, so you definitely need to join ASAP so you can be part of the cool kids club. Message me on school, those hedge fund ones ASAP. I have some ideas with that, and if you want me to, maybe we don't have to do this week because it doesn't sound like there's urgency. On Tuesday, maybe we can call that one that was like, yeah, I'm not gonna
You have
come
to look at it.
Yeah,
Right.
like we can call her on Tuesday and see if we can overcome that.
Okay.
I like it.
Thanks.
Boaz,
Yeah.
create a WhatsApp group so we can complain to each other in there. Okay. Virginia, you're awesome.
Yes.
Very excited for you. Tell me the truth before we let you go. How are you feeling? Are you feeling a little bit of traction? Are you still on the
I'm
fence?
feeling like I've got something done.
Okay. Very good. I'm excited. Is it a good feeling?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I like it. Okay. We need to get you some deals. So let's do that. Message me the stuff on school, and then we'll see you soon. Keep doing it. Don't just stop at these 5. Get like 5 more tomorrow and next couple days.
Yeah, I'll call the rest of them and then I'll get some more.
Dope. Okay, I'm excited for you.
After what Benson said, I'm thinking maybe I should go back to Tampa, but it is very competitive.
Where were you looking for these ones?
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's not a bad market. Tampa's definitely Tampa's definitely a little bit more aggressive, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll stay where I am. A lot of pad splits. Maybe I want to move to Jacksonville and just do pad splits.
Just do pad splits. Just a bunch. That's what Luke's doing. Luke's the pad split king. There's more wholesalers in Tampa than people in Tampa, so I heard. Says the guy who doesn't do active deals in Tampa. Okay, yes, Virginia, I'm excited for you. I'm really, really excited about this. I'm gonna look out in the school. We're gonna look into those deals. Let's get you some deals. Let's make you some money.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good one. Bye.
Yes, you too.
Fire. Okay.
Hey, real quick, DQ. Al sent me those. I sent you a message yesterday. Those clicks from Investor Lift.
Okay.
I didn't know what protocol was or want to step on any toes. I wasn't sure. Like, should I reach out to those guys and say, "Hey, saw you clicked on the link"?
Do it, bro. I mean, we're doing it. What does it matter who's like? You know what I mean?
Okay.
Share the load. Yeah, happily.
All right.
Yeah. We need to talk to Al about why he's just out here sending people's nudes without permission. Yeah, ask permission before you send Steve's nudes to me, Al. He already told you that. FYI. Okay. Yeah, I got a thumbs up. That's all I needed. Okay.
So I can share my screen because I
Do
sent
it.
it through an email to myself.
Okay.
Um, so these pictures were supposed to pop up underneath, so I just wrote where we're at here and then what he was asking. And my initial conversation with him was actually just about the first property, and then he had 6 that he was open to. So this one's the one that he's really trying to sell. So maybe there's something there with this one, Neville, if he doesn't agree on the whole offer.
Okay. Leave this up. I'm gonna give him a call real quick. All right, guys. Let's see. See what happens. We're gonna make an offer that he's probably gonna laugh at. But this is the way. This is how you move on from having things in your pipeline forever, meandering around, acting like it's gonna be a deal. You need to just rip the band-aid off and find out if it is or not. You know,
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial it.
tell me what to do. Hey, Philip, this is Daniel. Not sure if you recall, we had spoken last week. You spoke with Giovanna. We were talking about your properties.
Oh, yes, sir.
How's everything been, man?
Everything's good.
Good, good. I wanted to follow you up really just because I said I was going to. We ran the numbers on the property. Full transparency, man. I don't think we're anywhere near where you want to be, but I figured I'd just let you know, and just because I said I would, and if for whatever reason something changes in the future, you think there's a reason for you to take a discount, at least you can keep us in mind. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay. It looks like in total, if we did the math on them, you were a little over 700,000 for all of the properties. Honestly, we're right around 440 for all of them.
440, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I understand, and you guys got to do what you got to do. I understand that.
Yeah.
And hold on one second.
Sure.
So if you want me to I'm gonna be honest with you. My rock bottom dollar, and me and my wife have talked about it, and I'm not gonna go a penny less. S is 600,000.
Gotcha. Okay. That's for all of them. That gets you where you need to be.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will have the team rerun the numbers. If anything changes that we can get up to where you need to be, I will happily let you know. If not, I won't disrespect your needs and follow you back up and try to negotiate you down, man. I appreciate you being straight with me, man. I think this is the best way to do it.
No, I don't want to waste your time, and you don't need to waste my time. And like, we both had to start with a number somewhere. So,
yep.
And so just so you know what's going on. So, the Smith Road is empty, currently up for sale, and Neville, she'll be out the 15th of this month. So two of them by the end of, so one and the other one by the end of this month will be empty, and the other ones have tenants in them currently.
Okay. Are there leases on the ones with tenants?
No, they're just once a month.
Gotcha. Okay. So if we needed to do that, there's no, okay. I'll double check. If we can get up there, I will definitely let you know. At where we're at, if something magically changes, let me know. And then who knows, maybe if there's a way to just maybe do a couple of them, or, one or two. We can figure that out. Yeah.
I mean, if you're only wanting like the houses, because the other mobile homes, and so if are you looking for rental, or are you looking for flips?
It depends, right? So the way I do this, I'm kind of fortunate. I have a lot of really good relationships. I myself lived in Orlando for about 13 years. I'm thinking about moving back. And so kind of the way I look at stuff like this is the way I develop relationships is I try to add value. And so if I go and I look at a deal that I think is a good deal that just doesn't make sense for me to own, oftentimes I'll just toss it to a buddy of mine and then they can flip it or hold it. And I don't make as much money, but they think of me when stuff happens in the future. And so that's kind of my goal, because Lakeland's just a little bit out there, right? Like Lakeland's always been this up and coming nice area, but it just depends on where you are in Lakeland, right?
Correct. And that's why I was asking, because you have the 3 mobile homes, which all because of the years on them, you're going to either have to have a cash buyer, or you have to do owner financing on them.
And that's probably the biggest apprehension, is just because of those, right? And then there's insurability, and I don't know. I mean, if you have an insurance company that you can recommend, but it's Florida, insurance is a thing. So these are just the thoughts, right? You get it. You won't.
Yeah, I mean, if you just want to get like liability and like to cover like fire and stuff like that out on it, I think it's like $1,200 per unit is like $1,200. So it's $100 a month pretty much.
Do you have flood on any of those?
No, they're all high and dry. I mean, we just had this hurricane, and I grew up in Lakeland. I've seen water in places where I've never seen it, and none of my places were even close to being flooded or anything like that.
Okay.
So the mobile homes you definitely don't have to worry about, because they're an extra 2-3 feet off the ground. And then all of the houses they were high and dry through this storm. And at my personal house, where water has never come up by my house, it was within 5 feet of my house.
Okay. That's helpful to know. One thing I'll throw at you, man, if you feel like taking the time to do this over the next couple of days, obviously you have your 600. My assumption is that 600 is broken up over the individual properties. If you want to let me know what that math looks like over each property, who knows? Maybe I can just make an offer on 1 or 2 of them, and maybe we just start there.
So if you want to just buy the houses to flip, because that's where your most profit's going to be. I wrote down a number here. I should know it off the top of my head, but I don't.
Sure. That's what happens when you own all these properties, man. It's hard to remember.
Well, and I honestly, I manage 100 other for friends. So.
Do you really? Wow.
Yeah. Well, so that's why I'm trying to slow down. That's one of the reasons why I'm moving. So I'm like, it's only a couple, and then I mean, it's good money, but it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah. So wait, you're managing them all up there in the Pace area?
I'm here in Lakeland, and
the ones that you manage are where? There, because I think you said you were going up to Milton. No.
Yeah, I'm going up to Milton, but all the ones I manage are here in Lakeland, and a couple over in Auburndale, Winter Haven, and Lake Alfred, within 45 minutes to an hour. And a buddy of mine just sold 50 units. And so I'm like, all right, that took a lot off my plate, and I'm able to breathe a little bit, but I'm still managing about 100.
Yeah, that's all. Dude, property management is not a joke, man. My hat's off to you.
Yeah, thanks. But so the 3 houses, my number on those, my number on those is 350 altogether. So if you want to do the 3 houses together, that's 350. And then if you want to break them down individually, I can. And the one is like 130. The other one's 145. And the other one is like 169.
130, 145, 169. Do you know which street names of those respectively?
Plateau, Line, and Neville.
In that order? Same order, 130, 145, 169?
So the lowest one is Neville. The next one is Plateau, and the next one is Line.
All right, I'm writing this down. Give me 1 second. All right, so we got Neville, at 130, Plateau at 145, and then Lime at 169.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Makes sense. I will run the numbers on this. I'll let you know if we can get close on any of these. We can just stay in contact. Happy to help if we can, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no, and if these can't work or whatever, if you guys run your note, and that's why you run the number, or is like even on those ones. I mean, and you're getting them at just over 100 a piece, and so if you break it down, you're getting one free almost at that rate.
Yeah.
So.
This is great. I'll run the numbers, let you know. Anything changes on your side, shoot me a text, give me a call. Let's see if we can figure it out, man.
All right, man. Sounds great.
Philip, thanks, brother.
Bye.
So the 130 was Neville, right? Giovanna?
Yeah. So the numbers that I have like was in my initial call, so like he gave you more generous numbers than he gave me.
Perfect.
But
I mean,
yeah, 130. I think then it was 145, then 169. The first three are the houses.
okay. Let's see. Plateau asking 169. Us. We're still far away on Plateau. Let's go to Lime. I don't know if it was, he kept saying Lime. I didn't know what he was saying. Winter Haven. I don't know. I don't see that. Which one was that one?
Lime, Auburndale. So I didn't write because when he told me, he just mentioned so this one's Lime, Auburndale's Lime Street, Auburndale. So that's the third one. He was at 169. The closest one is Neville.
Okay. Right. Well, this is the game, guys. Right. I mean, like you guys said, casual $175,000 drop. This is why you do the things the way you do them, guys. This is why you don't get in your head before you do the business, because you will in your head your way out of actually making money. Get out your head, get on the phones, and say the things. Also, say it with your chest. Like, say it like you mean it. Because honest opinion, somebody tell me the truth. If I would have been like, I think we maybe need to be at 440, right? I don't know if maybe he takes me as seriously because I don't believe myself, right? So he's gonna have a harder time believing me too. So unfortunately, $175,000 drop is still not enough for where we need to be from a cash standpoint. But do you guys think that this still leaves a door open for us to have a better negotiation? Because now instead of being hundreds of thousands of dollars away, we're like $25,000 away on one of these deals, right? So this is how you get there. Now, there's going to be a decent amount of times where you do this and they tell you to F off, or they politely say no thanks. And that's okay. Because just for as many of those that you're going to have where they tell you to F off, you're also going to have the ones that say, oh, okay, well, let me just be honest with you. By the way, I can drop this $200,000, $175,000 price drop in what, 60 seconds, 30 seconds? This is not rocket science, guys, but it can feel like that if you make it overcomplicated. So this is good. I say we keep following up with them, Giovanna, right? Casually. Hey, just checking in. How are you doing? Don't think we're going to be able to hit those numbers, but I think we're close. We'll keep our eyes peeled if anything changes. Let us know if anything changes on your side. That's my follow-up. We just check in periodically every couple of weeks. Here's the thing. With a guy like this, he sounds like a decent guy. He sounds like a guy that likes to do, he's from, he's a Southern guy, right? He likes to handshake deals. Guys like this enjoy handshake deals a lot of times. So, I think.
Is there a chance that his numbers are wrong? Because he was like, oh, this is like you get an extra property free. So it's like, if that were the case, like, does that make sense?
Yeah, guarantee
So
his numbers, but they're still his numbers. And my guess is the way where he's getting his numbers from is from his debt, not from their value. So my assumption is he's factored in how much do I owe on these properties? Check. How much do I want to make profit? Check. Here's what I'm going to list at high end. Here's what I'm willing to accept. But the reality is it doesn't sound like he's factoring in the reality of what anybody's willing to pay. Right? What we need is the reality of what the property's worth. What he needs is what the reality of what he's hoping to make. When those two things are aligned, we have a deal. When they're not aligned, we're here. So the question becomes is there something that can happen with time that reduces his need to actually get that higher number? That's what we have to figure out.
Right, because isn't there like a price like education conversation? Even though I mean he does this.
Yeah, the problem
So it would come.
Yeah, here's the thing. He's a property manager, and I already told him that. And the first time I said it, he was like, "Yeah, this is just what I need." Right? There was nothing, in my opinion, that felt like this was a good time to educate him on the price. All that's doing is that I'm following the checklist that of things I'm quote supposed to say, but I'm not reading the room. That was just not the appropriate time for this conversation. This guy was transparent. He was vulnerable. He opened up to me and dropped his price $175,000. I don't think the right vibe for that conversation is to continue to disrespect him by quote educating him on how even though he just took a $175,000 haircut, he's still wrong. Right? That's not my personal approach. And because we're still so far off, I didn't think this was a fight worth having right now. I would rather follow up with this guy, stay in the conversation, and then maybe after the text or maybe a couple conversations later, or maybe depending on how he responds, I hop back in. Hey, just so you know, man, I just want to be transparent with you. Like I'm loving our conversation. Here's how I got to these numbers. Just want you to know so you understand my rationale. So if something does change, at least you know where I'm coming from. This may not mean anything to you, but this is just how I come to my numbers. That's a conversation I would have with him. And I think this is where you slowly but surely go there. I think, why didn't I ask why he needs that amount? I did last call. And he said that that was what he needed to be able to build his new house. So, yeah, that's my approach, Giovanna. Now, here's the thing. Somebody may have a different approach and that could work fine. I just felt like that was the right approach for this particular conversation because we're still so far off. I don't think there was a deal here today. But we went from $300,000 apart to like $50,000 apart.
Yeah, so it would be like future conversations, follow up, and then see if things change with him, and then maybe like educating them, or not educating, but like whatever that approach would look like to have that conversation.
And what we're doing is while we're simultaneously educating, we're building trust. We're building confidence. We're building familiarity. This is rapport and follow-up 101. This is legit how it works. For the people who don't do this process and they're just doing one call closes, well, this isn't a part of their process, and that's fine. It's a different process. But for me, this is follow-up. The purpose of follow-up is, hey, I'm that guy. Remember me? Yeah. Oh, I remember you. Oh, wait, not only do I remember, I like you. Oh, wait, not only do I like you, I trust you. Wait, by the way, I don't want to do business with anybody else. If we can get close, I want to work with you. Right. And so I think this is where we did that. And he opened up the door of trust. I didn't want to damage that. So let's just follow up. Right. Patience.
Yeah, no, it definitely sounded like it. In my initial call with him, I'm wondering if that it would have taken like one extra question about like his timeline to truly uncover that he, like if it didn't work, it wouldn't work because he doesn't need to. Because as a like bringing leads, like knowing if there's a true motivation where there could be like a deal.
Maybe
this one with like follow up.
Maybe, but here's the thing. This is where it's like what I was talking to Luke a little bit about. You can't know everything, right? There's not a point where like you beat yourself up over it. I'll beat myself up over it and I'll reponder it if I lose a deal because well, what if I would have said this and they hung up on me or something? Like I'm gonna think about that then. Even though I probably shouldn't, to be honest with you, because it doesn't help me do anything. But it's just the way I process my learning lessons. But with deals like this, there's no reason to overthink that because we're still in the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? We're still good. We can still call him back. Whatever we didn't say this time, say it next time.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So it's important to take those notes, but now instead of beating yourself up over what you missed, you give yourself a checklist of what not to miss next time. You're gonna miss stuff. I mean, you guys have heard me say it. Like, man, I could have said this or I could have said that. Like, this is always gonna be a thing, right? We're not robots. We're gonna forget stuff.
Yeah, definitely. No, for sure.
Okay. Awesome. Giovanna, I need like 5 more of these in your pipeline, bro.
Yes, coming up.
Giovanna's closing deals this month, y'all. Get ready. I'm excited. This is a good one, Giovanna. Good stuff. Jack, I'm gonna skip you because we did yours. We'll do yours next. Boaz, what up, Poppy? His name is Inigo Montoya.
Okay, today.
That's very good.
I was talking with someone that looks like super motivated seller, like they want to kind of take their house and take something bigger, because they're like living there for so long. And either way, apparently the wife is kind of the deal killer. I'm trying to tell the husband like, hey, let's do a call, me, you, and the wife, kind of talking and talking. I mean, calling kind of every day, twice a day to him. He's like, I'm at work, dude. I cannot talk. Either way, today I'm like calling him. He texts me like, I'll call you back later. Hour later, he's like, look, we decided not to sell it in the end. And I don't know if I was too pushy or like if it's too much, because this is like we agreed on everything. Everything was kind of like look nice. I just need to confirm everything with his wife, of course. All of a sudden, the guy's like, dude, I don't want to do business with you.
Yeah, dude, sometimes that just happens, bro. How long was the last call?
Last call was like 2 days ago, and ever since it was just text.
Last call was 2 days ago. Every day it was just text.
And I'm like,
call?
40 minutes.
40 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot to review. Pull up the call. Let's listen to a couple minutes. We'll skim it. We'll listen to like 5 minutes of it and see if we can get a vibe at least.
We had a good vibe.
Yeah, dude, don't get me wrong. Like, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you this, and I don't know that this is what happened here, guys. But one of the side effects of being a really good communicator and a really good educator, because do we agree that that's what you want to be on the call? You want to be an educator. You want them to feel like this is that person. They know what the hell they're talking about. Finally, someone who knows what they're doing. That sounds different. That's what we want, right? One of the side effects of that is you may educate them out of their situation. You may let them know that, holy crap, your goal is to help me. And you've helped me realize that the road that I was on is not the best road for me. And sometimes the side effect of that is I'm saying, I really appreciate you. Actually, we decided to go a different way. That's okay. Right? If your true motivation is to help people, sometimes you've helped them realize that there's a better path. And you got to be okay with that. Don't get discouraged because then you're actually uncovering your true motivation. You're like, damn, that was what was best for them, but I really just wanted to make that 15 grand. Well, now you've uncovered what's your actual motivation is. Look at Boaz pulling up recordings on a CRM. Like a G.
Calling like 80 people every single day.
Let's go. This is why did you close that one deal that you said was supposed to close soon?
I sent their people 30 minutes after I signed it. And then I told the dude that we need to go low. I need to lower him from 38 to 10. And he said that he needs to think about it. Because it's less, he bought it in 17. Because it probably looked like trash. And we didn't know it looked that trashy. So now we're like, I told him, like, if you want, I can get it in 10. You just need to tell me what you think. He was like, I don't know what to do at this point. I was like, all right, it sounds like you need to think about it a bit. You're probably gonna kind of shop around and see what's your options. I'm not finishing our agreement. I want you to kind of see what your option, dude. But I'm like, I think I'm the most serious person that you ever encountered. I was 30 minutes in the property after like we signed. So I don't think that you have any other serious person than me. I'm gonna make this property amazing, because if not, the city is literally gonna take the property out of you because it looks like shit.
Interesting. That's closer energy, bro.
So now he was like, all right, let me think about it. I was like, I will be generous with you. I'll give you a week, and then a week from now we can talk.
I will be generous with you. Talk about authority, bro. You went from folding like a little soft lawn chair to be like, hey, I'll let you. I'll give you the courtesy of my time, sir. All right, bro. I see you, Boaz.
All right, it's 20 minutes. I lied. It's not 40 minutes. How do I share sound? Computer audio?
Yeah, computer audio.
Let me know if you can hear it.
Hello?
Yeah, this is Ben.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello?
Is this Ben? Yeah. Hey Ben, this is Kevin. I missed a phone call from you.
Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. Kevin, you were with Heather, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How's your holiday last week?
Do what?
How was your holiday last week?
Good. How was yours?
Good, good. So look, I know that someone on my team talked with you about
What the hell
property
was that
you
intro,
owe in
bro?
1801 Judson.
I was surprised that he called me. He caught me off guard.
All right. I'm gonna give you that.
I
I'm gonna
understand.
give you sounded completely. I'm not gonna say you just didn't sound great because you were caught off guard. Okay, we're gonna go with that. Can we get you to freestyle a little bit better?
Yeah, for sure.
You know a good solution for that? That you if you changed nothing about what you just did there, you changed one thing. You know what you could have done to make that feel completely different? Guess, there's one word. I mean, I know you're new. I know you're new, Boaz, but you got it. You got this, bro. Somebody type it in the chat. No, you can't prep for an unexpected call, Peter. Look at that. People in the community who actually act like they've been here and listen. Um, pick one of the ones. Don't sound stoned. Yes, that's the best of the five answers. Don't sound stoned, boys. Now, energy, bro, energy, tonality. You gotta like, even if you're like, this is you. What'd you ask him if he had a good weekend?
Holiday, yeah.
Did you have a good holiday? Because I hated mine. I hate holidays. Holidays suck. Who wants to be happy? That's what I heard when you asked that question, bro. Like, can you actually talk about a holiday like it's a freaking holiday, bro? Like, hey, how was your holiday, man? Like something, bring some energy to the call, bro.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, he called me and I was like, at the same time, trying to understand who I'm talking with.
Yeah, guys, one thing that happens, and there's layers to this, guys. You're not going to remember this all the first time. But as you build the layers out, you'll realize that there's things you can do to improve the value and the quality of the conversations. There's tricks, right? Little tricks you can do. Energy and tonality are good tricks. Somebody catches you off guard, you can be like, hey, sorry, man, I didn't have your information. I'm pulling it up. While I do this real quickly, man, how was your holidays, bro? Like, make it sound like you don't have to be caught off guard and sound completely incapable, right? You're not incapable. Just throw a little energy in there and you usually fix that. Yeah, but here's the thing. Sounding normally energetic, but then losing it in situations like this, what that tells me is you let your stress beat your intentionality. Your intentionality should always win. That's how you become unshakable. And if you can get to the point that no matter what gets thrown your way, you still present the same way, you are not a victim of the things that happen in your life. You're in control of your reaction, regardless of what happens in your life. Which would you prefer?
In control.
There you go. So this is how you do that. You just start by like choosing, hey, my bad, man. Just give me a second, right? You can just be intentional, not reactive. That's the only advice there. Obviously, I'm gonna have to call that out. Anyways, continue.
Yeah.
So catch me up to speed. Where are you standing with it right now?
I mean, we've been getting a lot of offers to buy that house, just because of it's 4 bedrooms. It's kind of on the outside of Kokomo. Just one of them things. So.
Yeah. So with all those offers, like I believe I'm not, like you said, I'm not the first person that you talk with. Those offers, where they're standing, like what stopped you from going with someone that's
I haven't really decided what we were gonna do completely. All I know is that we want to be able to get a nice down payment. So I got 4 kids that I can't. Yeah. That'd be a nice payment, a house payment, or a nice down payment that we get into a different house before we end up selling that one. I know we want to.
All right, pause.
We heard that there was a.
Let's take a quick second. You know what I'm gonna ask, right? What am I about to ask, Boaz?
What the motivation?
Nope. I hate you. Anybody know what I'm about to ask? It's like, why am I even here? Nobody knows what I'm about to ask him. Idan, help me, bro. What I'm about to ask.
Sorry, I didn't listen. My wife just came in the room.
Oh, that's fair. I had him pause it, and I'm about to ask a question right now. Do you have an idea? You missed it, so you may have to just guess at this point. What am I about to ask him?
Why is he a bitch?
Yes.
I know I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Jack, you were listening. So what am I doing?
No, I wasn't.
Don't pretend to hold your phone like you're on a phone call, bro. Stop it. Show us your phone. Show us your phone on the camera. Show us your you still why you lying, bro? Why you trying to act like you're on a phone call, bro?
Bro, I'm texting, bro. I'm
This is I call him out. He's like, yeah, yeah, mom. I can't stand y'all. Boaz, what's his profile, man? Who is this guy? Anything about this guy? Oh, Edan's now he's doing the finger point thing. You left me hanging, Edan. I needed you to get my back, and you weren't there. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna let it go, but I feel a certain kind of way. All right, but you have a cat, so that makes it okay. Boaz, what's his profile, bro? Who is this guy? What about this guy is standing out to you right now? Something should be standing out. Something about this guy is standing out to me. I'm wondering if anybody else caught it. If you didn't, I would argue you're not listening to the right things.
It's very confusing. He's doing his 9 to 5 and he's like exhausted from life.
Okay. Not a profile though. Iran asked if we could hear it again. We're like 30 seconds in. Let's start it from scratch.
Hello?
Yeah, is this Ben?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello?
Is this Ben?
Yeah.
Hey Ben, this is Kevin. I missed a phone call from you.
Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Pretty good, how are you?
Good. Kevin, you were with Heather, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How's your
Notice this guy's
holiday last week?
mirroring Boaz.
Do what?
How was your holiday last week?
Good, how was yours?
Good, good.
I already am getting a profile
look,
on this
I
guy.
know that someone on my team talked with you about the property that you owe in 1801 Judson.
Yeah.
Yeah. So catch me up to speed. Where are you standing with it right now?
I mean, we've been getting a lot of offers to buy that house, just because of, it's 4 bedrooms. It's kind of on the outside of Kokomo. It's one of them things. So.
Yeah. So with all those offers, like I believe I'm not, like you said, I'm not the first person that you talk with. Those offers, where they're standing, like what stopped you from going with someone that's
I haven't really decided what we were gonna do completely. All I know is that we want to be able to get a nice down payment. So I got 4 kids that I can't. Yeah. That'd be a nice payment, a house payment, or a nice down payment that we get into a different house before we end up selling that one. I know we want to. We heard that there was
pause.
All
right, guys, give me the profile. We're gonna get this. Y'all gonna get this at some point. You're gonna get this. Sounds like the most basic human on the planet. I hate you, dude.
I mean, not really gauging any excitement out of him. I'll say that, but still, like, I don't know.
Desiree, what you got?
So I'm getting he's laid back, chill person. And it sounds like he's clearly open to have a conversation. I don't know if he's quote unquote motivated, but it's again sounds like he's open to have a conversation and somebody that you can go back and forth with.
Okay. Look at Desiree understanding the assignment. Okay, let me ask you this. Why? Let's drill down one layer deeper. Why is he open to having a conversation?
He's bored.
One, yep, tone of voice. Two, the whole holiday thing. He's like, yeah, good. How's
No.
yours?
Let me rephrase the question. You're telling me what you heard that gives you the impression that he's open to have a conversation. That's a good question. That's a
Oh,
good answer. My question is, what about what he's saying? Like, what is going on that you're hearing that makes you think he may be open to having a conversation, right? If you're picking up, he's open to have a conversation, you have now just given me the signs that you heard. Okay, those are the signs that you heard. Let's go one step deeper. What could be going on in his situation that he's presenting those signs to you?
oh, that he needs help.
So, what does that change about your opinion about his motivation?
He is motivated.
See the difference? When you start filtering through
Yeah.
this lens, you start hearing a different story, right? This
Yep.
is why profile building is important. Because if not, you're just guessing motivation. What's your motivation? What's their 4 pillars? Stop it, right? I get it. You need something to get started with when you get in the industry. And that became popular. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But that's not how humans think. Humans don't think in 4 pillars, right? So,
Right.
Luke, so we have to learn how to listen to what they're saying under what they're telling us. And so what you just did was a good job. You picked up on the things that he was doing, but you didn't properly translate what that meant, not because you didn't understand it, but because you didn't pause to think about it. Your mind assumed motivation wasn't there, but I don't know why. Because when you broke down, well, if he's saying this and this is how he sounds, it's probably because maybe he is motivated, right?
Well, I did assume motivation, but I didn't. I just said I said that him being open doesn't necessarily mean is quote unquote motivation, because I don't know. Sometimes it isn't. Sometimes they're just like having a good conversation. But yeah, I'll sell if I want to, but doesn't necessarily mean motivation.
I don't
That's
think
why I
that's
said
what's
that.
happening here. I'll tell you what I think is happening. Luke, you're referencing his emotional state, not his personality type. Those are 2 different things, right? He's
Gotcha. I was
unsure, he
wondering.
needs advice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And those are not the same thing. If you're reading their emotional state, you're going to get really, really wrong answers, because who someone is and how they're reacting emotionally can be different things. You got to make sure you start from foundation. But I see where you were going there. Now, here's what I'll say. Here's my summary on this guy. And there's one thing that all of you guys missed. And I want your guys' opinion on it. Here's my summary right now. Actually, I'm not going to say that. Here's the one thing that you guys missed. I'm going to ask you guys this as a question. Does he or does he not sound a little bit similar to the guy that I just got off the phone with? Desiree's saying yes. I got a couple I don't know faces. I got a couple I'm not sure faces. Okay, I'm going to tell you the answer. Yes, he is. He is not the same, but he's similar. Not only are they similar in personality type, but they're similar in tonality. They're similar in speech pattern. They're similar in accent. Well, this tells you something about people. I'm telling you. Now, you guys may not catch this because you're focused on the property, not the person. When you learn to listen to people through a different lens, you start to pick up. I'm going to tell you guys, the more for the people who are in the community, the more we get into personality types, especially in my main community, and we talk about breaking down human interaction, what you're going to realize is that people usually fall under a handful of categories, and people will tend to look the same, right? And people who are under certain umbrellas will sound the same. They have similar speech patterns. They have similar tones of voice. You can tell a lot about a person by their body type. Are they the way they talk? Are they tall? Are they skinny? What do their hands do? What are their body shape like? All of this stuff communicates, and we'll go into the science behind that, because there is science behind this. And we can talk about that at a different time. But what I can tell you is when I hear similar speech patterns, that tells me something. Let's break it down to something very, very similar, right? Very simple. And we'll go back to an example we used last time. If a person's got a Southern accent, what are some of the simple assumptions that we have about that person, right? Start to think about that, right? Is a person with a Southern accent more or less likely to own a firearm? More or less likely to be open to certain, political beliefs versus others? Are they more or less likely to do handshake deals? Are they, right? So just because someone got an accent, now you're starting to develop a possibility of the likelihood of the way they view the world. And their worldview determines their decision-making process, their decision-making patterns, because by nature of their accent, it tells you the type of mindset they grew up around. Is this universally true? Absolutely not. But there are elements of truth to it. And this is what you need to start listening for, right? That being said, Travis, you already know where you fall in this conversation, Pumpkin. Miss you, by the way, bro. Eat biscuits and gravy and chicken and waffles daily. This is accurate. Racism versus pattern recognition. Also, that's going to be the name of one of my courses, Jack, just to be clear. Here's they also like to turn deer meat into jerky, right? This is a very common thing for people. Here's my point, guys, right? When I listen to this guy, he is very, very similar to the last guy that I just spoke with. Just so you know, Boaz, very, very similar. There's one difference. This guy is a little bit more firm in what he wants. The guy that I was talking to was a little bit more flexible in what he wants. That's the only difference. So for me, similar guys, similar personality types, similar decision-making patterns. This guy's going to be a little bit more firm. He's not going to be as flexible as the other guy. That's my appreciate you, Christian. This is my profile build so far on this guy. Now, to be clear, we're what, 45 seconds in?
Yeah.
But this is why understanding this is so powerful, because within seconds, you can understand so much about what you need to understand about a human, which dictates the direction that you go in the conversation. You come against somebody who knows this stuff, who's going straight to what matters to the seller, 9 times out of 10, they're going to destroy the person who's out here just asking the same stupid property questions. They're going to destroy the person who's just out here following the same script or process. You're just not going to beat me, bro, because you're repeating the same shit to a million different people. I'm saying something that's tailored to the person that I'm speaking with, which means I'm cutting through the line, I'm going to the front, and I'm getting to the point that matters to them within seconds, while you're taking 30 minutes and you still talking about their roof and the age of their air conditioner, right? I promise this stuff was. It's not even a question, right? And you guys have heard this happen. So that being said, I'm 45 seconds in. This is who this guy is. Now let's talk about his motivation. Here's what I think. This guy says, oh, we've got all these offers. You know what I think? Okay, so why are you calling me then? You got all these offers. Why are you calling me, Pumpkin? There's only one of two reasons. His offers are bullshit, or his offers aren't where they need to be. And he's shopping around to see if he can get a higher one. Of the two, which one do you think it is, Boaz? I know what I think it is. Number 2. Definitely number 2. I think it's definitely number 2. He does not have the offer that he needs, probably because he either owes more than he cares to admit, and or he needs more money to accomplish whatever his goal is. This is our problem with this guy. The offers are too low. He needs more money. By definition, that tells me we're probably not his buyer, and it's going to take a very unique situation for me to solve it. The mathematical likelihood based on those numbers, what's the mathematical likelihood that I'm going to be able to solve this guy who needs a huge amount of money, more than all of the offers that he's getting? What's the likelihood I'm going to be able to solve that problem for him, Boaz?
Not high.
Not high. Is it worth spending 40 minutes on the phone with him? High?
But that's what I got with him. He told my cold caller that he wants 140. And then I was like, and you will hear it if you listen to the rest. I was like, all right, how much you owe? He told me 70 or 80, something like that. Didn't talk about price, continue about other stuff. And then like, all right, how much you want to get to your pocket after recovering? And it was like 20. I was like, awesome. You want $100,000 to your pocket. So I kind of reduced 40K. And I feel like this is why he stopped kind of answering me, or why he, because I assumed that this is what he wants. I didn't talk about how much he told my cold caller that he wants.
Repeat that for me. I need to understand what you just said again. I don't think I kept up.
All right. So for my caller, he told him I want 140. For I didn't talk with him anything about price. Ask him how much you own. He told 80. Talking about other stuff, finishing the other stuff. I was like, all right, how much you want to get to your pocket after finishing all the mortgage, everything, and how much you need for a down payment? What's your actual price? It was like $20,000. Awesome. So you want $100,000. You hear in his voice that he's kind of cracked up that when I said $100,000, because to my call he said 140, and now I basically broke down the math for 100. So now I think this is like why he stopped answering me, or why he doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
That's a lot. We're gonna have to go to that part because I need to hear that play out. But here's what I'm gonna tell you. This is the value of reading the profile because it took you 40 minutes to figure out what I just took to figure it out in 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Right? This is how you start saving time, and this is how you cut straight to the chase, and how you are able to do more deals. You're able to do more business. You're able to have more conversations. Not against a 40-minute conversation. I'll have a 40-minute conversation. I just want to make sure I'm directing that time in the most productive way possible. So yeah, let's go to the part where you start talking about the numbers.
It's probably like
an apartment complex going up across the street from that house, and we just kind of like our privacy. So that will be no longer privacy.
Right. You guys had a big field in front of it, right?
A big field, yeah.
Yeah.
That's where they're talking about putting that apartment complex.
Have they started already?
Not yet. Yeah, it's supposed to be next year sometime or the year after that.
Yeah, I got you. All right. So Heather and you've been discussing about selling this property and moving to somewhere more private, if I'm getting it right?
Yeah.
All right, I see. So how fast do you want to sell if we're talking like in like timeline? Like, is it something that you want to do in the next a month, 2 months, a year?
I mean, I would think right now I'm in the process of fixing up a back living room. So, and that could take me another month or so, just because I have to buy piece by piece because I'm not a millionaire. So
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess I know the very near future we would love to be, somewhere else and it be a little bit more private. So
most definitely.
That's
have you guys looked to where you want to move, or it's just like let's see when and how much we selling this property and
yeah, basically, yeah.
I got you. Okay. Sounds good, Kevin. So let me just introduce myself a little bit so it will be we'll be on the same page. My name is Ben. I'm an investor. What I'm doing basically, I'm reaching out to people like you, and I'm offering to buy their house for cash offer. Now, what cash offer means? It means that I'm covering all the closing costs. There is no fees. I'm buying it as is. So you mentioned there is a back bedroom that need to be fixed. This is something that I'm buying as is. If you're saying that it's something that you want to kind of do by yourself or you want to fix it by yourself, I'm removing this hassle from you and buying it as is because this is something that I can do after purchasing it. A lot of the properties that I'm buying them or in amazing shape or in something that needs
hold on,
rehab.
pause.
So it's something that I'm
Desiree's making a very interesting point. Go back. Maybe 60 seconds.
I got you. Okay. Sounds good, Kevin. So let me just introduce myself a little bit so it will be more back.
Right there. No, it's perfect.
It kind of will be on the same page. My name is Ben. I'm an investor. What I'm doing basically, I'm reaching out to people like you, and I'm offering to buy their house for cash offer.
How long have you been on this call?
3 minutes, 43 seconds.
How long?
3 minutes, 43 seconds.
Okay. He called you and asked for you. What the hell makes you think it's a good idea to reintroduce yourself and do an elevator pitch to a guy that already knows your name, already knows what you do, and he called you for this purpose? Why is that a good idea?
Because we haven't talked before, so be like,
you've been talking for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Does he know your name? Did he ask for it when he answered the phone? When you answered the phone?
Yeah.
Does he know that you buy properties as an investor?
Mm-hmm.
Yet you thought after 3 minutes of talking, it was a good idea to repeat this information for no reason whatsoever?
Yeah, when you say it like this.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it like that. That's why I'm saying it like this, right? For the people who are on the live are probably like, damn, DQ's an asshole. Here's why I say it like this, guys, right? Because sometimes we got to get this shit out of our head. We get these habits and we develop them and they don't serve us, right? Bro, Desiree nailed it. Nailed it. We are just used to the pitch. That's it. You're so used to the fucking pitch, bro, that you go into full robot mode. And instead of having a functional conversation with an adult that you've been speaking to for nearly 5 minutes, you turn into a chat GPT and start repeating some completely irrelevant shit that has nothing to do with what you're talking about right now. What do you think that's going to do to him psychologically? Make him say, oh my God, he went into a pitch. I should probably sell him my property.
You're humbling me.
I'm going to ask you an honest question because I'm being hard on you, but let me ask you.
It's good. It's those stuff that I don't pick on myself. I'm listening to my recordings and I'm not picking those stuff up.
That's it. Here's the thing, bro. Right this second, do you think you differentiated yourself and became a person he said, wow, this guy sounds different. I want to do business with this guy. Or do you think you went the opposite direction and was like, I guess this dude's going to be freaking pitching me some bullshit that's like legit. Like, dude, we were just having a good conversation. What are you doing right now?
Yeah. I just went back, like 5 steps back.
100%, dude. These are the little things that we do that we don't even know why we're doing it. We just fall into these habits of repeating shit we heard on YouTube without actually knowing why we are doing what we're doing. Be intentional. You're trying to make hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars a year. You think you won't do that, just letting shit fall out of your mouth and then hope what happens? No, homie. Go back to my Kobe example. You think Kobe didn't know why the freaking basketball missed the hoop? He knows the second that basketball left his hands, he knew what went wrong. The second those words left your mouth, you should have known that you were on the wrong path. And if you're truly a pro, you should know not to go down that road in the first place. Make sense?
Yeah.
Now you're new here. You just got here. You're a couple weeks in, right? So we're working on this stuff. But this is why I'm so hard on it out of the gate, because my goal is to pattern interrupt this out of your brain so you don't make space for it to be okay in the future. Because in your opinion, how much do you think that served you?
Until now, I thought it served me, It's not something that I even thought it's not like doing harm to me. I thought it's just like good for the seller to know that we're on the same page. So
do you know differently now?
And when you pinpoint for it, this is something that would went over my head if I would not like pinpoint for it.
Yeah. And this is where the problem is, guys. This is where I really, really want to help us to understand this. And this is how you see so many people come in here and they come in with these ideas. So you're not crazy for having these ideas. If I would ask, I don't know if you are, Shauna says spankings are in order. How many of you guys are willing to admit in the YouTube chat that you probably would have said some stuff like this and completely think that there's nothing wrong with that? You think it's normal. You think it's organized. You call it an upfront contract, right? I'd be interested to see if somebody's honest about that, because that's not how it works, right? That's not how it works. I appreciate that Desiree is here for this. So I'm glad you caught it, bro. I'm glad that you're hearing the way, because these are the little, I'll say in my old script days, Al knows better though. These are the little things, guys. This is the little stuff that you guys get to the end of the conversation. And it's exactly what Boaz said here. Guys, honestly, be honest with yourselves. How many of you, I'm going to ask this as a question. Say me in the chat if you have had conversations that you thought went really well, and then at the end of the conversation, you're like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what went wrong, but they won't answer my phone call. Who's going to say me if that's ever happened to you? Right? YouTube, hit me up. That ever happened to you? Tell the truth. Jesus is watching. Like this is now, Boaz. Now that you've been in here for a couple weeks, you're starting to hear this. You're starting to hear the repetition. What a stupid Peter. Like you're starting to hear this, Boaz. Are you starting to see how, okay, now maybe I know what went wrong. Maybe what it went in my head and how it sounded out loud are not the same thing.
I kind of see a pattern with myself.
There it is. And this is how do you break patterns? You interrupt them. And usually those interruptions are not pleasant. This is why I sound like such an asshole sometimes. And I only do that, right? For those of you guys who are watching on YouTube, anybody in the community, I ask them permission to be honest with them. They say yes. This is what that honesty sounds like sometimes, because it has to, right? We have to have that pattern interruption because these habits didn't develop overnight. These habits took time to develop. But I don't want you to take that same amount of time to break it. I want you to break it faster. But that means you got to stop in its tracks and see it for what it is before you get back on the track that you need to be on. So good stuff, bro. I think this is like, to use 2024 terms, this is your first microaggression, bro. Like this is where you first unconsciously triggered your seller right here. Because you just completely went off track and made it feel inorganic. You made it feel fake. And whether he consciously registers this or not, I almost guarantee you a little tick mark got checked inside this dude's head somewhere where he's like, this don't feel right. It's not feeling like I thought it was going to feel. He's starting to sound like everybody else. Well, what happened with everybody else? Well, you know what happened with everybody else. He's talking to you. He went out of his way to call you because those didn't work out for him. So definitely you don't want to sound like them. All right, let's listen to a little more.
I'll skip to kind of
both of us. I would be more than happy to kind of move forward and do something with it. Sounds fair?
I get that. Yeah.
Awesome, Kevin. So how long do you live in this house?
We've been there since 2015.
Lived there
since
2000.
Well, almost 10 years. It'll be 10 years in February.
I got you. Oh, long time. You said you have 4 kids as well, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to school around there?
No, they go to school a different, like, I don't know, township.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you know what I'm listening for this guy?
So this is not something if you...
This guy's just he's willing to put up with whatever you're willing to toss his way because he just wants a big offer. That's what he's waiting for. When do you get to the numbers?
Yeah.
When do you get to the numbers? Go to the numbers part.
So that's what is stopping me from,
Can be working here. Depends. Give you extra time, we can put a little bit more than that.
Okay.
All right. But I want to come fair with you. I want to be straightforward with you and Heather. I want to give you guys all the options and see where we guys standing. I don't know if I'm the perfect fit for you guys. All right. I don't know if I'm the right buyer for you guys. I just have a lot of sources and a lot of people that I'm working with that can be the right buyer. And I can be that person as well. All right. I can be that person. But as well, I have a lot of people that are working with me that can be the amazing, perfect fit for it. And then I'm just doing all the job and all the work for you guys. Of course, again, everything is under agreement.
I don't know if this is where the price is. It will be hard to find it now. It's a long conversation.
Yeah, let me say this, Boaz. The way you're approaching it right now, there's not necessarily something wrong with this approach. You're telling him you're interested. You're telling him you're available. You're telling him your process. I get that. Sometimes that is the right approach. My personal opinion, my personal style is I don't like being over available, right? What happens if you got a girl that you're interested in and you approach them saying, I'm single and I won't be dating anybody else until you told me that you like me. I just want you to know that whatever happens, I'm going to be here. I don't have eyes for it. How interested do you think that girl is to put you at the top of her list?
Yeah. I'm going to go all the way to the bottom.
That's how you get friend zone. That's how you get friend zone. Right. And so this is what a lot of us get friend zone in real estate. A lot of you guys are getting friend zone in your seller calls because you're being too available. Don't be too available. What's a good way, Boaz? And you may not have heard this. I've said this a lot. We've discussed this. What is a good way to sound interested but not be too available?
Give a timeline, maybe.
Timeline. Y'all just love going back to the 4 pillars for no reason whatsoever. What's a good way to make sure that you're the condition? Don't Hebrew it for him, bro. What are you doing? Don't cheat. This is what happens when you have a bunch of Hebrew speakers in the Zoom. They just cheat and give each other the answers in the chat in another language. Boaz, what's the answer, Pumpkin?
I don't know. I will go because it's the same thing that happened to me last week. You know, it's the same kind of thing with the guy. It's the I'll be your bitch again. I'll be whatever you want. I'm available.
That's the road that you're starting. Now, you're not aggressively on that road at this point. I don't think you're there yet. This is how the road starts sometimes, though, potentially. Here's what it's called, bro. Write this down. You're going to hear me say this a bunch. It's very important. A good alternative to this is called the if I could, would you? If I could, would you? You know what an if I could, would you is?
Magic words.
Yeah, so Shauna is in the YouTube saying the pullback method. Pullback method isn't bad, but I'm gonna tell you right now, pullback method requires a little bit of skill to deploy it properly. A lot of skilled people encourage the pullback method because they're skilled enough to recognize when to not go back too far and when to demonstrate interest. And that's a very nuanced thing you got to be skilled for. I don't recommend just starting out with the pullback method because if you do that wrong, you can lose opportunities unnecessarily. It is a way. I like this one a little bit better. If I could, would you? Do you know what the if I could, would you is, Boaz? What's the if I could, would you?
If I can give you the right price in the next 30 days, would you sign?
More or less similar, but it's with a little bit more nuance. So how do we take the if I could, would you framework and deploy it to this section of the conversation? Well, rather than saying, oh, I'm really interested and I want to make you an offer and I want to do this and I want to do that, how would I phrase that here? Here's how I might phrase it. Matter of fact, you give it a shot. Give me an idea of how you would phrase it using that framework.
If I can help you to work in your timeline and to buy the house, I don't know, I stuck.
Okay, we'll do that. Hold on. Peter, you got to jump in here, bro, because I love your answer and I hate your answer at the same time. Why do I love it? Why do I love it? Why do I hate it?
I'm not sure, man. That's personal view, but I think like if you're gonna tell somebody about the benefits of something, then you should give examples of how people are satisfied with what you did already.
Yeah, this is another thing. I'm gonna tell you why I love it. So, guys, in YouTube, he said his Peter's suggestion was third-party story. Here's why I love it, because that tells me that Peter's listening, he's paying attention, he's picking up tools. That's a good thing. Here's why I hate it. This is another cliche catchphrase tactic that's thrown around in the real estate industry that people use horribly, but they think it's going to work because somebody popular did it. It's not a catch-all. You can't just be out here using third-party stories all the time for no reason whatsoever and thinking that's going to be what closes deals. Third-party stories can be valuable, but they're not a magic bullet, right? And people, this is what you'll hear. If you go to real estate land, well, how do you close a deal? Well, you got to get your 4 pillars, and you got to make a creative offer, and you got to use a third-party story, and you got to submit an LOI. That's how you close deals. No, it's not. All of those things are tools that can be very powerful in their own right, but they are not the cheat code to closing in real estate. Nothing about where Peter, just for context, nothing about where Boaz is at this point in the conversation requires a third-party story. Nothing at all.
All right.
Right? Now, this is a good thing. Now, this is why I talk about this stuff, bro. You can disagree with me. You can go and keep using third-party stories because people say use third-party stories. Go crazy. Let me know how that works for you, right? I've worked with thousands of people who use third-party stories, and every call, they still ain't closing deals. Okay, well, then what's wrong with third-party stories?
I'm learning. I'm here to learn from you, bro.
Yeah, no. And I'm saying this, I'm generalizing. This isn't personal against you. I'm generalizing, right? Because this is why it's so important for us to examine all the tools that we're using and just put them on the table. Say, I'm not married to this. I heard this. This sounds good. Where do I rank this in my importance scale? Where do I rank it? I rank it here. Why? Because this is where it's supposed to be ranked. Okay, cool. It's a 7 out of 10 skill. That means good. That's 7 out of 10 is good. Better than 2 out of 10, right? Okay, cool. But when do I use it? Is a hammer a good tool, Peter?
Yeah.
Is a hammer a good tool if you're trying to change a light bulb?
No.
So the right tool, a great tool in the wrong environment can go wrong. And this is the problem with the tactic-based approaches. It's because we just try to use a hammer for everything, or we try to use a third-party story for everything, or we try to use an upfront contract, which is what you did, Boaz, for everything. All of these are tactics. They're hammers, they're screwdrivers, they're saws, and they're powerful when deployed in the right thing. So you guys that know this stuff, fantastic job. This is good. You're learning. Now what you need to do is start categorizing and put it to the test. All right, I got this tool, I got this tactic. Not just when do I use it, but when do I not use it, right? It's a hammer. Where do hammers go? So that being said, all right, good stuff. Boaz, your deployment of the if I could, would you? Now you understand why you got to learn how to do these right? So here's how I would deploy this in this circumstance for this guy. You ready? I'd say, what's his name?
Kevin.
Kevin?
Kevin, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Kevin. So full transparency, man. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Based on what I've heard up to this point in the conversation, it seems like a decent opportunity. This might be something that we're really interested in, right? When I am interested in a property, here's my process. Here's what I like to do, say X, right? But here's my question. Before we even get there, I just need to make sure that we're on the same page. I don't want to waste either one of our times. If I am in a position to get to the number that works for you in this circumstance, are you guys in a position to move forward and sign this deal today? Or is there something else that you need to think about? Right? In your opinion, Boaz, which version, me saying that or me saying, oh, but we would love to buy your property. It's a good fit. We would like to do this. Which one is going to be more likely to get him to be engaged to move forward in the deal, in your opinion? And tell the truth.
Second one as well. That today kind of label the thing that like, let's move it, let's make it happen,
Yeah, and there's layers to the if I could, would you, right? Because one, you're not making yourself too available. You're not saying, I really, really want this deal. I really, really want it. You're not saying that. But you're also not saying go kick rocks. I'm not interested, right? You're not doing either one. What you're saying is, look, I might be interested. But if I am interested, Pumpkin, here's how I do business. Are you good with that? And are you ready to do business today? Not tomorrow, not next week, today. Or is there something else you need to think about? I always add, or is there something else you need to think about? Because I need them to say it out loud. I'm not shying away from the objection here. You ever heard of the Black Swan?
Yeah, of course.
Right? So Chris Voss, Black Swan. This is the thing that pops up in the deal that you weren't ready for that could potentially mess up or kill a deal, right? You know a great way to avoid black swans?
You just say all the deal killers before they happen.
Elephants in the room. Elephants kill swans. That's a bar. I just made that a thing. I'm going to write a book. Why elephants kill swans.
Oh, Chris Voss.
That's it. Elephants kill swans, bro. Elephants kill swans. So how do you make sure your elephant kills a swan? You address the elephant in the room before it becomes a swan, a black swan. So in this particular circumstance, I'm not just saying, hey, if I can do this, bro, I can be National Geographic. Try me. Before you say, hey, yeah, I can definitely do this. I'm really, really interested. No, you're not. Now you're making him feel like, ooh, I got somebody. They're on the line. All right, let me go check my options because they're interested. They're hooked. That's why I'm not doing that. What I'm saying, first of all, hey, we may be interested, but here's how I do business. What does that mean? I'm setting the terms. Step one, I might be interested, but I set the terms. Step two, here are the terms. Step three, right? Step three. Okay, if I can do this, hypothetically, if I can do this, are you ready to do business when, Boaz? Today. Now, if I just stop there, if I can do that, are you ready to do business today?
Yes. No.
But here's the thing. The likelihood of them saying yes is high because it's a simple question. This is why before I let them say that, I'm going to say, if I'm able to do this, are you willing to do business today? Or is there something else you need to think about? And I'm saying that part with my chest. I need to be very emphatic about this. Why? Because that's the elephant in the room. Make sense? So
Yeah.
I'm not shying away. Now, here's the thing. Most new salespeople are going to shy away from that question. Why would they shy away from that question, Boaz?
It's like asking additional hard questions, I think.
Because they're scared they're going to lose the deal. And they're scared that if they ask that question, they're going to get an answer that they don't want to hear. Now, there is a place to avoid questions you don't want the answer to. This is not one of them. The questions that I don't want the answer to are irrelevant questions. Do you have a couple of minutes? Did I catch you at a bad time? I don't care about that. I don't want answers to those questions. If it's really a bad time, you'll tell me. I don't need to ask. Those are questions I don't want the answer to because they're irrelevant to the deal. But the questions I do want the answer to, the ones that most new people are scared of, are the ones that are going to screw up the deal. The ones that become the black swans on the back end. The ones that are like, oh, well, I got to talk to my wife. Oh, I got to do this. Oh, I got to do that. A great way to uncover those things is to simply ask them, all right, bet. Just so you know, Pumpkin, I'm ready to do business, not tomorrow, not a month from now, not after you talk to your psychic. I'm ready to do business today. And I just told you the terms under which I'm willing to do business. If I can do business under the aforementioned terms, are you ready to do business today? Or is there something else that you need to think about? That is where you get them usually to really, really open up and say, okay, well, I do, but I should probably talk to my wife. Or I do, but I got to confirm this. Or I'm interested, but, or no, I'm ready to do business today. This is where you get rid of 85% of the objections by that clarifying question. I promise you, it is that powerful. Okay, so what's the next step? This is where I follow up. Okay, just so we're clear, if we do come to terms, here's how I do business. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to have my team put together an agreement. It's a purchase and sale agreement. We do it over e-signature. Are you familiar with e-signature where you get the email and you sign it from your email? Yes or no? Okay. If they are not familiar with it, I ask them if they're comfortable with it. If they're familiar with it, I confirm that they're good with it. Yes, you're good with that? Okay. So here's what's going to happen. If we, over the next couple of minutes, are able to clarify what we're doing, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to send over this purchase agreement. And we'll talk about it over the phone. We'll cover all of the information, answer any questions that you have, and we'll get it signed over the phone. And the good thing is, and if it's 5 o'clock right now, if we do this quick enough, I could probably get this into escrow first thing in the morning. If it's 3 o'clock, if we do this quick enough, I might be able to get into escrow before they close today, so we don't have to delay the escrow process any more than necessary. Right? Why do I add that next part, Boaz? Walk me through why you think psychologically I add that next part.
Show them this stuff's gonna move quick and like we're not here to play games.
Nope. That's a sales pitch. That's your sales pitch. Oh, show them we move quick and we're not here to play games. Why are you trying to sell yourself? Why are you trying to convince them? They need to be selling themselves to you. They need to be convincing you why you're the guy that should buy their property. You don't work for them, homie. You're not a customer service agent. Right? They're not paying your paycheck. Stop trying to earn their respect. Right? Now, your presence should demand respect. Your actions should be respectable. Right? But you shouldn't chase after respect. Does that make sense? Do you understand the differentiation there? Okay. So my goal is not to do this for them. I'm not doing this for them. Want to take another guess as to what I mean?
Like, it goes back to like, that's how I do business maybe. Like I do business seriously, but it's
you're still selling yourself. Notice you're still selling yourself. You're still selling yourself. You're still surface level. It's all up here, way up here. That's not Jack has it right. You're verifying again. So you're not up here. Oh, I'm trying to prove to them I'm serious. Dude, your tone should prove that. The way you speak should prove that. Your words should have to do that much less than your presence. So then why are you doing it? You're doing it because you're controlling the situation. You're designing the parameters of how this deal gets done, and you're making sure they're willing to operate within those parameters. Now, why do we need to do this? Let's talk about this for a second, because it's very easy for someone to hear this and be like, oh, this sounds controlling and manipulative. It's not, and I'll tell you why. Because unfortunately, people have a huge tendency to get in their own way. How many of us have ever worked with a pre-foreclosure? Or a person who was in a really tough situation who needed our help. And we were the only person that could help them. We were extremely positioned to help them. But then they ignored us and ghosted our call. and then lost their call to foreclosure. Have you ever heard of stories where that's happened, Boaz? Happens every single day, right? Why does it happen? Because people are very good at getting in their own way. And it's my opinion that our job as communicators is not just to close a deal, but it's to do our best to help get people out of their own way. Why are they going to be in their own way? One, because it's human nature, and two, because this is scary. They don't do this for a living, Boaz. Most of these people are not real estate investors. They don't comp properties all the time. They don't fully analyze the various exit strategies. This is not what they do. Let's use an example of a person in pre-foreclosure. They're scared. They might be losing their home. They might be going through an extremely difficult, maybe one of the most difficult seasons of their life. And now they got a bunch of random people calling them, saying the same bullshit, sounding completely uneducated and unskilled, making a bunch of promises that they can't follow through with. Oh, by the way, the bank's knocking on their door. And oh, by the way, if the bank's doing that, that means they probably got a lot of other bills and they're hiding their car and they're doing all this other stuff. There's a lot going on, right? And that's a lot of really, really valid reasons for a person to say, I don't trust y'all. I'm going to put my head in the sand. But then what happens when they do that? The bank comes and knocks on their door. This is why I take communication so seriously, because I understand that for many of the people that we're talking to, that could be a version of the scenario that they're dealing with every day. And that's why it's my job to get them out of their own way, because they don't know the way, because they haven't done this before. And the way I successfully do that is by communicating to them in a fashion that lets them know I can be trusted. But unfortunately, human nature, I wish we could get to the point, Boaz, where I call you up and I say, hey, I know you want $775,000 for your property, but you and I both know that the cash value for your property is somewhere between $400 and $450. I'd like to pay my bills and make a little bit of money for this transaction. So how about you give up $300,000 and just let me make a deal that makes sense for us from cash? And then they say, you know what? That's a fair offer. I know that the likelihood of me selling this on market is extremely low. So let's just do it. You know how easy it would be if we talk to people and that's how it works? But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. Unfortunately, people play the game. Yeah. And if people are playing a game, that means that this is a game that we have to be better at than them. Otherwise, we're going to lose. And the problem with a lot of the people in these scenarios is when we lose at doing our job, they lose at keeping their house. They lose at solving their problem. And this is the unfortunate reality of the business that we're in. It means that we have to play the game too, because the humans we're talking to are playing the game and we can't make them stop. So our options are don't do the business, don't operate with humans, or get better at the game. I choose get better at the game. And unfortunately, that includes sometimes using tactics that pause them, pattern interrupt them, and cause them to break habits that aren't serving them. And sometimes that sounds a little bit aggressive. But unfortunately, that's just the world that we live in, because we don't live in an honest and transparent world. We live in a world where you'll call somebody 75 times and they will promise you until they're blue in the face that they're going to work with you. They're not going to work with anybody else. And they'll let you spend hours and months and weeks following up with them and doing work and hiring attorneys and sending mobile notaries and spending all of this money. And then at the very last minute, they'll sell to somebody else for $1,500 more and then ghost your phone call. This is the environment that we're in. So unfortunately, we are either going to get good at the game we play, not get bitter, and recognize that if I'm going to do it, I just have to do it well. And I have to make sure that even though their integrity isn't the best, mine is. So that way I'm not using these tactics for evil, but I'm using these tactics to help. That's our job to make sure. And that's what I focus on in the way I teach. I'm not trying to help you guys be good at manipulating people, because that's shitty. That's slimy. Don't do that. If that's your goal, I'm going to ask y'all to get the hell off my Zoom, right? Get the hell out of my YouTube. That's not what I'm here to teach. Right? Y'all can do your thing. Best of luck to you. Go crazy. Go out there and try to manipulate people. Take advantage of them. I think you should stop, and I think that's a shitty thing to do. But don't do it here. But what I'm here to do is to work with the people who want to help people, who understand that these people need help, but they haven't figured out how to bridge that gap to get through to them. Right? People who are doing drugs usually know that they shouldn't be doing drugs, but no one's gotten through to them. Right? Now, that's an extreme example, but most people we're dealing with are in their own way. And our job is to get good enough to get them out. Right? And this is where tactics like this come in handy. Make sense for everybody? I felt like that needed to be a segue that was shared. That being said, Boaz, that's why I would do this. This is why I do the if I could would you. So that third step, all right? That third verification, that if I could, would you, should, if deployed correctly, get 80 to 85% of the black swans out of the conversation. But I know that they're still going to yes me, even though they mean no, even though they mean maybe, even though they mean I'm not sure. So then I'm going to ask again, because I know how people work. People lie, unfortunately. Wish they didn't, but they do. So I'm going to say it one more time. Okay, fantastic. You just said yes, Pumpkin. Let me show you what yes means. Let me prepare you for the journey. So that way you, because most people say, oh, yes, let me send them the contract. They are not responding to I sent them a contract. I sent an offer. You've been there, Boaz, recently, right? That's why I don't do that. I bet. You said yes. You said nothing to think about. Fantastic. Here's what's about to happen. I'm going to do all these things. Are you familiar with it? Yes. You've done this before? Yes. You're good with this? Yes. All of this? Yes. Okay, cool. That's what's about to happen next. Are you sure we're on the same page? Please don't waste my time. Maybe you don't use those words, but that's the overall vibe. Here's the cool thing. You've got them to say yes a bunch of times. So psychologically, they're already in that pattern, but more importantly, they are prepared for what's happening. They know what they're getting themselves into. So they have all of the opportunity to say, no, I'm not ready for this. No, I'm not ready for this yet. I'm not prepared for this. I'm not at this step. I have more questions. I have to talk to this person. The purpose of this is to weed out any questions that are there so that way you can get the black swans out of the way. And if there aren't any black swans, you're fully preparing them for the commitment. So that way the likelihood of when you send that contract in an email of them signing it is as high as it can possibly be. And even then, they'll email you and give you some stupid excuse. It'll happen. It's happened here, right? But if it was going to happen after all that, you know it was going to happen beforehand. At least you've set the parameters so that way when you respond accordingly, like, hey, bro, this is not what I'm doing. You want to think about this. We had a very clear conversation. Respectfully, I'm not sure what changed, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable about the fact that you're already changing the terms and we haven't even signed the agreement yet. I'm going to pull my contract back. Can you explain to me where we were misunderstanding each other, right? And now you're able to get control back of the conversation when they try to take it. All right, is this all making sense for you? I'm talking fast, but does this make sense, boys?
Yeah.
Right? The unfortunate reality. Cordell, love you more. Appreciate you, Shauna. This is it, bro. So I know that was a real long answer because all you said was I'm really here to do business, but this is the foundation of how we need to change the way we communicate so that we were delivering the message we want and not wondering why they heard something different.
Now, how do I improve it? Because I think that I'm coming with a lot of like sales kind of background, and that's how
I can hear it.
And you see it. I need to change my mindset from like the salesperson to more of like the help control the situation person. What do you recommend to change this pattern? Because like this is 100% helpful, but is there anything like in my day-to-day that you think I can change?
Yes, 100%. You already did a couple of them. One, you joined the community. You're in the room, right? You know how many people are listening on YouTube right now who've been doing this for 2 years and don't know that they're doing it and don't have anybody telling them to fix it? You're 3 months in. You're in the right place because you're now in a place that I'm stopping you from making this habit. And 2 years later, you have lost hundreds of thousands or millions of deals, right? This is the problem with saying, well, I'll invest once I make a bunch of money. That's like saying I'll go to the gym and get a gym membership once I get in shape. Well, that's kind of not the order you should be doing it in, right? That doesn't make sense. You need to invest before you learn so you don't waste time, right? Well, is that the right strategy? Well, just how long have you been around and haven't succeeded yet? Then maybe that tells you your strategy isn't working. Now, some people don't have the ability, and that's fine. You got to work with what you got. I respect that. That's why I'm doing a free challenge, right? Because I want to help those people too. But the best thing, my opinion, one of the best things you can do is get in the room. You're in the room. So that's step one. Step two, you're listening when you're here. You're not getting in your feelings when somebody says something. You're seeking the improvement, the perspective. Now, what I've said this before is that, like, guys, like, you don't have to do what I say. I'm just going to tell you what I think, right? But you guys have seen this stuff work. You've seen how it plays out, so you're choosing to see the value. I mean, that's probably why you're here, because you respect the perspective and you've seen it work. Okay, great. That's fantastic. So now you're learning. So step one is get yourself in the room. Step two is be teachable and learn what you're doing wrong. You've done that. So what's step three? Practice, bro. That's it. So step three is your next step, practice. Al runs for you 2 role plays every single week. outside of the 3 Zooms that I do every week, on top of the multiple time a day virtual offices that happen every week. You think you got enough places you can go in there, Boaz, and practice?
Yeah, I think that I need to come more to the role plays.
I think maybe. Al says you don't care. Is that true?
Only because last time I was in calls all day.
Okay, that's fine. In calls perpetuating bad habits instead of practicing to do. Imagine if Kobe spent all his time in the game and was like, I can't practice because I'm too busy going to games. Will we know his name if that was his mindset?
Probably not.
Tell the truth. Honest, I'm gonna re-ask that question. Think about it before you answer.
No, it's
like
if I'm doing those calls and I'm thinking that I'm amazing, you know.
Like that. Like guys, think about this. Like I'm gonna say it again. Imagine if Kobe said, "I can't practice because I'm too busy in the game." That's what y'all say. Oh, I can't go to that Zoom because I'm too busy making calls. I can't do that because I'm too busy making money, making activities. No, you're not. You're trying to do money making activities, but because your habits are bad, you're actually doing money losing activities. If you want to be great, you got to practice. It just is what it is, yo. And you can get mad at me, you can disagree with me, and that's fine. But it is my belief, because I have been around the sales world for a little while now, that if you really want to get good at this, stop practicing on real calls. If you have no choice but to practice on real calls, like you work 12 hours a day at your 9 to 5 and you have a 1 hour window before it's too late to call anybody else, practice on your real calls because that's all you can do. I respect that. Practice there. Join a community, let someone review your calls, give you notes so that way you can read those notes before you go to sleep. I respect that. But outside of a scenario like that, you need to be practicing for an hour, for 2 hours before you dial anybody else because that's how skilled people get skilled. Period. Right? If you can't, practice on the phone with sellers. Now, to be clear, let me clarify what I'm saying. I'm not saying that if you were going to make 125 dials today, 200 dials today, no, make 50 dials, but practice for 2 hours. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is make your 150 dials, make your 200 dials, but also practice for an hour or two beforehand. Or accept mediocrity. I don't care which one you do. You're grown. You're an adult. But just be honest about what you're doing. Be honest with yourself. Don't be like, oh, I'm crushing it, but you're not actually doing any of the things. You're so busy being busy that you're not actually doing anything productive. Just be honest with yourself. I'm just here to spread just spread the honesty. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm trying to do. Look, Kobe, right? He fixed all his bad habits relentlessly before heading into the game. Y'all aren't doing that. Y'all are taking your habits into the game, and then you're leaving the game saying, I don't know what happened. I do. And those of you who have been here, you are now starting to know too. Boaz, dude, you're right on the right track, bro. Like, how do you fix it? Like, how many calls are you dialing? It sounds like you're hitting dials. You said you were hitting like 80 something dials a day?
60.
60? I would double that. And I would spend an hour to 2 hours role playing your bad habits beforehand. Do that, you're a different human in 30 to 60 days. Period. Don't do that. Because you're here, you'll grow a little bit here and there. I think you will, right? It's up to you. You set your speed, bro. I can't make you spend 2 hours practicing. I'm just telling you what'll happen if you do.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen. Yeah?
I wish there were more people here to ask because not too many people have done role plays with me. But Steve also did one-on-one. Here's my question. How many of you did a role play with me? And I brought something up that he would have kept doing like 30 days more, 60 days more, and nobody on earth would tell you to change that. But then once you change that, then like 1 day later, you started having different conversations, or at least fixing that one single thing.
Yo, Al, literally that day that we did those role plays and you said come in with something that you wanted fixed, and I came in with something that I wanted fixed. That later that day, I had that phone call with the lady on the option contract, and the only reason it didn't lock up because it just didn't pencil. Like it wasn't a deal for me. So I finally, it's not that I lost the deal, but I chose not to do the deal. So like literally just that one role play, and because I was intentional about going into it,
Intentionable.
what
I like intentionable.
yeah, I like intentionable too. Nah, but for real, because I was intentionable going into it, man, like that was it. One.
That's
Bro,
awesome.
Jack, Al, honest answer, guys. Tell the truth. Do not freaking lie because it's on YouTube or whatever. Honest opinion. And I'm asking y'all because I know you guys aren't going to care. Jack flips me off at least once a Zoom, right? So I know y'all ain't going to lie for me. Tell the honest truth. I told y'all at the very beginning the mission that I have with this community. And I've told you guys it's going to be tough because what I'm teaching isn't something you learn overnight. It's a paradigm shift to how human interaction works. And my trick has always been, how do you learn how to deploy it quickly, but not compromise the fact that some of this stuff takes a long time, right? You guys have heard me say that. Here's my question, Jack, Al, in your honest opinions, Jack, you can go first. Are you starting to see what I mean in the difference? If you're willing to take a little bit more time and not look for the tactic, not look for the shortcut, not look for the one-liner, but actually do this the right way, that shift is so much more profound and impactful and long-lasting. Like you can take this anywhere, not just use it in your wholesale calls.
Yeah, 1000%. It's a change from it's changing here. It's not just changing like this, like, in one ear out the other, in one ear out your mouth, like something quick, but like it's planting a seed and like actually deploying it fully. It's not just a quick phrase, it's actually it's a whole upstairs, turn of events, and then it just comes out naturally.
I love that. A whole upstairs turn of events. That's exactly the right description. I mean, that's the best way to describe that. Al, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I'll say this. I mean, it's 180-degree, flip in your mindset on how to even go about these calls or about communication in general. And what you realize is that there's two sides to this coin. I wouldn't even say the bad side, but the tough side of it is that there's so much work to be done to get good at communicating in this fashion. But what's on the other side of the coin is that the amount of power and capability that you have, if you can get good at these things, is unbelievable. I mean, real estate sale is just one example, but you're going to be crushing everybody else. Just absolutely crushing. Because in reality, 99% of people that have, I've been in two mentorships, like 99% of seller calls are pretty similar. Like they lack so many basic things that even if you're not perfect, even if you're like, just get outside of that mindset that everybody has about how to go about this and actually have some intention and have some direction, you're already 80, like above almost everybody else. And from there's like a whole world to explore, but that's the next step. I mean, just make sure you get to the first step and you're already like doing a lot better.
Love that, dude. And this is coming from a guy who like has learned the processes in sales, right? Some of the most popular processes out there. And here we sit. This is where it lives, guys. I promise you. And this is why I don't give up on this, because you crack this. In my opinion, this is a very special code to crack. And it's a code you can take everywhere and you start seeing it manifest in everything. And that's when you're starting to do something special. And that's why I love this thing. Deals stop becoming the focus. They just become kind of incidental reaction. Like, oh, by the way, I got another deal today. Oh, by the way, I got another deal today. And that shift is pretty interesting too. But you got to get there. You got to stick to it. So Boaz, you're on the right track, bro. Boaz, your opinion for this call, anything else that you think we need to listen to? Do you think you have a good enough takeaways? I want to make sure you get what you need from this.
I think the call is like, first of all, thank you guys for like analyzing it and helping me, because like, I think every time that we do something, guys, I learn so much more, and like kind of killing those bad habits that, now I know for a fact that I've been doing it for a while. It's like, shit, like I've been doing it for so long. It seems so normal and perfect in my head. But like you said, or someone else said, like I've been seeing it on YouTube for so many times, so I think it's perfect. And stuff that I like think in terms of sales are perfect. This call is very monotonic. I think that there's nothing I can really listen to more. It's kind of hard for me to listen to myself in that monotonic tone. So I'm like, all right, like so much stuff that I took from here.
Okay. Good stuff, man. My recommendation. All right, let's get to the wrap up for today, guys. Day one, I don't know how many hours it was, 4, 5, 6 hours. Yesterday was 4 hours. Today we're at almost 6 hours. I'm gonna do my best to be here for y'all, right? And a lot of you guys are here showing up, right? Our numbers have been fairly consistent the entire time, which says a lot. You guys are here. I hope you guys are doing more than just listening. I really, really hope that you respect your own time enough that you do something with what you've invested, right? 6 hours in one day to listen to a Zoom is a lot. It's a lot to do it, right? And to be talking for that long. But what you do, this is what you do when you're committed. All right? I'm not just interested in you guys winning. I'm committed to you guys winning. But I can't do that all of it for you. All I can do is my part. And I'm gonna do my best to do my part. I hope you guys do as well, right? Shauna, you nailed it, right? That being said, here's my advice to you, then my advice to everybody else. We'll talk about what's going into next week. Boaz, get your ass in a role place, bro. Right? Like, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I've been doing this for a little while. It's not an accident that I'm letting Al run these role plays, right? Al, you know me well enough. If I did not feel like you were at a place where I felt comfortable with you running this, would I just tell you?
Yep.
I would. Y'all know this. I'm not going to just be like, sugar, well, sorry, pumpkin. Not yet. You ain't there yet, right? Run it, but I'm not endorsing it. I got nothing to do with it. It's an official community call. Al is officially running the first student-led official call. Now we have everybody can run the virtual office, but that's not like we're all working together. We should be doing that, right? And you guys run it for the Closers Arena community. There is a reason I have Al doing this. Al is one of the fastest learners. Al is not perfect. Al will tell you that he's not perfect at this. He's not there to train you guys. He's there to position you guys to be able to practice. What is it we do here? Cordell said, today's my first day making calls, talked to 10 agents and 5 verbals out. Bro, I love that, Cordell. Dude, please tell us how they go, bro. Come back. I know this is our last day for this week, but dude, shoot me a DM. Like on Instagram or something, or Facebook. Would love to hear how your progress is, bro. So Boaz, there's a reason that Al is running this. Jump in there, bro. Practice. And whatever he tells you, if you disagree with it, if you say, Al, you're stupid, I don't like that. Doesn't matter. You practiced. Kobe didn't go to practice and get mad because the basket did something wrong. He practiced because he needed to work on his stuff. He needed to work out his kinks. He needed to work through that. And now you have perspective of other people that are going to do it. Bring that to our call. Hey, Al mentioned this. He suggested this. What do you think? And I'll tell you if I agree or disagree. Right? Because there was a issue getting the Zoom started, I was in and out for, I don't know, a percentage of the Saturday Zoom. Desiree was in there. I had it muted the majority of the time. I saw somebody made a comment. I went in there. I listened for a couple minutes. I hopped in. I said a couple of things. I felt like Al thought I was creeping the whole time. I really wasn't. But the things that I did here, I was like, nah, I like Al said nothing I disagree with. I agree with it, right? I agree with all of it. So you're in good hands. Practice, dude. Practice, practice, practice. And I think that if you keep doing this, you're learning, you practice, dude, you'll be fine. Now, for everybody else, I should have waited to take that bite. The timing was off. All right. If I made homemade, organic, specialty gingerbread cookies, they go crazy. Like really good. And since I haven't been able to eat a lot of food, being able to have a little special treat makes me excited. Okay. What do we cover this week, guys? Let's talk about going into the next stuff. Today's the last day of the challenge for this week. We're doing it Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Over the course of the challenge, I may add additional days, right? But I don't know yet. Right now, the commitment is Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So what does this mean? How many of you guys think you should take and then do nothing until Tuesday? 1 in the chat if you're not going to do anything until Tuesday. 2 in the chat if you're going to continue doing things tonight when the Zoom ends, tomorrow, Saturday, depending on what your weekend schedule is, Monday. Need to know where people at. You got a couple twos. I haven't seen a one. Rodolfo ain't gonna do nothing. Rodolfo don't work. Al definitely ain't doing nothing. Al's just gonna pimp leads. Let's go. Shauna, I appreciate you. Cordell's out here crushing it. I'm excited to hear more about the calls, bro, and how those offers went. You guys, so here's the plan. So we're working on the website. It's a difficult thing to put together. So my hope is that we'll get some sort of progress. What's the purpose of the website? If I can get it put together for you guys as quickly as we need it, you're gonna get all of your takeaways. So we'll have a recap for yesterday, a recap for Tuesday, and a recap for today with a little bit of a checklist so you guys can organize yourself and keep yourselves accountable. I'm going to include the links to all of the important things. I know a number of you have gotten privy. If you don't have privy, take advantage of that deal. I'm telling y'all right now, if you guys are considering getting, if you ain't got money, you ain't got money. And I get that. It's the holidays. That's tough. I'm not going to tell you how to invest your finances. Yes, Peter. I'm not going to tell you how to invest your finances, y'all. You guys do what you have to do, but if you guys are wanting to take your business, you're in a position to do it. Like I would, that $500 a year or $75 a month, that's a good deal. That's not my company. That's his company, but I just think that's a great deal. So many of you guys have already got that. If you guys are wanting to get in the room, so you guys will see more next week how this works, right? I'm able to call these people sellers for them and agents for them because they're here, because they're in the room. It's gonna be a lot harder if you're on YouTube, but you can still learn a lot from YouTube. So please take what you can. But that being said, I'm gonna have the community links on that website. I'm gonna have the one pagers for like each day or the workbooks. I'm trying to put together a workbook for each day so you guys can kind of keep notes and practice along from where you're going with it. And that's going to be available. My goal is for everybody who's watching this challenge, I want to give you all the free resources I possibly can so you can get where you can. But don't mistake the free resources for the value of investing in stuff. Run your own finances, invest how you want, but just understand sometimes the good stuff comes when you invest. And if you have a choice, maybe you make a good one. If you don't have the choice, then do what you can. That's why I'm doing this for free. Jack, what you got, bro? You chewing too? I just did it, bro. I can't even say nothing to you.
Good, man. It's Panera.
Panera. All right. Do you have a plate?
Bro, they come with, it's pre-packaged.
Notice how the only time this man has something under his food is if a delivery or a food provider gave it to him. I respect it.
That's what it's for. Are we gonna, I have everything. Do you want to take a look at it after?
Was that a complete sentence?
I thought so. Was it not?
Does anybody else know what the hell he's talking about right now? What do you use your words, bro? It's a communication community, dog.
I got the pre-approval and I got the breakdown.
Let's go.
So do you want to take a look at it elsewhere?
Well, what's that? What's that mean?
All right. Do you want to call the person
She texted me.
Okay.
She texted me and so did Madison.
Who the hell's Madison?
Peter's deal. I know you don't care about anybody but yourself, but other people had people they wanted to call too, Jack.
Weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
All right.
Yeah, dude, no, seriously, jokes aside, hit me on WhatsApp. Show me what you got. Let's plan it out. We'll call this lady tomorrow.
All right. Appreciate it, man.
Yep. That's fire. Good stuff. It's like actual is legit, or is it like one of those BS pre-approvals? Did you just go to givemeaproofoffunds.com and then just print out some BS stuff that may not actually get approved?
It's an official pre-approval from the same lender that lent on this house from me.
That works.
It's the end of the day, man.
Yeah, I got you, dude. Okay, perfect. No, that's awesome, bro. Seriously, that's really good that you got that done so quickly. So yeah, let's work on it. We can see what next steps are. That was it. Okay, cool. Okay, so this week, let's do the recap. Let's go into next week. We'll try to put the resources together, but even if I didn't, you guys should have notes. So here's my hope. My hope is that you guys have figured out your why. You've decided whether or not you're committed. You figured out what skills you need to work on. You're working on those skills. And I hope that if you have not decided already, you're actively deciding what model you're going to follow. What is my suggestion over this weekend? My suggestion is that you do a couple of things. Number one, if you have not fully rested on a model or you're still up in the air, start thinking about it. If you've found yourself over the last couple of days not really sure what you want to do, thinking about it more probably will not help you. So what do you do as an alternative? Try some things, right? I would encourage you over the next couple of days. Here's my to-do list for everybody. If you know what you're doing, if you know what your model is, work your model. Go and make some mistakes this week. Why? Because you can bring those mistakes back next week and we can start going through them. I'm going to be calling some of Virginia's stuff. I called Jack's stuff today. I'm going to be calling Peter's stuff. I want to hear to the best. I'm going to figure out, see if I can help some of you guys in YouTube as well. You guys need to have calls. Cordell's crushing it. Cordell's got calls out, right? Let's start reviewing those things. I want to turn this action into productivity. I want to hopefully turn this productivity into transactions, into deals, right? So this is what you guys should be doing. If you know your model, start calling and working your model over the next couple of days. That's number one. Number two, connect with people. All of the Closers Arena people, you guys are in the school community. You can connect with all of my main community people in that community. Make a post, ask for help, shoot a DM. Al loves when you lead with toes and arepas, which is like a Spanish food. So either one of those things will get his attention. If you are in YouTube, shoot me a message. Guys, are you anybody in here okay if the YouTube community reaches out to you guys for help? If they get a deal? Anybody? Okay, somebody. So Jack gave a thumbs up. Jack, you want your numbers up there. You want to just reach out there? You want to slide in your DMs? You want to reach out?
However you can find me.
All right. Peter says yes. His number's there. You can't see him because his camera's off. So Mitchell.newbie. All right, here we go. Here we go. Mitchell's crushing it. Mitch, have y'all passed 10 deals yet, bro?
I don't think so. Let me pull up our numbers. When did we start with you?
I think 4 weeks ago now, currently. I think right at 3.5, 4 weeks.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to say the numbers at 8 contracts.
8 contracts. Okay. So for context, Mitch and his acquisitions manager, they joined under one of my programs. They're in my main community. They were in a completely different community that focuses heavily on processes. They joined the community. I told them it's going to be a big diversion from what they currently do. And I asked Ed, who's also in here right now, who is the acquisitions manager for Mitchell's team. And basically, I was like, what are your goals? Right? Their average was about 3 to 4 deals per month. And his goal for because it was like the middle of November, he was like, I want to do 10 deals by the end of the year. And he wanted to do 10 deals because he thought that was aggressive, because he's never broken those numbers in that period of time. And they're already at 8 deals, and it's not even halfway through December. So really, really cool to see how big you guys have transitioned for that. That's his information. If you guys want to reach out. Mitch is crushing, guys. He knows his stuff. Boom. G Pesos. This is Giovanna, the closer introvert closer. We're going to come up with something. Introverted closer. We're going to figure it out. Guys, there's so many people in the community. Cordell, I might be able to help you with Dispo if you want to reach out, depending on where the deals are. There's other people in here who are good with stuff like that. Reach out, bro. Shoot me a DM. Here's my IG, if you guys don't have it. It's above my head, but just for the sake of being thorough. Guys, reach out, connect. So over the next couple of days, step 1, if you know your model, work your model. Make mistakes, bring the mistakes back. Step 2, connect with other people who are actively doing this. If you guys aren't in this community, you have as much access to me as you can get through the things. I try to be as available as possible. But these people have direct access to me. Almost every single one of these people have my phone number and reach out to me, and they connect with me. Plus, they're in here, and they can just I don't block unmuting. Yeah, they can just unmute at any time and talk. Right. So that's just kind of how we get down here, at least for the time being. Right. So they have direct access. So even if you aren't working with me, you work with them by proxy. You're working with me to a certain degree. Right. And so that's number 2. Connect with other people. Number 3, what happens if you don't know your model yet? If you've been thinking about it for 2-3 days and you haven't figured it out yet, again, I don't think thinking is your solution. I think you need to try it. You need to test it out. How you know you like new food? Well, you got to take a bite first. You know what I mean? So how you know which model you want to do? Try some stuff. Well, how can you try right now? Well, we've only really covered direct to agent. My first option would say, okay, next week we're going to start showing more of the how-to, and we're going to really get into it. The big focus this week was the overview, how to use Privy, going over some deals. Next week, we're going to do more of the hands-on stuff. We're going to explain direct to agent. We're going to explain JV a little bit more. But my advice is, guys, if you have Privy, go and try it. If you don't have Privy, go on Zillow. And here's what I would recommend to you guys. Let's make it real simple. Go on Zillow in whatever market you're going to choose. What market do you want to choose? Well, if you have Privy, you saw how. If you didn't see it, go back and catch the replay. Look for the map with the blue dots. Benson will show you. The one with the most numbers is the markets with the most activity. You can try that. That would be option number 1. If you don't have Privy, go to Zillow. So what you would do is you would pick your market. Are you in a big metro area? Do you live in Phoenix, or do you live in Orlando? Do you live in Nashville? Do you live in a big metro area? Work your market. If you live in a rural area, find a popular market. And what you do is you go on Zillow and go find listings that have been on market for more than 90 days, right? This is one way to do it. There's a million ways to do it. Once you find that market that listing that's on market for more than 90 days, call the agent and just say, hey, I saw that you had a listing here. Would love to learn more about it. See if it's a good fit for me to make an offer. If it's a good fit for you to make an offer using creative options. If it's not a good fit, say, okay, I don't think this is the right fit for me. But then do what I did with the agent earlier when I was talking to Jack. If you weren't here, go back and watch it if you can find it. I was on the phone. Just look for me holding a phone right here. Look for that. And I did like a couple conversations today. It was the first one I did for Jack. Halfway through the conversation, after we got done talking through the deal, I said, hey, what else do you do? What's your model? I'm thinking about doing more business out here. Would love to do business with you. Do that with a bunch of agents that you call on Zillow. Do that with them. You'll be surprised if you do that well and you sound confident how many deals you can come up with. If you say, well, how do I know how to make an offer? I don't know how to underwrite. Let us know you don't know how to underwrite. Next week, we're going to be going into underwriting. We're going to explain to you guys how to do that. We're going to try to give you a little takeaway so you guys can have an underwriting checklist. In the meantime, there's lots of great people on Instagram, on YouTube who do underwriting, right? Many of the greats do that. Go find them on YouTube and see what they do. Jamil has a whole series, a whole podcast on it, right? You can find resources even if you need them before we do it here. And I would say test stuff out. So what you're doing is over the weekend, you're testing stuff out. Test calling some agents, test calling some of the students that are in the community, test JVing, say, hey, how can I provide value? Hey, here's what I'm good at. Would this be a value to you, right? Connect with people, see what you're able to accomplish. If you know nothing, just do your best. And then Tuesday, we'll go over the next steps. Anybody have any questions, comments, complaints, concerns, feedback? No? Going once, going twice?
Just a reminder, up until Tuesday, we got 2 role play calls.
Boom. 2 role play calls. And it's open for everybody right now if you're in one of the communities. It's in the calendar. So go to the calendar and click the thing. It's at noon Eastern time, both days, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Correct. Keep your eyes on that. Also, guys, pinned in the school community is the virtual office link. It's one of the top 3 posts. So click one of those if you want to join the virtual office. You can post and ask if someone's in there. The best way to find out is to just join the freaking Zoom. If there's somebody in there, you know it's on. If there's not, then just stay there until someone else pops in or come back later. Up to you. Yes, Jack, I love you more. I promise. And yeah, guys. Also, fun fact. I just reopened the promo for anybody who's on the fence about the Closers Collective or Closers Arena. Closers Collective is my main community. No monthly fees, no annual fees. The goal is that once you join, you're in for life. You get access to all of the stuff I do in this world for as long as I'm doing it. That's the plan, right? All of these people are in my Closers Arena as well because they're in my main community. They get all of it, right? Boaz, these people get, again, it's direct contact. My Closers Arena is just your foot in the door, right? Originally, when I launched it, it was just 1 Zoom a week. But in the 30 days that it's been in existence, that one Zoom has turned into 3 Zooms, right? There's at least 2 guaranteed Zooms, Monday and Tuesday. Plus, every single day almost, there's a virtual office. So there's somewhere between 5 and 10 Zooms on any given week. That's $99 a month. I also, did we reopen it or are we going to reopen it? Yvonne just reopened it. We had a promotion going on for Black Friday, and we did it when we launched. So if you wanted to be in and you wanted to pay for 5 months, you could get the rest. You get 7 months for free. So essentially, you pay for 5 months, you get 7 months free. You're in for an entire year. We brought that promotion back. So when you go in there, you go to what happened? Yeah, so it turns out to be like $40 a month, $41 a month. So if you guys are on the fence, that's a promotion that's there as well. Highly recommend you guys take advantage of that because for the month of December, my Closers Arena people get access to all of my Zooms. So they get access to all of the Closers Collective Zooms as well, which is why they've all been in here throughout this thing. So I promise you guys, if you getting in the room is important to you, in my opinion, it's one of the best things you can do. If you want to win at this stuff, this is one of the best times to do it because we got all kinds of promos and really, really cool stuff. So really, really excited for you guys. Joel says, time for me to... What is happening right now? Y'all hear that? What is that? I don't even know where that's coming from.
Probably something wrong with your mic.
Yeah, no, it's not me. It's music. There's no music playing in here. That's very interesting. Sorry, we had some feedback here, guys. Joel said it's time for me to make some calls later and reach out to people to JV and get deals done by the end of the year. Let's win. Joe, you better, bro. Shauna, you're awesome. Everybody else who's watching on YouTube, I really, really appreciate you guys. Yeah, reach out to Shauna, guys. Let's collab. Any final comments? Questions? Complaints? Okay. Honest question. One in the chat. Who has learned something this week? Gotten encouraged this week? Has a takeaway they want to share? Just say me, put a 1 in the chat, say something. Let me know. YouTube, Zoom, appreciate you guys. I want y'all to make money and close deals. That's the plan. And if there's something else that you guys need from this, shoot me a message. I'm doing this for you guys, right? I'm doing this for you guys. So let's do this. No monies. What, you didn't make any monies or you didn't pay any monies?
No monies.
No monies. It says no monies. I don't know what that means, but no monies, guys. No monies. You should turn that into mo monies. Let's make mo monies. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all. Great first week. Great inaugural session for the Season of Success Challenge. I think to next week's going to be more exciting because we're actually doing the work. We're actually doing the nitty gritty. We're making calls. We're having the conversations. We're building the business. And I'm getting to work, right? You guys heard me make a couple of conversations this week. Next week, I'm actually building a business. I got to build this out. I got to do this. I need to make money doing real estate. That's my goal, right? I need you guys to make money doing real estate. This is what we're going to be starting to doing. It's going from training to action. So I'm really excited for you guys. Reach out if you need anything. Hope you guys have a fantastic weekend. Come back with some wins, DM with some wins, connect with some wins. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Have a good one. Peace.